complaints about, specifically on the median issues. But I've tried to remind folks that if you look, I guess, was that to the east or whatever it is, into the Broadmoor area, you'll notice that there are roads that eventually are going to come through, and we'll have signalized intersections, which also draws complaints. But, with growth, there's an opportunity that I think will have a fine way to manage traffic. Appreciate the time and money spent here, and both here from council as well as from staff. So thank you for staying on top of this. Do we have any questions, or do we have any public comments here on item B? Going once, going twice, third time. Okay. With that, we'll move on to item C, which is a resolution. The supplement to professional services agreement with HLA Engineering and Surveying Inc. for Ainsworth Avenue pavement preservation project. And we're going to stick with you, Ms. Ames.
Thank you. So, as the mayor just said, this is the Ainsworth Avenue pavement preservation project. This has begun with design. We are moving into right-of-way acquisition. So this supplement to the professional services agreement will handle the right-of-way acquisition. The project overall includes overlay, curb ramp upgrades, and storm drain improvements. It's federally funded by a 2023 National Highway Performance Program grant. We also sometimes refer to those as NHS, but the official name is the NHPP. So we have an agreement with HLA. We entered that at the end of last year. For the design services, we have 60% plans and estimate, and we're looking to move into right-of-way. So the original PSA with the supplement will take us to a $378,600 contract. The funding that we have is, as I mentioned, the NHPP. It's just over $2 million, and then we have some overlay funds in there as well. So the expenditures we have planned are $430,000 for the PE, which we are within that right now. Right of way, we're looking at $250,000, and then construction of just over $1.4 million.
Do we have any questions or comments from council on this one? Seeing none, again, thank you for the information. Thank you for keeping the work moving. Do we have any public comments on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. Alrighty. That moves us along to item D, which is our resolution. Professional services agreement with McKay Esposito for a Lewis Street pavement preservation project. Sorry, that's a lot of P's. Kind of got tied up there. Stays with you again, Ms. Ames.
All right. It feels a little bit like I'm on a game show, and I like it.
I can, throw a whammy at you or something if you prefer.
Oh, dear. All right. This is the Lewis Street Pavement Preservation Project and the professional services agreement with McKay Esposito. So this project includes a taper mill with a 2-inch overlay, some localized asphalt repairs, striping, and the associated ADA upgrades that go with pavement work. Within the scope of work, we have the design phase, which includes things like project management, surveying, and permitting, design, and then geotechnical and bidding assistance. Then the right-of-way phase is also included here. We have the project, setting it up, going ahead with the valuation, negotiations, acquisitions, and certification, and then finally we'll move to construction phase. I'm getting older, I think. Okay, so for this one, the funding that we have is the NHPP program, again, the National Highway Performance Program, and it's in the amount of just over $4.7 million, and then our overlay fund kicking in with just over $530,000 for a total of $5.246 million. And the way we're planning to spend those is by the preliminary engineering of $707,000, right-of-way of $250,000, and construction almost at $4.3 million. And this agreement with McKay Esposito falls within that preliminary engineering. Their scope and fee has come to $649,447.75.
All right. Any questions or comments from council? Ms. Bras, I apologize. I haven't called you by name, but I've assumed if you've had something, you'd kind of chime in. Anything here or for the first 4 items?
No,
Okay.
I would have chimed in. Thank you.
I figured you would, but I wanted to at least remind folks that you're here, even though you're not physically here. So there you go. You're getting
Thank
credit.
you.
So with that, do we have any public comments on item D? Going once, going twice, third time. Okay, with that, that moves us along to item E, which is our resolutions approving 2 developer reimbursement agreements with RP Development LLC. And Director Miller, this is going to go to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you for this workshop is 2 different developer reimbursement agreements from the same builder, RP Development LLC. Constructing Barker Ranch was required to construct improvements on both Road 104 and 108 that entailed 3/4 street improvements. And so per state and local codes, the developer is allowed to be reimbursed for this by setting up a reimbursement agreement with the city. And here is a little bit of background on what was required for the developer to construct, and then stipulations related to receiving a proportionate share back for part of the construction that benefits adjacent property owners. And the legal framework is listed on the screen, and this is permitted through state codes and Pasco's municipal code. Some details on each project. This is for the Barker Ranch Road 104, and there's some pictures on the screen here of the road construction, and then details on what the engineered road included there. Some more photos of the road being built in action here on the screen. And then also for Road 108, similar construction. You can see the paving there and the improvements that were completed. And these reimbursement agreements are approved at the city manager level, and bringing this forward to council tonight to workshop, and happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, thank you for taking care of this and getting it moved along. Do we have any questions or any public comments out there? Going once, going twice, third time. All right, with that, we'll move along to item F, which is another resolution, agreement with Natural Selection Farms for wastewater biosolid beneficial use. Back to you, Ms. Ames.
Good evening once again. Tonight I get to talk about wastewater, which is one of my favorite things. So, this is for an agreement for the beneficial use of biosolids. I wanted to first cover what are biosolids, because it may not be something that everyone talks about all the time as much as I do. So biosolids are a product of wastewater treatment. They are literally the solids that come out of the wastewater early in the process. They're nutrient rich and they're well suited to enhance plant growth. There are several ways that cities dispose of them. In Washington state, land application is a beneficial use, so that is what we do. So our Pasco's biosolids, on the left you see an aerial photo of our wastewater treatment plant. The process starts sort of in the upper left-hand corner and works its way down, and the drying beds are in the lower right-hand corner, and that's where they're spread and then collected and taken to natural selection farms. So in the past, we've done this before. Each year it comes out, we've had as low as $60,000 and as high as $103,000. So we're expecting around $100,000. This agreement covers the next 5 years, and so we made it for approximately $500,000. The reason that we're going with Natural Selection Farms as opposed to anywhere else is that Natural Selection Farms is the only location that is designated by the state as a place that we can use for the beneficial use of biosolids. So they are our only option, and that's why we also have a sole source going with this agreement. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Excellent, Mr. Perales.
So where do we take that to? Where's their facility located?
So we don't actually take it; they come and take it from us.
Okay.
So the point of handoff happens at our site. They are located somewhere that I'm not remembering right now. Let me see if I can find it.
No, I was just kind of curious. I was
It's
wondering if we were transporting it ourselves or something.
we are not. I believe we load and they take it from there.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Any further questions or comments from council? Seeing and hearing none, do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, 3 times? Well, excellent. Well done. Maybe you should fill in more often. Don't tell Maria I said that. With that, it moves us along to item 6, which is our miscellaneous council discussion. Do we have any from staff?
Sunnyside. That's from Natural Selection Farms there.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. That's hopeful to not know that we're turning it into Sunnyside. Thank you.
And I do have some exciting news, but Mayor, I think it's your news to tell tonight, so.
I would assume that would be the paper I signed.
Yes,
Yeah, so I'll jump in. Anything else from you before I jump?
no, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so this afternoon, Ms. Matson brought over the signed contract by Mr. Stewart, Mr. Harold Stewart. I countersigned that, and so all the paperwork is done for everyone following along. We have a basically a not to exceed date of October 15th, correct?
October 1st.
Or October 1st, and no later than date of October 1st. So, we'll see him as soon as possible, but no later than October 1st. I just want to reiterate, it was a competitive process. It was probably more arduous for our consultants and staff than it was for us, but we've got a lot of information and a lot of strong applicants, even including those who didn't rise up to that top 3 level. And I would say this, we felt very confident in our decision. We believe that Mr. Stewart's going to bring some really solid decision making. He has some economic development background where in one of the municipal jurisdictions, they landed a distribution center, much like some of the ones that we've seen over here. So I think while we're maybe not targeting just that model, that will be helpful background. And I'm excited to see that opportunity as much as it's going to be sad to see it go, Dave, but it is what it is. You're a Band-Aid, and we'll rip you right off and replace you with a permanent skin. Joking
please don't.
aside, we appreciate your service. So I have nothing else, council. Anyone else have anything for miscellaneous? Ms. Ross?
Nothing on my end.
Alrighty. Well, with that then moves us to item number 7, which is our executive session. I'm going to start with the end, which is it's listed for 30 minutes. We're going to target 15, but it's listed at 30. So just anticipate that when I come out the first time, it might be the first of one or many. Hopefully it is the first and last. So it is going to be 15 minutes. We're going to start it at 7:25. And it's item A is discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation under RCW, Revised Code of Washington, 42.30.110, subsection 1, Roman numeral 1 or I, and to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant for public employment under RCW or Revised Code of Washington, 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection G. Again, 15 minutes, commencing at 7:25. We are going to have counsel, the legal counsel, the interim city manager, and who else is coming, and are we bifurcating?
Yeah, the deputy will be in the second 2 items.
Okay, so the deputy city manager will be on in the second 2 items, but other than that, it's going to be legal counsel and the interim city manager, correct?
That's right.
Alrighty, we'll break at 7:25 and be back soon. It is 7:40. We have returned from executive session with no action taken. And that leads us into our final item of the evening, which is, I believe, number 8. Yep. And that is our adjournment. Thank you for being a part of our meeting tonight. Good evening and good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, March 17th, 2025, and happy St. Patrick's Day. It's good to see a lot of young faces in the audience. I think you brought us down to a median age of less than 80, so welcome and thank you. We do thank you for being part of your City Council, for attending this meeting. The agenda packets are available on the small table to the right as you enter under the sign that says agenda. For anyone that's following along online in the ether, www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting's televised on PSC-TV, channel 191 in Pasco, in Richland on Spectrum Cable. It's also on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and previous council meetings, videos available on the city's website. The public may submit their comments, other than outside of the comment time, via the Ask Pasco app, through the city clerk, or through the city manager. With that, Ms. Clerk, if you'll read the roll call.
Certainly. Council members: Barajas, Blaisdell, Grimm,
Here.
Harpster,
Present.
Morales, Mayor Pro Tem Melny, and Mayor Serrano.
I am present.
Thank you.
Leaves us all here. If you'll please join me and stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So with that, we do have a consent agenda. That's item number 4 for anyone following along. The consent agenda, all items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine. They're adopted by the City Council in the one roll call motion. There will be no separate discussion for any of these items unless a council member desires to remove and place further along in the agenda. So with that, we have a handful of items on the consent agenda. Item A, approval of meeting minutes for February 28th, March 3rd, and March 7th, and March 10th. Item B, bills and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $3,743,876.74. Item C, resolution number 4575, change order number 3 for wastewater treatment plant phase 2A construction with Apollo. Item D, resolution number 4576, memorandum of understanding between the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF, and the City of Pasco. Item E, resolution number 4577, memorandum of understanding between the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF, and the City of Pasco for the NIBIN Enforcement Support System, or the NESS. Item F, resolution number 4578, memorandum of understanding with the Washington State Department of Commerce and the City of Pasco for participation in the Domestic Violence High Risk Team, the DVHRT. Item G, resolution number 4579, letter of agreement between the Geiger Institute and the City of Pasco for implementation of the Danger Assessment for Law Enforcement, or the DALE, D-A-L-E, model. Item H, resolution number 4580, service agreement between Hanford Mission Integration Solutions, or HMIS, and the City of Pasco for use of the Emergency Vehicle Operations Course. And finally, item I, approve Visit Tri-Cities Tourism Promotion Area Reserve Funding Request and 2025 Work Plan. With that, before I get a motion, do we have any discussion or desire to remove any of these items? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. Can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Grimm.
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
Yes, a yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. With that, that moves us on to item number 5, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. We do have one proclamation, and I'm stuffing the final envelopes to give to our wonderful students at the Pasco High dance team. So what I will do is I will read. You know what? Let's do this. Why don't you all come up, all the members of the dance team, and I'll come down and read it to you from there, and I'll hand these out to you. And then I know there's a request for a photo op, so if that takes a few minutes, we could take a quick intermission. But I'll come down and I'll approach you from the lectern. That way I can read it into the lectern. I'll stay here, and then I'll hand it over to you. So on behalf of the city of Pasco, I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Pasco High Schwana. That's the right Schwana. Okay. I just want to make sure it's a different word. Bulldogs hip hop team for your historic victory at the 2025 Dance Team Union National Championship, earning the title of national champions in the hip hop small division and becoming the first team from Washington State to achieve this prestigious title is a truly remarkable accomplishment, one that will be remembered and celebrated for years to come. Your extraordinary performance has brought us great pride and joy to your community, and I'm honored to commend you on your well-deserved success. This is an exceptional achievement. It's a testament to the hard work and the dedication you've poured into your craft, and you've truly exemplified the power of teamwork, tenacity, and passion. Countless hours of practice, perseverance through challenges, and an unwavering commitment to excellence have led you to this incredible moment. And you have a well-earned, deserved place among the best. Your steadfast dedication and your ability to shine brightly on the national stage truly exemplify the spirit of Pasco. Your victory not only showcases your talent and the talent of Pasco High, but it also highlights the strength and spirit of our community. You've inspired younger generations by proving hard work and determination anything is possible. And I believe that the Shawana Bulldogs have set a new standard for excellence for teams across this region. As the mayor of Pasco, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to each one of you as a member of the Shawana Bulldogs hip hop team, to your coaches, to your mentors, to your supporters, of course your family. Couldn't do it without them. I encourage you to continue pursuing your passions with the same enthusiasm and determination you currently do. I congratulate you. Thank you for representing the city of Pasco throughout the nation and certainly throughout the Pacific Northwest. I've got letters for each one of you, but I understand the photo op has been requested, so I'll come down. And what we'll do is I'll come down to you, and then council will stand behind us, and we'll do that, and I'll get you your letters. And then if we need more time, we'll take more time for photo ops. Other than that, you're free to go for the night. So with that, Well, that was awesome. It's great to see young people, and as I've always said, it's nice to celebrate success in our community, especially when we get to do it with the youth. So we appreciate them representing us, and we wish them the best over the next few weeks at the state competition. With that, that rolls us into item number 6, which is public comments. Public comment the public may address council on any item unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of city council, or to express an issue on an opinion. Its purpose is not to provide a forum for debate. Some questions may require consideration by council, or may require some additional input from staff. So there's no expectation to have an immediate response. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes by myself. You got a timer here to my right. And as you run kind of low, we ask you to summarize your comment. Certainly you can submit a written comment subsequently. So with that, do we have any public comment? And if you can give your name and city of residence for the record, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Thomas Grandbois, Big Maple Properties, 108 North 4th Avenue in Pasco. I wanted to highlight a couple of things tonight. I wanted to highlight some positive things, some positive staff interactions that I've had that I know you guys probably get a lot of. You don't always get a chance to hear positive things. So I wanted to highlight Chad from the graffiti abatement program. The other day there was some graffiti in our alley, and we got a hair up our, and we decided to go through the Ask Pasco app, which is amazing, and we tagged, I believe, 30 pieces of graffiti within our immediate area, and within 3 to 4 days, Chad had knocked them all out. So I really want to recommend everybody, to all the people watching at home, if you do have graffiti, please just use the Ask Pasco app. It's fantastic, and the turnaround time is incredible. The other person is Park Ranger Steve. He's one man, and he does a great job covering our parks in the downtown. I don't know what we did without him there. His presence is really, really vital to our success. And then the final thing, I know there have been some requests for public records in the past from folks here, and I went and I submitted a public record request for what was provided to them. So Ms. Mahoney, I just wanted to give this to you. This is a print up of what was provided to you, so you don't have to worry about that. So I'll just leave this here for her to pick up in case she has any other comments. So thank you all very much. That's for you.
Do we have any additional public comment? Oops, sorry, my mic was off. Ms. Mahoney. Go ahead, ma'am.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56, provide permits for Pasco and Hayden Homes to kill our 8 floodplain American bald eagles, provide a 404 permit for Pasco's floodplain sewer station, give a start date for the floodplain Road 48 Park and for the floodplain LID on Pearl Street, indicate which plan, LID plan or design. What's the total cost for the Pasco Aquatic Center, including Matt Watkins' Wow Factor wave machine, which comes in at a cost of, who knows, $22 to $280 million. Pasco's CIP budget is over $500 million. How much is going for homeless shelter for people with and without pets? How much of the CIP budget is going for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic anywhere? Provide the deleted Pasco City Council meeting with City Attorney Lee Kerr's comments regarding the WSU contract, Angela Zeiler's missing rainy day fund from Animal Control, his permission for no due process at Animal Control, floodplain development, and more. How much money does WSU pay Pasco and Animal Control for our dogs and cats used for research? Animal Control, Angela Zeiler's quoted in the Tri-City Herald, quote, "The dogs euthanized at WSU were the ones the shelter would have had to kill anyhow." See Animal Control Zeiler-Zegan's files with Bell, Kilo, Jack, and more, as well as WSU Animal Control dog videos. Give Angela Zeiler's rehire date at Tri-City Animal Services. For all details, call Lee Kerr at 7351542. Animal Control has botched many euthanasias, calling it popcorning the dogs and cats. That is, dogs and cats suffer painful and violent deaths. Provide Zeiler-Zegan's education and certification for humane methods of euthanasia required by the Animal Welfare Act. Provide results for the 48 counts of animal cruelty, theft of $375,000. The Missing Rainy Day Fund. See Chambers, Hernandez, Howard, and Angela Zeiler, respectively. Provide insurance policies for Tri-City Animal Services and cat bonds for Pasco. For a list of all WSU dog and cat research providers, call the WSU president at 509-335-4200 and WSU's Dr. Guy Palmer, also of the Paul Allen School of Global Animal Health. He can be reached at 509-432-3385. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment?
City Council members, my name is Amber Wade, and I have lived in this community since 2001. I'm here today to again address the ongoing water issues in our mobile home park at the Sands Mobile Home Park located on 1st and Court Street. Recently, it took me 30 minutes to fill my bathtub. That is completely unacceptable, and it is not just me. Other residents have experienced low and inconsistent water pressures, and we have taken measurements to confirm this issue at multiple homes. Instead of fixing the problem, management is now threatening me with another cease and desist letter for speaking up. I already received one, and when I reached out to their attorney for a response, they never even acknowledged my email. And I am not the only one. Other residents are afraid to speak up because they fear retaliation. Local politicians have come to the park, spoken directly with residents, heard their fear firsthand. They acknowledge that what is happening is not right, and something needs to be done about it. On top of all of this, this ongoing fight is affecting my mental health, which I have spoken before. I have worked hard to regain my stability, but the constant stress, intimidation, and fear of losing my home are taking a serious toll. This is not just about water, this is about our well-being. No one should have to fight this hard just to be in a livable home. So I am formally requesting that the city step up and send an independent third party to contractor to measure the PSI levels multiple times at different locations with both myself and Bruce Schnabel, the owner of the mobile home park. So we need transparency, fairness, and a real solution. This is not just about me. This is about holding mobile home park management accountable and protecting all residents who live under these conditions. What steps will the city take to ensure that we have consistent water pressure and that the residents like me are not threatened for speaking up? It should not take somebody 30 minutes to fill up their bathtub on any day.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any additional public comments? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, which is our reports from committees or officers. Do we have any reports from our council members? I think Mr. Graham, I see a flashing green. We'll see what that does.
I was wondering the same thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real briefly, Thursday night I attended the Benton Franklin Transit meeting and just really heard a report from our CEO, Thomas Droist, about the key performance indicators, and it was a real brief meeting, but I appreciated him challenging himself, his team, to standards there that are measurable and that they can follow up on and just really have some accountability in trying to better the organization. He's, several months in now, but I'm sure still getting his feet wet, but yet he is more comfortable, confident, and I believe he's off to a great start there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. I'll go with Mr. Harpster because it looks like Mr. Milne's struggling. If we have to, slide my mic over, David.
Yeah, I attended the Pasco Chamber of Commerce luncheon today, along with Mayor Pro Tem Milne and Councilmembers Grimm and Brajas. Outgoing Port Director Randy Hayden gave a presentation on really how the port's done over the last 25 years that he's been there, and certainly exceptional. And they still got a lot of great stuff in the pipeline that I'm sure we'll hear about. That was it.
Thank you. There you go.
Now it's working. Okay, yes, last Thursday I did attend the Park and Recreation Advisory Board, and it was a great report, but the highlight for me was the Highland Park. I was a Pasco youth football coach for a while there, so they talked about installing sidewalks, possible walking paths in the future, and then of course a little bit updating some of the landscaping. So yeah, it's just good to see that our youth are being well taken care of, and some of the fields that have been around for a number of years are improving and making them better and better. So glad to be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. All right, I just know I saw some flashes with mics that weren't working at one point. So with that, it looks like that's what we've got for item number 7. We'll move on to item 8, which is hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. None are listed tonight. That moves us on to item number 9, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating to hearings. We've got item A, which is ordinance number 4764, Columbia Riverwalk Apartments West rezone from I-1 to R4. This is zoning matter Z2024009, and it looks like Mr. Raymond's going to kick us off.
Thank you very much, Your Honor and council members. Good evening. The owners of the property addressed as 2326 West A Street have requested to rezone parcel number 119-740-1015 in Pasco from I-1 light industrial to R4 high density residential. The subject property is approximately 1.38 acres in size. And as you can see from the aerial map, the surrounding area contains a mix of high density multifamily residential along with some commercial and even some single family residential uses. Next slide, please. The comp plan land use designation is mixed residential commercial. As such, the requested R4 designation is allowable and fitting in this location. Under the mixed residential commercial land use designation, the applicant has the ability to develop a residential use in the 5 to 29 units per acre category. Next slide. The surrounding zoning designations vary from R1A2 low density residential alternative district to the north, C1 retail business district to the west, and R4 high density residential to the east. Given this, R4 is a fitting continuation of recent development trends in the area. Next slide. This slide speaks to the requirements on how to evaluate zoning petitions like this. And in consideration of all the criteria, application package, and public comment, staff finds consistency with this criteria. Additionally, the hearing examiners held a public hearing on January 8, 2025, and subsequently recommended approval of the requested zone change. Next slide. At this time, staff is requesting that the City Council adopt Ordinance 4764, amending the zoning designation of the subject property from I-1 light industrial to R4 high density residential district. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? This hearing? Sorry, Mr. Ferguson.
Yeah, I just need to go through the script real quick for quasi-judicial. So this is a quasi-judicial hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on materials that are presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, or privileges of specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies. The hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: A, a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties; B, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing, and finally, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make those known. Seeing none, any member of the public wishing to seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you for that. Do we have any questions or comments of staff from by council? Seeing none, can I go ahead and get a motion?
Yes. Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I move to adopt ordinance number 4764, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located at 2326 West 8th Street on the south side of West 8th Street at the intersection of West 8th Street and South 23rd Avenue in Pasco, Franklin County, Washington, from I-1 light industrial to R4 high density residential, and further authorized publication by summary only.
Got a motion by I got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We'll move on to item B, which is resolution number 4581, fourth amended and restated interlocal agreement with Benton County Emergency Services, BECS. Mr. Ferguson.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So essentially, first of all, I must say I'm very disappointed. I worked very hard on trying to get multiple colors in this document to show you the differences, and they were there, but then they got lost in translation. So anyway, I was. Do you ever? Okay, good.
At least on
I had it up to 3 colors at one point, but anyway, long and short of it is I won't drag you through it. I'll just show you the things I really wanted you to focus on that were different from last time. Were on page 14 of the document. I guess it's page 330. Well, gosh, I guess mine may be off now, but it's page 14 of the fourth amended document talking about the public records. Essentially, the first section describes ownership of the records. Now that all the member agencies will be, or participating agencies will be members of they'll have ownership of their own records. The second part really talks about retention, and that the BCS will be solely responsible for retention values, but it will not go below what the state law minimum is. So that's a significant concern that we would have, and it's ameliorated by that provision. Next part that really is focus is that the member agency will be the ones who are responsible for processing their request. And further down in that section C and D, you can see that BCS, because even though the records are created by each jurisdiction and they, quote, own them, they don't actually possess them, because BCS has a lot of these records in their bank. So what is, and the big key, or I guess the big, not bone of contention, but the big concern was how then, if they have the records and we're responsible for providing the records to make sure that it's compliant with the Public Records Act, how do we know that the search was adequate? So the part that you see in D, where it talks, you see the 1 and the 2 there, that is really the part that came in after a lot of discussions, because what it said is that if BCS does the search, they essentially are indemnifying the agencies for the adequacy of that search. Now, there's pretty strict requirements to get to that point. It has to be the only portion that if somebody was to have been found liable for not providing records, it has to be the only reason that it would have been subject to liability. But then also they have to go through and the city, you'll see 1 and 2 there, where the agency has to prove that they responded promptly and diligently, and that they promptly notified BCS, the staff, of their requesters' communication of additional searches. So those are two of the big concerns that we had that are taken care of by that provision. And then finally, the legal review is done by each agency now, instead of BCS's attorney, who is the administrative agency, is the city of Richland. So those are done by each jurisdiction now, that any kind of legal review is done by each jurisdiction. So those are the big things that I just want to make sure that we're spotted. A lot of work went into making sure that got written correctly, and that everybody could live with it. So yeah, if you have any questions, happy to try to answer them. But
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Do we have any questions or Mr. Corrales? It looks like you're making an attempt
Oh,
Right again.
there you go. I was just going to ask. So BCES is as approved our changes. So what we're approving here, I mean, it's not going to get changed. Okay, thank you.
That's correct. Yeah, everybody's gone through, and I think we are one of the last two to go. So everybody else has already approved it, so it won't have any changes.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milne?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4581, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a fourth amended and restated interlocal agreement for the Benton County Emergency Services.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Moves us along to item number C, and I'll read it and then kind of talk about why we have two distinct motions here. Ordinance number 4765, amending Pasco Municipal Code section 3.35.220 and 3.65.150 and creating 113 or 13.85.095 with regard to irrigation utility rates. And as I mentioned, there are two options that we talked about. I know Ms. Sarah will get into detail, but that's why anyone following along sees the or in the motions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We are going to be talking about irrigation updates to rates and connection fees. And we have discussed this item several times in the recent past, starting in October of 2024 and through most recently in the beginning of March of this year. So this slide is familiar to you as all the things we have discussed in prior meetings, so I'm not going to go into detail here. The service area shown in light purple. And then there are two proposed ordinances. The ordinances are very similar. The only distinction is the rates and connection fee established in each of them. And we'll get into the detail of that. But what do these ordinances do? Each of them, regardless of which one you were to act on, they both update rates for the next 6 years, so between 2025 and 2030. They both create a section in the code that addresses the connection fees, which was not established prior for this utility. And they both expand the program of low-income senior discounts to the irrigation utility. So that is common for all options provided to you today. And so what is the difference between the two alternatives? So alternative A, which coincides with ordinance alternative A, provides a connection fee established at the maximum calculated by the cost of service analysis, and that is the $1,468 in connection fee, and then establishes the rate increases at the lower alternative of the two. So that is 17% for the first 3 years, and you're seeing annual cost for the utility in the screen, and then the following 3 years at 3%. Alternative B has a lower connection fee, which is proposed at $1,000 for connection fee, and then the increases to rates is a little bit higher than the option A. So in this case, the first 3 years is 17.75%. So that is just under 18% for the first 3 years, and then the last 3 years in the schedule is a 3% update each year. So that is all I have to present tonight, but I'm happy to address questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council staff? I know we wrestled with this for quite a bit of time, and we narrowed it from 3 options down to 2 options. Now we have 2 before us, and we'll take action on one tonight. Mr. Harpster, and I can circle back with some thoughts.
Yeah, no questions for staff. Appreciate the presentation. I did just want to point out to the rest of council that in the staff report that was prepared, it does a good job of breaking down the 3 reasons for the need for this fee. One being the upgrades that are needed to the existing system because of existing use, and then 2, to support future growth. And so the way that and then 3, to cover rising operational costs. So the way that I would look at that is the first reason needing upgrades to fix existing issues is because of existing users, and that, so then the existing users should pay some share in a raised fee. And then the second reason, to support future growth, would tell me then developers need to also be paying a fee to support the growth of the system. And so just based on that, I'd be in favor of option A. Wanted to share some math that I did. So option B, at a connection fee of $1,000 per dwelling unit and a total rate increase of $173.69 by 2030 is a 475% difference. So it's not necessarily fair, but I do think it's the best case that we've got of the options, right? And there's a definite need. With option A, those numbers are very different. So connection fee of $14.98, total rate increase of $166.19. By 2030 is a difference of 801%. And so just another reason that I'd be in favor of option B. And then lastly, again, this is a need that I think can easily be explained. But as Ms. Copeland from Tri-City Association of Realtors mentioned a couple weeks ago, this does effectively end up as a tax on new homes. And so there, just with that, again, is a third reason for why I'd be voting for option B. Knowing that this is necessary, but giving us the option to keep it a little bit lower. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Yeah, when we talked about this, I think I was in kind of somewhere between like a B plus, somewhere in the middle of A and B. Looking at it, I think, I'm supportive of option B, and my thought is this: we opt in for maybe the lower connection fee if that's the desire of council, and then maybe we revisit in a year or 2 years, and if the connection fee doesn't seem to be doing the right thing, we can uptick it again at that point. But I do agree with your sentiments there that we're assessing a cost to growth, paying for growth, but we're also assessing a cost to users, paying for historical users, which new growth can't account for any wear and tear, if you will. They're just adopting the system as they get it. So, yeah, I'd be in support of B. Certainly, if we lean towards A, I think it is what it is, and we've, at a minimum, we're getting the opportunity to make sure that our system's going to have longevity. I see no further lights. And that being the case, I guess, Mr. Millie, you pick and choose. Choose your own adventure, buddy.
Why don't we just shoot for option B first, and we'll see how that goes. So we're going to redo the reduced connection fee. I move to adopt ordinance number 4765, amending Pasco Municipal Code sections 3.35.220, irrigation water utility fee, and section 3.65.150, senior discount, and creating section 13.85.095, connection fee, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. Because we have two options, let's go ahead and do a roll call. I think that's just going to be cleanest.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
Harpster.
Yes.
Prowlis.
Yes.
Barajas.
For clarification, this is for option B?
Correct.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes 6-1.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, we'll move on to item number 10, which is unfinished business. There is none listed. We'll move on to item number 11, which is new business. It's a number. There are 3 items. Sorry, Dave. Did I cut you off? All right. Just, with the mics not working right, I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. We'll move on to item number 11, which is new business. Item A is transportation impact fees study, Fair and Pierce, and that's going to come from Deputy City Manager Hugh Sigdell, who's not celebrating her birthday this week.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Evening Council. I would like to introduce Kendra Breland. She's representing Fear and Peers, a leading transportation planning and engineering firm. They have extensive experience in planning and designing transportation systems, and they're very innovative in their solutions for urban growth and infrastructure challenges, which we're very well aware of. And she will be presenting updates on Pasco's transportation impact fee process, and talking about the process itself and how it helps manage growth and fund some critical transportation projects, and also, and probably more importantly, ensure smooth development process for our community. And with that, welcome, Kendra.
You can turn now on the bass.
There we go. Thank you very much. And good evening, Council. Again, my name is Kendra Brandlin from Fair and Peers. And I'm going to I've got a fairly lengthy presentation here. I'm very open if you want to ask questions as we go, or if you want to wait until the end. Either way is fine with me. So first of all, just a few kind of basic slides. What are transportation impact fees? They are one-time charges paid by new development. They were authorized under the 1990 Growth Management Act. And generally, they're provided to fund improvements that are needed to serve new development. So can't go towards things like filling potholes or addressing existing problems that we have on our transportation system, but they're really intended to fund projects that really provide capacity for new growth, so new trips, whether it's more cars, whether it's people walking, biking. Transportation impact fees are really just helping people to move more effectively. So a few other kind of details about transportation impact fees. One, and this is a requirement of state law, once you collect them, the time clock is there to encumber those funds. So once you collect them, you do need to encumber them to a project within 10 years, or you need to pay back development. Also, they need to go towards projects, first of all, that's on a transportation impact fee project list, and we'll talk about that later, but those projects need to be a part of your capital facilities element. So they need to have, the way I like to say is they're projects with status. They're projects that are in your plans, projects that the city is very serious about. And what are those types of projects? State law allows them to be anything from streets and roads to bike and ped facilities that provide kind of some capacity for multimodal commuting. So that could include trails under state law. Generally, what we're seeing communities fund impact fees for are really just kind of what we put in that umbrella of complete streets. So those are intersection improvements, whether it's adding a signal or a roundabout, whether it's adding sidewalk, curb, and gutter to a street, or adding a median treatment, or adding additional lanes. So a lot of need on your guys' capital list, we know. So they're a good funding source to kind of help move some of those projects forward. I wanted to just quickly go over a few important terms that relate to kind of plans that the city of Pasco has developed. First of all, the Transportation System Management Plan. So this is a long-range plan that outlines the vision, goals, and strategies for the city's transportation network. So this is really a kind of a long-ranging plan that really attempts to describe kind of the universe of your transportation needs over a long-term horizon. The Transportation System Management Plan, master plan, important to note, it is not fiscally constrained. So it really is kind of the starting point for transportation planning for the city. The next plan that I wanted to quickly summarize is the comprehensive plan, and in particular the capital facilities element. As I noted, this is an important plan to have in place and important for transportation impact fees. This is the city's long-range capital plan, but it is more fiscally constrained. The capital facilities element, of course, covers more than just transportation. It covers public buildings, utilities, parks, as well as transportation infrastructure. But it's important to look to this plan as a source of projects for funding transportation impact fees. And then the one other plan that I wanted to discuss was just the Transportation Improvement Program. This This plan is a 6-year plan. City adopts it pretty regularly. I'm sure this council has seen it a number of times. And this plan looks out to kind of needs that you have in your transportation system over the next 6 years. It can include capital projects, but it can also include safety, maintenance, and congestion relief projects. And then last but not least, of course, is what we're here to talk about tonight, which is transportation impact fees. And in particular, the transportation impact fee project list, again, as I stated, it needs to have projects that are coming from your capital facilities element. And these projects really need to provide capacity for growth and be system improvements. So impact fee projects really should be addressing the city's most critical needs. And really, again, they're projects that are helping make sure that your city is ready to accommodate future growth. So this is a very busy slide, but what we've attempted to do here is explain how impact fees can bring consistency and order to the development process. So in talking with your city staff, these are issues on the left-hand side of the slide that have been raised, and on the right-hand side of the slide is really kind of how impact fees can help address some of these issues. So current structure of your kind of development review process requires extensive analysis and weighing of impacts against nexus and proportionality on a project-by-project basis. Impact fees help to establish that nexus and proportionality in advance, streamlining analysis so you're not having to do that process over and over again. You have a lot of one-off analyses that are being done for every project, which can result in mitigations that don't align with other city plans. And the kind of benefit of impact fees is that they are minimizing that one-off analysis, and they're generating revenues that go towards a project list that has importantly been council approved, because council would be adopting this program. Current system leads to drawn out negotiations, long process, pretty expensive, requiring a lot of outside expertise. Impact fees are streamlining that and reducing the need for negotiation and outside expertise. And fair share calculations don't always provide for full project funding. Impact fees, once they're generated, can be spent on any project on the list. And kind of the last kind of issue and benefit I wanted to raise is that while many impact fill projects today don't result in any offsite mitigation, that's resulting cumulatively in issues, more congested, a more impacted transportation system over time. Impact fees apply to all development, so every development would be paying in and generating revenue for expanding your system. So generally, when we think about impact fees and how can they address Pasco's challenges, one, you have a gap of funding for transportation that impact fees can help to fix. There's a perception potentially out there that development is occurring without paying for adequate mitigation, and impact fees ensure that growth is paying for growth. And last but not least, the current system right now is very drawn out, very expensive, time consuming, which has impacts to the community, to the developer, to city staff. So impact fees are attempting to address all of those issues by helping you to kind of streamline your processes. I would be remiss if I did not note that with impact fees, that doesn't mean that you're not going to do TIAs. TIAs are still going to happen in the city, but in adopting an impact fee program, the city has the ability to potentially modify the TIA development process to streamline it, to reduce the scope of that analysis and make those analyses more expeditious. So again, the hope here is that by imposing this fee, on the plus side, we're speeding up the process and making it easier. I want to make sure that there isn't a question or a comment.
I do have a quick question. If you can turn off your mic, I think it allows his mic to turn on.
Just a quick question on the first slide, third bullet point. It said funds that traffic impact fees funds improvements that are needed to serve are reasonably related to and reasonably benefit new development. And then the second most recent slide said impact fees can be spent on any project on the list. So reasonably benefit new development, is it the particular project that's being applied for, or new development in general?
If you can go back to your mic, sorry, I know this is...
I will be trained. I promise you by the end of this meeting, I'll have it down, or maybe not. No, very good question. So first of all, impact fees, and I apologize, we're using projects on both sides of the ledger. We're using projects to talk about transportation infrastructure. We're also using projects to talk about development, and that is very confusing. My apologies for that. In terms of projects on the list, impact fees at the very beginning of this process, and we'll talk about this in later slides, we identify what projects are a part of that program. So those are transportation capital projects. And not to get ahead of myself, we have roughly 18. We'll talk about that as kind of a draft set of capital projects the city has. It's on your capital facilities element. It's actually on your transportation improvement program as well. That we think are, a really good move. These are going to benefit citywide mobility. What the impact fee program does is it establishes a nexus. So it says, if you're a development, you're coming in, you're generating this many trips, your fair share for this whole list is X amount, but then the city, that money kind of goes into an account, and the city is able to direct that opportunistically to any of the projects, the pre-described 18 projects that are on that list. Does that answer your question? Okay, I will keep going.
Wait, Mr. Prowlis has a comment or question or something.
I was going to say that on that current slide you're on, we didn't get that in our packet. So it was apparently added. I don't have that. If you keep on going, the last slide you were just on. I just want to make a note of that. It's not in the packet. Keep on going. Slide that we were just on before we went back. Keep on going. One more. This one. It just wasn't in our packet, so the presentation we have is, like I said, I wish I would have had a chance to review that.
It's the last slide.
Yeah, it's the last slide.
Oh, okay. Never mind. It's on the very last one.
Okay, great. Thank you. And yes, we thought it would make more sense to bring this slide in at this part of the presentation. So apologies for that confusion. I'm just making sure we're here. Okay, yes. And we already went through this slide, so I'm going to keep going. So state law provides a pretty clear path for how impact fees programs should be constructed, and should Pasco move forward with developing an impact fee program, we would absolutely be following kind of that state prescribed process. So again, you start with a list of eligible projects that again have status. They're on kind of either your capital facilities element, that's kind of the general source. Transportation impact, transportation improvement program is also a great source. Then for each of the projects that were added to the list, we'd be kind of assessing their eligibility first, making sure, taking out any elements that are addressing existing deficiencies, and then also using the travel model to understand who's using those projects, because that also helps us to assess the eligibility. And once we kind of go through that process, we'll understand what those eligible costs are, then spreading that over the growth that Pasco is expecting over the next kind of 20 years, the life of your current transportation or your current comprehensive plan, to arrive at a cost per trip. And it's really that cost per trip that then is assigned to a fee schedule, which is related to the vehicle trip generation characteristics of development. So really, just put simply, this process allows us to figure out if you're developing a single family home or you're developing a certain amount of commercial square footage, how much should development pay into this program that Pasco can then use to help develop projects that are providing capacity for all this growth. So I would be remiss if I did not note that Pasco does have a transportation impact fee program on the books today. It's very old. first established 20 years ago and last updated in 2009. So it's been around for a while. And the rates, as you can see on the screen, are quite low. The fee is $709 for a single family home. It is $435 for each multi-family dwelling unit. And it is $43 per daily trip for commercial development. And so these rates were established quite a long time ago based on a different list of projects, based on different growth projections. So they're out of date. Also, they're not generating significant revenues for the city. So a scan of kind of Washington State and kind of what the context that you would be walking into. We looked at, there are more than, first of all, I would say there's even more than 74 cities in the state. There's a large number of cities in the state and counties that have transportation impact fees. Citywide rates generally range from $907 to over $15,000 per PM peak hour trip. So there's huge variation across the state, as you can imagine, across geographies, across different preferences of different communities. And on the average, when you look across the state, the average is $5,700 per kind of PM peak hour trip. So that just kind of gives you a sense of kind of that variation. When we look at your neighbors within the Tri-Cities, you can see the rates on the screen. Richland and Kennewick both have multi-district programs, so the amount that you pay per PM peak hour trip kind of varies per where you're developing within the city. Richland varying from $1,800 to about $5,000 per PM peak hour trip. Kennewick currently varying from $400 to $1,600 per PM peak hour trip. I will note that Richland's program is pretty recent. I think they adopted it within the last couple of years. Kennewick's program is a little bit more outdated. I was going to look up the date on West Richland's program, and I apologize, I did not do that in advance.
Do you have a question for Mr. Harps?
Thanks. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right. If the previous slide that detailed the state's required methodology says on that fourth bullet point, remaining eligible program costs divided by Pasco's expected growth in PM peak hour trips for next 20 years gives us the TIF rate? And if so, why on some of these cities, or all of them, does it range so much? And what other data kind of gives us that rate?
So this is just a single cost. So when you see, for example, that range in Kennewick and Richland, they're going through the same process, but they're actually breaking their city into little pieces. And so it's having just a different rate based on where you're developing and what that nexus is with the infrastructure in their program. Okay, I'll keep going. Okay, so I want to now zoom in on Pasco, because this is where it gets a little more fun. So first of all, we've been working with city staff to look at potential candidate projects that might be included in a program. And this map on the screen is by no means final, and we'd certainly welcome council input. But we've got 18 projects here. These are all on your transportation impact or your transportation improvement program. And I think staff was really mindful of striking that balance between having a list of projects that had citywide benefit, but at the same time, not such a large list that it would lead to an overwhelming rate. So just looking at kind of starting from kind of a reasonable balanced spot. So that's kind of the projects just for preliminary discussion. Again, not final here. And I wanted to talk about the calculation, and I think Councilmember Harpster, you might appreciate this. We will actually go into kind of some of that math so you can see it here. But first of all, at an abstract level, we start with, kind of the cost of the project. And I will note in particular, I'm going to go back quickly to this slide. When we look at the projects that are on this slide, and if you really kind of squint at them and you see them, some of these are really large projects. We've got some overpasses in here. And I want to note that we don't have to put 100% of the overpasses costs into the program, and we probably wouldn't. It's not reasonable to assume that Pasco would be funding 100% of that. We recognize there's a shared cost. So for these projects, as we're bringing them onto the list, we're certainly recognizing that the city pays a portion of those costs, sometimes most of it, but in other cases, a lesser portion. So again, we start with the project costs. So again, we have 18 projects. So we look at that. And then for each of those projects, we assess whether there's an existing deficiency, because we need to extract that from the eligible costs in the program. And then again, we run the model to understand who's using them. Trips that are starting outside of the city or ending outside of the city, we have to actually give haircuts because we can't charge for growth that's occurring outside of Pasco. And after we do that math, we arrive at an eligible impact fee cost. So I think it's probably a little bit more concrete if I give this an example. So we picked one of the projects on the list, the Burden and Madison Avenue intersection improvements. This is a project that's on your transportation improvement program. Its cost on that program is $2.17 million. And kind of the haircuts as we go through this process that we would take. First, we recognize that intersection is not operating great today. It's side street stop controlled, so folks are stopping at a stop sign. We've got kind of lengthy queues today. The intersection certainly could benefit from additional capacity, even in the absence of development. So given that reality, we take a deficiency kind of haircut out of that project. Then the next step is that we use the travel model to understand, who's kind of traveling through that intersection, where are they going, where are they coming from, and we arrive at 81% of those remaining costs are left. So when we take a $2.17 million project, we remove the existing deficiency, which we've estimated for this particular project at 70%, and then we recognize that of those remaining costs, only 81% can be assessed to Pasco given the trip profile of who's using it. We are left with $527,000 that could be included in the program. So we do that sort of calculation for each of those 18 or however many projects are in the program to arrive at kind of what the costs are.
So let me just make sure I summarize this for the audience, but really, quite frankly, for my benefit. You start with the hard cost. You've determined that it's 70%. In other words, it's a congested area, so we can only allocate 30% of the issue to 30% of the issue to the future growth. And then we look at the 100% of the growth within the city, but assume that only 81%, because there will be places on the east side, there will be places elsewhere. So that 81% would then have a potential to impact that, and that's how we come out with the total kind of project fee eligibility, right? Okay. Thank you very much. Just want to make sure I wrap my head around it. You may have to re-hit your mic.
I just had a question real quick. So that means out of the fees that we can collect, only $527,000 can go towards that? Okay.
$527,000 of that project contributes to kind of getting to a cost per trip fee. So it actually doesn't mean you can only put that amount in. That project is only contributing, because what we're doing is we're looking at all the projects you have in your program, we're assessing their eligibility. That actually isn't a limitation on how much you put to this project. That's the beauty of impact fees. When once you've got the program and you've got the projects on your list, you have a lot more flexibility in how much you're putting. You're not limited to a specific amount that's calculated on that table. Okay, one other piece, and I'm not going to go into a ton of detail on it, but I think it's an important one to consider, is TIF districts. So one of the questions that I received here was, why do some cities have a range? and that's because they have multiple districts. That is something that we could certainly look to for Pasco. We could look to having many districts. We could look to just having a few, but it allows us to look at kind of, the nexus between development where it's occurring, what the infrastructure needs, and making sure that the fees make sense in the city. Certainly no requirement that you have multiple districts, but it is something that we could consider. And, if we did consider different districts, we just want to make sure that they're logically set up. We're using, highways, railroads, topography features or land use and zoning classifications to really make sure that, kind of those edge issues are as logical as possible. And the reason why I bring it up is just it does seem like a regional norm here to have multiple districts. So here's Kennewick's program. You can see they have 4 districts, and you can see kind of how the fees vary by those districts. Similarly, Richland, with their kind of newer program, here's how their fees vary by district. So I think this is my last kind of content slide. Just wanted to share with you where we are in our process before collecting any more feedback that you have. As you know, we've been kind of working on this analysis since kind of the beginning of the year. We are here today kind of to seek your initial feedback. Our next step would be ideally to kind of come back to this, first of all, to get your feedback tonight, and then kind of work on kind of developing a program that's responsive to kind of what we're hearing from you. Hopefully kind of coming back to you in April. And once we have a program that I think we feel is a good representation of meeting the city's needs, we'd also want to go out and speak to both the community and the development community to make sure they understand how this is moving forward and to seek their feedback. The end goal would be to have an impact fee program adopted in June. So I think that's it for me. Happy to take any feedback you have.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. Very helpful. Mr. Prowlis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and just start it off. I think the only 2 notes that I made was that I wanted to see if you can provide a recommendation to the city in regards to updating our TIF fees every so often. I think you made a comment earlier that like the city of Kennewick looks like they haven't updated it in some time. The city of Richland has recently done it. So, and according to our staff report, we hadn't done anything since 2009. So if you guys could look into that and see, probably around 3 years, 4 years, probably look into updating it. We can hire a firm, update our values and go from there. So that would be my ask or feedback. And the second one would be, I would like to see perhaps a draft for districts and what that would look like across the city, whether it's 2 districts, 3 districts, 4 districts. Obviously, you guys have the data. You see certain parts of the city aren't as developing as other ones, and we're more focused on the west side of Pasco. So I would just like to see what a district kind of rate fee structure would look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowlis. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My sentiment's similar to Councilmember Perales that I think districting would be an important part of this. I think that having the same fee all across the city makes no sense at all, and would love to see it broken down into districts. But I think we should be very careful when we do draw those lines, even as an example or sampling, or because I think the second those lines are drawn, there's going to be a lot of eyes focusing on it. And, maybe there'll be some minds will be made up, and if we go back and change some of those lines too, and I know that's part of the process and everything, I just see the potential for I just upset people in that if we move those lines a whole lot. So again, Mr. Mayor, just to summarize, would love to see districts. This is probably 2009, long time coming, and this being updated, and we should just be, real careful. We want to be completely transparent, but at the same point, once those lines are kind of drawn, I think we just need to be really careful to speak how they are a work in progress. So people don't have their, hearts set in stone on what those lines are going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, one question for you is if you look at the Richland Kennewick zones, the zones with the highest fees are where the most development is occurring. So what kind of a process informs where the boundaries are proposed to be? Is it based on the amount of projected development?
It is really city by city how we approach it. So I think the level of development, the travel sheds is important. The infrastructure quality and needs is important. I think if you can make a reasonable argument that there are certain areas of the city where people travel differently, they use the transportation system differently, those are things that kind of drive it in that way.
I think to me at least, it seems fairly simple. I mean, we know where the most development's happening in Pasco. That'd be one zone. Just looking at Kennewick, their biggest zone is zone 3 that they named all other areas. That's where development occurred decades ago. And, there's not going to be that much more development. So I think it'd be a little bit of an easier process than what maybe we're all thinking up here, although we're not the ones that'd be doing it. So one comment that I did want to make is we hear from folks in the development community, they want more predictability. And this would help with that. It's, looking at, I was involved in a project in Richland and looked at their traffic impact fee areas map, and it was extremely easy to do the math to figure out what our fees were going to be. On a project in Pasco, we couldn't even come up with math that made sense to try to at least get an estimate because it was so unpredictable. And so this would take away that unpredictability. And again, like with the irrigation fees, the process to create these boundaries and the proposed fees, as long as we can explain it, I think I'm good with stuff like that. And what I typically hear from most folks in the development community, at least those that are level-headed, they're good with it too, as long as it can be explained. And the process you described, I think, is at least to some extent easily explained. With the proposed list, I did want to just make a couple comments. I was glad to see Convention and Sandifer on there, and then Lewis Street and Heritage. One that I would appreciate staff potentially looking at adding is Road 90 in Sandifer. And I'm not even sure if that's on the tip. I don't recall. But that's a intersection that's gotten very busy with all the commercial development on the north side, and then the schools going in even further north of there. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. I see no further lights, so I'll kind of throw out some thoughts. One, I do appreciate this. I think to your comment about predictability, you mentioned kind of financial predictability. I want to ensure that this also dovetails into process predictability. And I know we've talked about process improvement, and I'm looking to my right, not directly at you, ma'am, because it's more of for staff. I want to ensure that if we're going to adopt a new fee structure, that it kind of lays the pathway for these folks so they know what they're up against. They have a good, clear basis on their timing, because that's the predictability I think I hear more of, hey, we expected one iteration, we're down on 6, or we expected 1 month, we're on 4. Ms. Sigdal?
Yes, Mayor, that's a big outcome of this whole process. And as we mentioned, it does not eliminate the TIA process altogether, but it definitely limits it significantly. For example, our Tier 1 TIA right now is 25 trips or over, which is not that hard to exceed. So we would be looking at what the next tiers look like for the city once an appropriate level of transportation impact fee is set. And also just the scope of that, because you might have a big project, but we might be just looking at the neighborhood transportation rather than citywide transportation and having to do a TIA that is a lot more complicated, that takes many months, and a lot of back and forth between the two traffic engineers. So it would definitely eliminate a lot of time in that process.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then my other comment is, I'm not really sure if I'm sold on the districting approach. I understand, as Mr. Harpster mentioned, we have obviously a very well, robustly built out, very limited infill on the east side. If the donut hole ever comes into the city jurisdiction, is annexed in, those are going to be infill projects, and I think that's going to be a different approach. I don't know if that means we need to zone it or just look and contemplate the rate accordingly. An infill versus a growth project, maybe that's the appropriate way to do it. That way, I think it really helps set the stage of not we're arbitrarily saying this is a particular zone or not. This is impacting through adding where maybe there's not capacity, as opposed to we're going to have to build a new road on the north side of the city, and there wasn't capacity ever needed. So those are my thoughts, but I think bottom line is, I appreciate where we are. I appreciate the update. I think this is something that's a long time coming, obviously, and it'll benefit, I think, both the city as well as the development community and understanding what the roles and responsibilities are. So we appreciate your expertise here, and staff, thank you for bringing this. I think with that, I see no further lights. It looks like you're off for the rest of the night, so enjoy the rest of your St. Patrick's Day. With that, we'll move on to item B, which is city manager recruitment. Looks like Miss Matson, you're coming to join us.
Do I just use the arrow? Okay. All right. So, Mayor, Council, thank you for letting me present tonight. I'm here to provide a brief overview of the proposals that were submitted by 3 firms for the city manager recruitment, GMP Consultants, Prothman, and Trepepe Smith. So the objective is for council to select the best recruitment firm to assist in the city management recruitment. In evaluating the proposals, we focused on 4 key areas. Each firm's experience and past work with Pasco, their proposed recruitment timelines, any guarantees offered if the selected candidate doesn't work out, and just the overall fit. So for all 3 firms, the recent experience working with the city, so GMP Consultants, they recently recruited the Pasco's Deputy CED Director and led the 2022 City Manager recruitment. Prothman recruited our current Public Works Director in 2024 and the HR Director in 2023. Trepepe Smith led searches for our IT Director in 2024 and our CED Director in 2023. So for the recruitment timelines, all 3 are very similar. They all propose a similar timeline of 12 to 13 week process. With the first 2 weeks would be initial stakeholder meetings and profile development. In weeks 3 through 7, they would do candidate outreach and advertising. Through weeks 8 through 10, they would do candidate screening and preliminary interviews, with final interviews and candidate selection around weeks 12 and 13. This would ensure an efficient and thorough process regardless of the firm selected. So next steps, council has 3 options to choose tonight. Option 1 would be to make a selection based on the submitted proposals that are in your packets. Request presentations from 1 or more of the firms that have submitted proposals, or solicit additional proposals if desired. If a firm is selected tonight, we can move quickly to finalize the contract and begin the recruitment within the next 2 weeks. That concludes my presentation.
You made it under 3 minutes as promised. But as also promised, there may be some back-end questions. So we have 3 options. I will tell you this, I think we can, let's just start here. Can we scratch number 3, solicit additional proposal from other firms off? Can I get a head nod from council on that? Okay, so we're down to 2 options now. I mean, I think I could personally probably make a decision tonight, but let's talk this through. Who would like to schedule or discuss with these firms? Is there anyone on council that wants to participate in that selection process? Yeah, I mean, like have an interview process with the firms ahead of selecting one. Go for it. I'm off now. No? Sarah, you're on. Charles is on. So, Charles, you go off. Leo, you go on. No?
It's my light.
Oh, Harpster. Oh, it's.
There we go. I was just going to say I would go with GMP, but I think I kind of want to go with a firm that hasn't chosen this position before for our city, so I'm going to go with TSTS. That would be my recommendation. And then I'll make it easy. If they're not on the table, then I would just go with GMP.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. So, Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I would agree with your take, Mr. Ronald, that we make a decision tonight based on the materials submitted. I would think that any presentation is just going to be a repeat of the information that was already provided to us that we all should have reviewed in depth. And so then with that, I'd be in favor of selecting GMP based on their history with the city, and also especially based on their very recent history with the city of Kennewick. Out of all the three firms listed, they have the most local recent experience, and I think that would be helpful. You know, there's a number of candidates for the city of Kennewick job. One got it. There's obviously potentially still some candidates out there that they've already made contact with. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm, you had your life.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in agreement with Councilmember Harpster. We should make this tonight. I mean, I have a little more GMP or Prothman, either one would be fine with me. But yes, I don't think there's any reason to further interview. The information submitted is great, and we need to get moving on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Ross, you can go.
Try that one. It's working. Wow. Okay. I don't think we need any further information from any of the three that we have there. I would personally go with Prothman. I'm looking through their paperwork submitted, and I like their placements. We have worked with GMP. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Zabel is here through GMP. So for that, I would like to go through Prothman.
Okay. Like with that, you know, either Mr. Zabel or Mr. Ferguson, do we have any concerns if we were to select the firm that, if you can just put that on the record for us?
I'm sorry, what's the question? That there's any concerns that if you went with a firm that you're currently already contracted to for a different service?
Well, there's that, and Mr. Zabel, you still work with them, correct? Well, albeit not. Can you explain your status, and let's just have Mr. Ferguson speak to it?
Yeah, the city has an agreement with GMP Consulting to provide city manager services. I was the selected city manager to assist the city here.
Okay. Do we have any concerns with that, Mr. Ferguson?
I'm not aware any. There is no ethical relationship in terms of like a reason to particularly cordon anyone off or keep any kind of. I mean, obviously, Mr. Zabel could be involved in that or not, depending on what your preference would be. But yeah, I don't think if there's any ethical issue there.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barajas. I see you're on.
Yes, one quick question. On that note, Mr. Zabel, are you still a consultant, considered a consultant with GMP?
I'm a consultant acting as the interim city manager. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Milner or Ms. Blaisdell, do you have any input here? Yeah, basically, hold on, dude.
Oh, sorry.
You spoke once. You're great.
Okay. Yeah, I like GMP as far as what they had to say in their packet, so that's where I was going on that.
Okay.
I don't have a preference.
I was just going to ask Mr. Ferguson that because it appears we're a little bit split, would we need to make a motion to select a firm and make it official?
Yeah, I think we're going to do that. It does sound like the GMC is leading. Mr. Milne, do you want to make a motion? That's, what did I say? I don't know. I drive a Ford, so I can't be GMC, I promise. Yeah, let's start there and let's go from there because I only heard one for TSTS, Mr. Press. Anyway, go ahead, Mr. Milne.
Okay, I make a motion that we use GMP Consultants as our search for the next city manager.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. So, it sounds like you will, Ms. Mattson, contact GMP, let them know, and roll this out.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Zabel can start breathing into retirement soon. with that, we got item C, which is a request for zoning code text amendment. Mr. Zabel, go ahead and kick this off for us.
Okay, great. Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, Council. So we're discussing this item as a result of a resident or property owner initiated text amendment to the city zoning code. This particular item pertains to a proposal on a parcel located at Outlet Drive in Sandifer Parkway, and that proposal includes a car wash. The property zone C1, which does allow car washes. However, it requires that a car wash in a C1 zone be located more than 300 feet from a residential district. And the property itself is not large enough to accommodate a car wash and meet the 300-foot separation from the residential district that it is near. And that includes the right-of-way of the street as well to the east of the property. So property owner, or at least interest, Mr. Mario Borszowski submitted a request for a zoning text amendment to reduce that 300-foot distance requirement contingent upon installation of noise mitigations or the ability to demonstrate noise levels that were equivalent to that 300-foot separation, that there's measures that potentially they could take to give that equivalency. Provided for you the PMC section 25.210.020 subsection 2 subsection Z, which allows those processes. And so for council on a resident or property owner initiated text amendment, the PMC provides that such a petition does not obligate the council to follow through with the petition amendment. City Attorney and I had some discussion about what does that mean. Well, it means you don't have to necessarily agree with it, but you do probably have to hold hearing. So tonight is just staff recommendation that council hold a public hearing at your earliest opportunity. Probably is going to be April 7th when you won't want to do some advertising and so forth, and then get that back in front of you along with the petitioner.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. I'll note that I attended that meeting with you as well, and what I expressed that same concern. If 300 feet is kind of an arbitrary carryover, and we just talked about 15-year-old traffic fees that we're updating, it seems that there may be basis to look at whether or not a true noise ordinance, that being the case, or if it's a traffic issue, that we're able to mitigate whatever the concerns would be of those adjacent residents. So, I would be in favor of conducting the hearing, and I'd be interested in hearing the issues of whether or not this is truly a distance issue or if it's an audio issue. In other words, the sound emanation.
Yeah, if I could, Mayor, I think instructive, and I don't mean to second guess past land use decisions, but if you think about Court Street and car washes on Court Street, right up across the alley from residential uses, that's my guess, just knowing the city a little bit and land use and how these things happen, I would think that's probably
anticipate so. And just knowing the area, there's a brick wall. I mean, there's stuff that could actually already mitigate some of the concerns. So again, I'm in favor of hosting the hearing. Whether or not August or April 7th is the right date, I can't speak to that, but I think soon is wise. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I agree with your sentiment 100%. I'm always eager to make things easier for property owners. And one item that I noted was that this parcel being Zone C1 has been Zone C1 for a while, including before the development on Aldridge Court occurred. So the folks purchasing a home on Aldridge Court had the opportunity to realize, whether they did or not, that they were buying a house right next door to future commercial development. And then I think the applicant noted this, that car washes that are built today are much quieter than they were 20 years ago. And so exactly what you said, I'd like to hold the public hearing and, let the 0 people that'll come out share their opinion. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, I would be in favor of entertaining this at another hearing. I agree with all the comments that have been made. I'll just note that, like right on Convention and Burden, there's a car wash, and right behind that car wash is a home. So again, I think people had the time when they bought those homes right there on Road 90 to, well, not really. They bought homes and they developed it, and that was already a C1. So, I think we need to make things easier, like it's already been said, and I think we need more commercial development. This is going to go right across from that Corwin dealership that hopefully will be expanding there. So, I think we should be looking to entice more commercial development. So I'd be in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson.
Yeah, just real quick, I want to clarify, this is one of these weird curveballs. So this is a petitioner, not an applicant. So it's a petitioner for a text amendment, to your zoning code, which means it's a legislative act. It's not going to be a quasi-judicial act. So you can have an open record hearing, but it's not going to be to determine the specific rights of any particular applicant. It will be, you're going to hold an open record hearing to determine whether you want to change your own municipal code. So it won't, even though obviously we have a particular person who's petitioning for this change in the text of the zoning code, it won't be specifically related to them. So I just want to clarify, because that's where it can get a little fishy.
Right, so just a summary, this is a blanket change to the code, not specific. It's initiated by a property owner, but it's not specific to the property. Excellent. I'm still good with that. I don't think that changes my analysis. Any difference for anyone? Good.
It doesn't change me either. I was just going to add that that's why it was okay for you to meet with them, because it's legislative. And tonight reminded me that I have a voicemail from him I forgot to return. So, yeah.
Sounds good. Seeing no further lights on this issue, it sounds like staff has direction. Mr. Zabel? We're good? Okay. With that, moves on to miscellaneous discussion number 12. Mr. Zabel. Oops.
A couple different items. So one, just a reminder for council, the police department's conducting a business watch meeting at 1 p.m. tomorrow at HAPA. So business community is invited to attend. Second, just a couple of transitions I want to discuss, and I did send you emails about them, but I want to share that our finance director, Darcy Buckley, is transitioning to a new role with the city as, and that is finance training and compliance lead. And it's a really great opportunity for Darcy to be able to continue to provide leadership in the department and mentor and work with our professional staff. And also is a great opportunity for the city as it is. We have a really strong leadership team in the department. Obviously, this will vacate the director position, and we'll be recruiting for a new director in the next start that recruitment in the next couple of weeks. But going through this process I will share, it wasn't super easy for Darcy, because she wants to make Pasco the best it can be. And I think we hired Darcy, 11 years ago? No, not 11, 8 years ago. 2016. So about 8-9 years ago, and came to us and has just done an amazing job. And Aricha was here at the time as the finance director, and that department has just transitioned so far from where they were back at that period of time. I could go on. If I do, it makes the people that were look here earlier than that bad. So I'm not going to. But it's just it's an incredibly well-run department, and the reliability of the information and so forth, and the sophistication that Darcy and her staff have brought to it are just nothing short of amazing. So as the city manager that hired her, I have maybe a little bit mixed feelings. I'm super excited for her because this fits to where she wants to be professionally and personally. And we are lucky to be able to hang on to her in this position. Her family's lucky to get more of her, and it's kind of the perfect balance. So it's an exciting, a little strange. I've never given a presentation like this, but it's I don't know. I think it's super exciting for Darcy, and it is for the city too. Secondly, I also wanted to announce a second departure of sorts. So Risha Sigdal soon will be relinquishing her second title. Huh? Pretty good, huh? Yeah. So should be relinquishing her title as relinquishing her title as interim CED director, and will be going back to full-time duty as the deputy city manager. So happy to announce the appointment of Haley Miller as community and economic development director. Haley brings about 15 years of professional experience in community development planning, worked her way up through that system, has spent several years, I think about half a dozen years as a director in 2 different cities, and I think it's Ferndale and currently Marysville. So she'll be starting here on the week of April 28th, and we're really looking forward to her arrival, and probably nobody more so than Richa and Craig. So, yeah. So with that, that's all I had for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Ms. Buckley, sounds like we're excited for you. I'm really grateful that we get to keep you, and grateful that we get to keep half of Miss Sigdell, or maybe all of her in one role instead of half her in 2 roles.
Thank you very much. It's been my pleasure, and I am very happy to continue to work with everyone here at the city. So thank you.
Well, we're very grateful for the work that you've done. Watched your countless hours and effort, so appreciate it. And see, anyone that's not paying attention online or wherever, the city of Pasco really is welcoming. We try to keep our people around. So I see no lights from council. Mr. Graham, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to piggyback on a comment earlier about Mr. Redfield of our abatement program. And I too have had interactions with him, and it is worthy of his name being mentioned and how good of a job he is doing for the city. Mr. Mayor, I commend him to you. And also, I want to call out a couple of my council members there at the far end. Maybe not the way my tone suggests, but somebody brought a website to my attention recently, and Councilmember Perales and Councilmember Blaisdell were the only 2 Tri-Cities council members with perfect attendance last year, Mr. Mayor. You were always quick to thank us for our involvement in the community and how, we go above and beyond at events, but I know some of us had to attend remotely or perhaps even miss a meeting last year, Mr. Mayor, but to your left are the only 2 Tri-Cities area city council members with perfect attendance last year, and I think that's worth noting, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Well, it's nice to know that at least a portion of Pasco achieves perfection as well, so thank you. Maybe we'll have to present some banner for you guys. With that, we do have need for an executive session. It's slated for 7 minutes. It is a single item to consider site selection or acquisition of real estate purchase or lease if likelihood the disclosure would increase price under Revised Code of Washington, Section 42.30, 0.110, subsection 1, subsection B. Again, for 7 minutes, it's 8:38. We're going to go at 8 till 8:45. I'm guessing city manager, deputy city manager, city attorney, anyone else? All right, with that, we'll see you at 8:45. So you got his
For
on.
once.
Okay. Okay, I think maybe. It is 8:45 and we are adjourned. Thank you for joining this evening.
My son.
Welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, April 7th, 2025. Thank you to those who are joining us both live and on the television. City Council really thanks you for being a part of our government. At workshop, I don't know why I've got that one. That's fine. I got it. At regular meetings, the City Council takes action on formal items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available for those following along online at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those present, there is a table in back and a sign that says agendas. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas.
She is excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Grimm.
Here.
Councilmember Harpster.
He is also excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Should be joining us via technology. Leo, can you hear us? Give it a quick minute. If we can't get it, we'll circle back to him.
Yes. How about Mayor Pro Tem Milne
I am present.
and Mayor Serrano?
I'm here.
Great.
With that, it looks like give Angela one more minute. Okay. Is he muted or we muted him? Or okay. Mr. Perales, if you can hear us, it sounds like you're muted. And I think you've got that control function. Yeah, apparently he can handle that himself. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance, and after that, Mr. Strong, maybe you can work to unmute Mr. Perales. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll sit tight 1 second for Mr. Perales. Go ahead, Angela.
Councilmember Perales, your mic is available on your side.
So I guess Ms. Blaisdell, if he shoots you any updates, let us know. I guess I don't know how long to try to figure this out. For now, let's go ahead and okay, it looks like he signed off. Might be signing back in. With that, we'll move on to item number 4, which is our consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by a roll call vote as one motion as listed in the agenda. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by council members, the consent agenda may be removed from the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So with that, we've got a handful of items. Item A is approval of meeting minutes for March 17th, March 22nd, March 24th, and March 31st, 2025. Item B is bills and communications, approving the claims in the total amount of $6,863,149.92. Item C is resolution number 4582, River Shore Sewer Interceptor upsizing Phase 1 design loan acceptance. Item D is resolution number 4583, professional services agreement with Consor North America Inc. for design services for the Sylvester Street Overpass pedestrian bicycle pedestrian bicycle access project, excuse me. Item E is resolution number 4584, project acceptance for the well capacity upgrades project. Item F is resolution number 4585, agreement with Burnham for tax credit proceeds transfer. Before we make a motion, 2 things. One, do we have any update on Mr. Perales? It appears not. I see you. Oh, Leo, we got you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
There we go. Thank you much. Good evening.
Good evening. So I just rolled through the consent agenda. Do you have any items you wish to remove from there?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any items they wish to remove? With hearing none, Mr. Milne, can you get us a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Milne, and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. And as I said, that'll come in a roll call form. So, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Blaisdell?
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm?
Yes.
Councilmember Perales?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne?
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano?
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Does pass unanimously. Thank you for that. Next item is item 5, proclamations, acknowledgements. They're none listed. That opens us to number 6, which is our public comments period. The public may address council on any item unless it relates to a later scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or the posing of questions with the expectation of immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will be limited to 3 minutes, which I'll follow that, and Ms. Clerk will so kindly help us keep time. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments or submit written information for council consideration outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when you step up to the microphone for your comment, please provide your name and your county of residence. With that, we are open for public comment. Yes, sir. I see the mic's bent down, so if you can bend it up, and then there's also like a little speaker thing. There we go. We're red. We're good to go.
My name's Dennis Brown, Franklin County resident. Okay, so I'm burning my 3 minutes. I had to have AI write me up a summary of what I want to say because I'm not that clever. So to begin with, it's curb ramps. I live in a part of town where they put the endless curb. and it's quite annoying. So here's what we have. Curb ramps are essential for providing smooth and safe access to your driveway by addressing several key issues. Protection of car suspension. Without a curb ramp, driving over the abrupt edge of a curb can cause significant impact on the car suspension system. This repeated jarring can lead to premature wear and tear on shock struts and other suspension components, potentially resulting in costly repairs and a less comfortable ride. Curb ramps effectively bridge the gap between the street and the driveway, creating a gradual incline that allows your car suspension to compress and decompress, blah, blah, blah. Prevention of scraping low-riding vehicles, in particular, are susceptible to scraping their front bumpers, undercarriage, and even the exhaust systems when navigating the sharp angle of a curb. Curb ramps eliminate this risk by providing a gentler slope without contact, preserving your vehicle's paintwork and structural integrity. I have a sedan, and I still bump on it if I hit it wrong. Reduced jolting for individuals. The sudden upward and downward motion experienced when driving over a curb can be particularly uncomfortable and even painful for older individuals. The impact can jolt the body, potentially exacerbating existing back or neck injuries problems. Curb ramps significantly reduce the abruptness, allowing for a smoother and more comfortable transition into and out of the driveway. This consideration is crucial for maintaining the comfort and well-being of elderly passengers and drivers. Not just about convenience, they actually protect your vehicle from damage, prevent frustrating scrapes, and enhance the comfort and safety. So on that note, I'd like to see something in the code that allows me to install curb ramps, because currently at this time there aren't any. I found that out a couple of years ago when I tried to put a concrete one in and had to tear it out. Lessons learned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, and I know staff's diligently taking notes, and something that we can address in the future. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, okay. With that, do we have any further public comments? Go ahead, Ms. Mahoney. Can you make sure the mic's on? Looks like it's off. There you go.
Is it on? Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, 2 Pasco, RCW 42.56. Provide permits for Pasco and Hayden homes to kill our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and eaglets. Provide a 404 permit for floodplain road 48 park, floodplain sewer, and for resolution number 4582. Provide all LID designs for Pearl Street, past and present, and for my property, indicating harassment and retaliation. Provide an LID and or ULID start date and cost for my property. Forced LID Pasco City Council meeting on 5/23/22 and public comments hands off to Pasco and developers. With the Pasco Aquatic Center, how much is ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins paid at a rate of $10,390 per month plus travel expenses? What's the total cost of the wow factor or wave machine, costing $22 million to $280 million, while Yakima's Aquatic Center, opening in June, costs only $10.8 million total? Pasco CIP budget is well over $500 million, yet there's no money for a homeless shelter for people and no money for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats. With animal control, provide a permit for Tri-City Animal Services to operate as an animal research provider. Include Angela Zeiler's animal holding facility plans for WSU. See Zeiler's quote in the Tri-City Herald. See Zegan Zeiler's WSU Buncher files and WSU dog videos extending well over 30 years. See Pasco City Council meeting 4119 with Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr, authorization of new due process at animal control that results in unlawful seizures. Dogs are killed and or sent to WSU for research. See Bell Kilo, Jake, and many, many more. C, animal control botched euthanasias they call popcorning the dogs and cats, or also called a violent, painful way to die. Provide Ziegler-Zeiler's humane euthanasia certifications as required by the Animal Welfare Act. Provide TCAS insurance and Pasco's cat bonds. Provide results for 48 counts of animal cruelty, theft of $375,000, and the missing rainy day fund at Animal Control. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Angela Zeiler. For questions, call Pasco's Lee Kerr at 509-735-1542. For a list of animal research providers to WSU, including bogus rescues, call WSU President 509-335-4200. Call Dr. Guy Palmer at WSU and at Paul Allen School of Global Animal Health, 509-432-3385. My comments tonight are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments? Going once, going twice, third time, all right. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, which is reports from committees or officers. Mr. Prowlis, do you have anything to report?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Blaisdell.
Considering we haven't really met for the last 2 weeks, I have quite a bit. So I did attend Visit Tri-Cities meeting. We are looking for Ironman volunteers. I believe it's not till September, but they need many more volunteers this year versus last year to keep the event going. I also attended the Tri-City Regional luncheon and annual meeting, and then a ribbon cutting in downtown Pasco for Lucky Leaf. I believe it's their second location for Pasco. And I am happy to say Pasco High Dance Team took place in state in show and hip hop and third in Palm. So that was, again, a major accomplishment for those kids. So that's all I have.
Thank you. With that, I guess that goes to me. I, too, attended the Lucky Leaf opening. Had a nice chat with either the owner or the manager, Slim, I believe is his name. And it's good. Well, sorry. It's good to see folks who stay in town or leave town and come back and want to participate in the business community. So I appreciate that. And again, it was a great conversation. I also today attended the Pasco Aviation Celebration. Yesterday marked 99 years of commercial aviation, starting with mail, which went from Pasco to Elko, Nevada, back when there was obviously no GPS, really rudimentary, if any maps. And so these guys were real cowboys of the West, willingly taking what was a 5.5 hour flight, which I'm sure now would probably be an hour and 40 minutes, give or take. And really were that innovation. And my message to the community today was, and especially to our next generation, is as the Port of Pasco looks to expand, as the city is looking at, with our RNG facility, with the PWRF, there's opportunity to be on the cutting edge of innovation here in the Tri-Cities. You can leave, that's great, but hopefully you'll come back with something more, or you can stay and there's opportunity for you. And I think that spirit of innovation that we had 99 years ago as the port and as the Aviation Museum seeks to share that 100-year flight over the course of the next year, hopefully that spirit of enthusiasm, excitement, and innovation, and maybe a little bit of Wild West cowboy resides in, the leadership here, as well as the next generation. And I'm hopeful that our kids can get that message that, sure, go ahead and go off, but come back and bring something, or again, stay here and be on that cutting edge as we look to expand what the city offers. So, I'm excited to see what the Aviation Museum is going to do over the next year. The culminating events will be April 6th of 2026, as well as May 15th and 16th. And I look forward to our partnership with them. So with that, I think that's all I have. And I did ask for Mr. Prowse. So moving on to item 8, hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. I've got a single item here. Item A, public hearing and resolution number 4586, surplus and transfer of city-owned personal property to a government agency, and Chief Crowley or it's Captain, right? Deputy Chief. I'm sorry, Moore.
That's okay.
I just like Mort. Deputy Chief Mortensen. I apologize.
That works too. Mayor, Council, thank you for allowing me the time tonight to talk about a couple of fleet proposals we have out of the fire department. Before we do that, I do want to thank you again. I haven't had a chance to talk to you too much about your presence and representation at our push-in ceremonies. That was a really big hit, and having your representation there meant a lot. It was a highlight. So appreciate the speeches and the extra effort too. I think we needed every last bit of muscle. So with that, though, we wanted to talk about our transition with some of those pieces of apparatus and some of the analysis we've done. And tonight we have, let me make sure I can do this. We have two pieces of apparatus that we want to talk about tonight. And when we were doing our analysis at the beginning of the year and getting ready for the biennium budget proposal, we really were taking a look at what we need in the department versus what we want and where we want to go in the next couple of years. And what we found out is we have a couple of pieces of apparatus that were heading towards the end of their life cycle, and then a couple that are in reserve. And it's nice to have that reserve, but we really do need some funding in the future for some new apparatus. And given the state of our budget and the economy, national economy all the way down, we're trying to be responsible with what we have and plan out the future. And we saw an opportunity to move a couple of pieces of apparatus that's going to allow us that opportunity to take a look at some newer pieces in the future. First one I want to talk about tonight is our we call our spill response boat, and we got this on a Department of Ecology grant in 2020. And the purpose of the boat the council approved was to carry what we call boom on that, and that's to go out and contain any oil spills or any spills out on the river, waterways that need mitigated, and it kind of just confines that and keeps it in place. What we found was, while it is very useful, we haven't really had that opportunity. The numbers haven't been there to really demonstrate that we need this vessel still in our fleet. Now, we did put in the electronics on that, so the grant covered the motors, the power plants, the vessel itself, and then the rest of it we had to take care of. So all the electronics and everything were borne from the City of Pasco budget. And that was about $45,000. So we're taking a look at that, and what it's turned into is more of a backup boat for us, just because those numbers on our responses aren't quite there. So with that, when it comes in, we do have to start budgeting and planning for its replacement. And it's roughly a 10-year life cycle before we start having to take a look at the motors, and then taking a look at the electronics and getting those updated. So while the boat didn't cost us anything, the replacement plan in the future is something that we have to save for. Ongoing maintenance costs, there's not a whole lot to it, but it is maintenance costs that we have to go through. The oil changes, making sure all the pumps and everything are working. So there are costs associated with that taking a look at what we can eliminate. That's something we can do. I do want to go back. So before we say, hold on a second, we don't have any deployment capabilities now, or we don't have the ability to mitigate a spill response. Our primary vessel can carry the boom that I was talking about earlier. Plus, it's kind of a dualistic purpose. It works really, really well as a rescue. Plus, we have the ability to go out there and handle some of those spills. And that's what we did before 2020 when we got this grant. This was just really a boat that was designed more towards that and not necessarily towards rescue. So our primary vessel right now does both, and we feel comfortable with that. So when we're going through this and saying what could we do with this, we got a hold of the Department of Ecology, and they said there's a couple different options you guys can take a look at. The easiest option for you, just for simplicity, is to transfer it to another agency, either governmental, somebody who can go out and their job is to clean up spills or have that for that capacity. So started asking around, and Chelan County Fire District 7, who's up there, they take care of the fires, the shoreline of Lake Chelan. They expressed a lot of interest, and so they went to their commissioners and said, hey, what would this look like? And what we did was we also, I think, let me see what that's going back to. So they went up there, their commissioners took a look at it. I did want to recover some of the funding on our electronics, and it's probably in the PowerPoint here in a second. But we did make a deal. So looking at the depreciation value on those electronics, what we did was we took some of the newer equipment off of the boat we're talking about right now. We refreshed the electronics on our older one. And so they're getting a boat that does have electronics in it, but in the whole process we were able to upgrade ours, and they're going to give us some money on that. We have a deal to get $20,000 in recovery on the electronics, which is the depreciation value on those. So legal considerations, obviously, I'm sure you're well aware, to be able to transfer equipment with this value on it, or to be able to sell, we do need council authority, and we went through the legal requirements with the RCWs as far as putting it in the, or advertising it in a local capacity. So we put it in the Tri-City Herald on March 23rd, so that the public was aware that we do have two pieces of apparatus. I'll talk about the ladder truck here in a little bit, but we had two pieces of apparatus that went into the Tri-City Herald. The public hearing is scheduled for tonight as we're here, and public comment period obviously will be afforded as well. Fiscal impact, like I said, there's no value. We're not going to be gaining any money from the vessel. That was something that they said was very problematic, even though we do own it and the reporting period, the grant period is over. To sell this, given the fact that it was grant dollars, would be pretty problematic, and they said this would have to go up through the Washington State Supreme Court to kind of get a settling on this, and that's nothing that I was really interested in doing. So again, at $20,000 recovery for the electronics that we're going to give to Chelan 7 will be there, so we're not completely giving it away. We are recovering a portion of the cost that we put into it. And then the funds that we are collecting, we are asking that those be put back into our equipment reserve to cover some of the fleet expenses, which I'll talk about briefly coming up. So policy decisions. What we're asking council for is to declare the vessel surplus, and that will allow us to transfer the vessel to Chelan County Fire District 7. Their commissioners have already met, and contingent upon your decision tonight, they've accepted the transfer and the monetary displacement back to our fund. So I'd like to ask you to authorize the city manager to execute and negotiate the transfer after we're done, and allocate the proceeds from the electronic equipment towards the fire fleet fund. I'll move forward. In addition to the vessel, do I need to pause for that, or can I roll both pieces of apparatus together? I can keep going. Okay. Okay. In addition to the transfer of the boat, we are also looking to sell our reserve ladder truck. And just a little bit of history on this. This was purchased about 4 years ago.
Deputy Chief, I think we need to take public comment separately. So with that, I am going to open the public hearing on the first vessel, which is the boat. I'm going to call it that. Do we have any public comments on this? The declaration of surplus of this vehicle? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we can move on to the second vehicle, or second item of surplus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The second item that we want to discuss tonight is our reserve ladder truck. In a little bit of history, we purchased this reserve approximately 4.5 years ago, and it is served in a reserve capacity. We do have our primary ladder truck.
Sit tight, I'm getting some side eye here. Were we supposed to conduct the hearing and to take action on each? Okay. So with that, now that the hearing is closed, I will declare the hearing on the first vessel closed with no public comment. I guess, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion on that? Sorry about this.
All right, you can, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4586 declaring certain city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to transfer the property to another government agency.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Oh, thank you. Sorry. That was an aye, correct, Mr. Prowse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Since we've all spoken, I'll still say any opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Okay. With that, we'll move on to the second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a picture here of our reserve ladder truck, and again, I'll just go back through that. We've had it for about 4.5 years. It serves as our reserve ladder truck in the event that our primary ladder truck needs maintenance, has a mechanical issue of that nature, so it'll go into its place. The reserve ladder truck is 20 years old, and about that time frame, NFPA is advised.
Deputy Chief, I apologize. So this is listed under resolutions with no public hearing for this one. That's correct? Okay. Hold on. Let me make it formal. So we're going to move on to item number 9, which is ordinances, resolutions not relating to hearings. There's a single item, item A, which is resolution number 4587, surplus sale through consignment of city personal property. This is going to stay with Deputy Chief. I apologize for these fumbles here. But here we are. You can move back into your presentation.
No problem.
Sorry about that, sir.
No problem at all. Thank you. So again, here's our reserve ladder truck, and again, when we were going through our fleet and considering the outlook and the future and what our needs are going to be, we realized that we are going to be needing a new ladder truck within the next 4 years. Our current ladder truck is going to be reaching the end of its life cycle, which for the NFPA is about 20 years. So this ladder truck is 20 years old. The maintenance costs on it are increasing as they naturally do with age. So we have two. What we need to do is try and focus on the purchase and acquisition of a new ladder truck. And right now, talking with our manufacturer, the build time on that is about 3.5 to 4 years. So if we ordered it today, we wouldn't see it until about 2028. So at hopefully the earliest. And they are rising in costs. Our equipment replacement fund is healthy in that reserve right there. We have about $1.6 million in the bank. Don't have a heart attack, but the ladder trucks right now, the newer ones are going for about 2.4. So we have a gap there to cover. And what we found is that we believe if we were able to sell our backup ladder truck, and right now the average on what we're seeing would be around $300,000. We still think that we could collect on the ladder truck even with its age. That would close that gap just a little bit closer, so that when we do need to go through the sales agreement for a new ladder truck and actually begin the build, we're that much closer, and then we can work with the financing options on what that looks like. So again, this is a 20-year-old ladder truck. We're feeling comfortable not having a reserve at this point. Richland and Kennewick run their cities without a reserve, and what we really rely on is that master mutual aid agreement, which helps us in the event that we need a ladder truck to come into our jurisdiction. If the current one has a mechanical failure or needs maintenance or anything like that, we do have that ability to pull from different agencies within the region. So we feel comfortable after an analysis with Chief Crowley and Deputy Chief Harkins. We feel comfortable that we will have the operational capacity from our neighbors if we need it. Our current ladder truck, it is incurring some more maintenance costs, which is going to be normal, but we feel pretty comfortable that the one we have right now is going to carry us through for the next 3 or 4 years until we can get a newer one put in its place. So with that, my ask and proposal tonight is to put this through the sales process. We want to use a company, it's a consignment company, to assist us with this sale. What they'll do is advertise it nationwide and then work through the sales process with us. But that's the request we have for tonight, is the ability to sell our reserve ladder truck as well to close the gap on the purchase of a new one.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Prowlis?
Yeah, the only question that I had was that we bought this a few years ago, and now we're trying to sell it to get some money. And so I hope we're buying equipment that we're going to be needing for a longer duration of time. So I guess if I can get some insights on that, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can certainly speak to that, Mr. Prowse. Appreciate the question. The new ladder or new aerial trucks, new fire engines that we just purchased, they're good for that 20-year mark. And that process of planning, we really try and start that 5, 6, 7 years out. But with the proper maintenance, and our shops do a very, very good job. And we have additional contractors in the area that can help us out that specialize in these apparatus. So we feel comfortable that moving forward with these new engines, they're designed to last a long time. We do beat them up, but they do last. The predicted lifespan on these is that 20-year mark. And when we go through, like I said, we're taking a look at technology, what will last, and we sole source with Pierce. and it's the biggest name in the industry, and you know they're workhorses, so we know we can rely on them. But well understood, and I think going forward, the next ladder truck is going to last us quite some time.
Thank you. Mr. Prowlis, that satisfy?
Appreciate it. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4587, declaring city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to sell the property through consignment.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that too passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
Thank you. With that moves us on to item number 10, which is unfinished business. See none, and I don't see a light from staff, so I'm assuming there is none. Then that moves us on to number 11, which is new business. Again, not seeing any lights from staff, so I assume we're good there. And that moves us on to item number 12, which is miscellaneous discussion. I do see Mr. Zabel's light on.
So good evening, Mayor, Council. Apologies there on 8A and 9A. The difference between those is the boat was a value of over $50,000, and you were transferring it to another agency, so it required the public hearing. The other one is just an outright sale, the engine itself, so that's why the difference. And then secondly, a couple of things. I did get a note out earlier today, but all of you may not have received it, but the contractor's been hired to work on downtown cleanup. That work started today, already making an impact downtown, and I know that's something council had expressed concern about in recent weeks, so staff's been working on pulling that together. Thank you to Director Rice. And then secondly, city participated in the State Department of Agricultural Japanese beetle spray program, so all of our city properties, or a number of our city properties, were sprayed with the beetle containment area on late last week. So, in case you get a question from a community member or what have you, so that's all I had.
Thank you. Do we have any, Mr. Prowse, do you have anything?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council? I'll just simply note that I do know that in a couple weeks we have an Easter egg hunt coming up. I don't have those details right in front of me. I know it's the 19th, I believe, at noon, one of the parks. We'll get more details on that, and I just I'm excited to be part of that. I know my kid's got a baseball game, but I'm hopeful to run over and catch, and celebrate something that's critical in my life, which is the resurrection of my Savior Jesus Christ. And I'm extremely grateful for that opportunity that the city has to celebrate Easter as a community, and so I'm excited for that. So I appreciate the staff putting that together. With that moves us on to, are we still intending to do our exec session?
Yes.
Seeing our
Yes.
is our legal counsel joining us electronically?
Electronically, yes.
All right, so I just want to make sure I got the right folks. So we are on to number 13, which is executive session. It's discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation under Revised Code of Washington 42.30.110, subsection 1, Roman numeral 1, or I, listed for 8 minutes. We're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager?
We're going to have the assistant city manager in the first to represent staff, the first item.
Okay.
And then the second item, it'll be myself and the deputy city manager.
Okay, so.
And the chief.
And the fire chief? Or
Police chief, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so in the first, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, police chief? Okay. Just the assistant city manager in the first. Okay, so in the first, we're going to have the assistant city manager. In the second, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, and police chief in the second. Legal counsel being both. Slated for 8 minutes. We are going to call that 7:47 since we're halfway through this minute. So we'll be back roughly at 7:47. It is 7:55. We have returned from executive session with no action taken. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you for joining us. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council special meeting on Monday, April 14th, 2025. The council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At special meetings, the council takes formal action in specific items, and during workshops, we only discuss items with no formal action items taken. So with that, you'll hear that we have a special meeting shortly thereafter, followed by a workshop meeting. Agenda packets are available at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those following along online, for those present, there's a little table with a blue arrow that says agendas. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 and Spectrum Cable in Pasco and in Richland. It's streamed on the city's Facebook page, on its website, on its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting agenda and video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Council members, Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell.
Here.
Grimm.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Morales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
With that, if you'll stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, again, we're in the special meeting portion for anyone following along. We've got a single item, well, 3 motions. Under new business number 4, resolutions number 4588, 4589, and 4590, use of temporary staff services, and it looks like the Assistant City Manager, Angela Pashong, will be presenting this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the purpose of the item tonight is we are seeking council approval for the 3 resolutions to authorize personal services agreements with the following temporary staffing agencies: Advanced Services, Inc., Infogenie, Inc., Persona Employment Solutions. These contracts will support seasonal and project-based and hard-to-fill roles across departments, primarily in the Parks and Animal Services divisions. There's many reasons why to use temporary service or temporary staffing agencies, including flexibility. They enable the city to quickly scale staffing for seasonal or emergent needs without the overhead of permanent hires. Cost savings, they reduce long-term employment costs as the city is not paying benefits or payroll taxes directly. Efficiency, agencies handle the recruitment, screening, and onboarding, saving time and resources. It reduces our risk. Agencies bear the burden and liability for compliance for several requirements, including those of family leave laws and L&I. Speed, agencies provide a pre-screened talent pool, helping us fill needs faster. Expertise, we bring in specialized skill sets without long-term training commitments. And then trial opportunity. Temporary roles can serve as a vetting period for potential permanent hires. We have seen particular use of this at our animal services for our kennel tech positions. Those positions are, you may think you're in for walking dogs only, but it's a lot harder than that. So that's been a very beneficial setup for us. So a little background on agency selection. To align with procurement best practices, in February 2025, the city issued an RFP for proposals, which we received 24, and we have selected 3 agencies based on their capacity, pricing, and qualifications. These contracts are for 2 years with an optional 1-year extension, so it gives us an opportunity to build a relationship with them, see how it's going, get the reporting mechanisms and requests that we have for them, and then if we see that it's a good fit, to continue with that opportunity. So fiscal impact, expenses are budgeted in departmental operating budgets. So annually we hire primarily for our park seasonals. So those are the individuals out mowing the grass, our boulevards, and doing that. We hire 16 of those positions every year, and that's about $300,000. And then we also have one role out at our cemetery because as irrigations turn on, the grass grows, and we need to make sure that that is maintained. These annual needs align with our irrigation season. And in 2021, there was we had a higher budget for seasonals for our parks crew, but we converted 7 of those into permanent positions with the expansion of our facilities and our needs. We did have the need for year-round. We just don't have need for year-round for this many individuals. So the request to council tonight is approval of the 3 resolutions, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Barajas.
Thank you. Quick question. You probably do have this, what is the overall savings on going this route versus hiring full-time jobs through the city?
So the biggest savings is going to be, and I'm not going to give you a flat dollar amount, I can definitely get that for you, but without the need of full-time 16 additional staff, it would be exponentially more expensive to bring them on. You'd be paying salary and benefits year-round. And so there is a markup when you do a temporary staffing agency, but it's less than if you had them full-time with benefits.
Do we have any further council discussion on this issue? Seeing none, do we have, it's a special meeting, do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we're going to close public comment. With that, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion?
Yes, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4588 authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Advanced Services Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
Second.
Give that to Ms. Bras. Got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Bras. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none. Go ahead with the second, and bless you, Mr. Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4589 authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Infungi Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
It's going to be a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Bras. All in favor, say aye. 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 Any opposed, say nay. That too passed unanimously. Let's go for a third time.
All right, third time's a charm. I move to approve resolution number 4590 authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal service agreement with Persona Employment Solutions for temporary staffing services.
We got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Sounds like we got a third unanimous. With that, we are going to adjourn our special meeting. I'll give the clerk a few seconds to make sure she has time to crane her neck to the clock. I think we're good. Okay, did I see the signal? We're okay to roll. With that, I am going to open our workshop meeting. It was listed for 7:05. We're 3 minutes late, so Chief Roski, I apologize. We've consumed that extra 3 minutes. I'll make it up by skipping items 1, 2, and 3 and moving on to item number 4. Do we have any verbal reports from council members? Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Benton Franklin Transit Board of Directors meeting. We talked about the strategic plan and ridership and had a lively discussion about trip costs per person, management of the fleet, and it was really a fruitful discussion, fruitful meeting. The day before, myself, Councilmember Barajas, and Councilwoman Blaisdell all attended online the Tri-Cities Public Facilities District meeting, where the group voted me secretary of the board. The interesting thing about that is they had not called a meeting in nearly 2 years. It was, I believe, March or April of 2023. was the last time they'd called a meeting, and there's various reasons and things going on, but that is something for me really to dig into in coming weeks and months and find out, well, what are we doing if, we don't need to meet that often? And I know the idea is obviously to serve as a regional public facilities board, but once again, I have a lot to learn, a lot to dig my teeth into, Mr. Mayor, and I also joined the Mayor Pro Tem today at the Pasco Chamber of Commerce lunch with a fair amount of staff, where we got to hear our own Fire Chief Crowley give an update about really the fire department. And it was the first time that anybody knows the fire department ever presented at the lunch. So it was really good to have one of our own heart and soul there talking just the core of Pasco. So anyways, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended my first night with the Pasco Police Academy last Tuesday. Very informative. I was pretty impressed. I've done a couple of them, not for the Pasco, but for other municipalities, and just the breadth of knowledge and the presentations was really well done. So yeah, I'm really excited for the next couple weeks. Then I attended the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies ribbon cutting. I wasn't there for the ribbon cutting initially, but I ended up going about an hour after. A lot of people already had left, and I talked with Sarah, and she had some really good treats, and it's cool to see that she has stuff in the White House. I thought that was really interesting, and really, should make us all proud that something like that is actually making that much of an impact. And then I went out and gave out some VIP patches to some of our Girl Scouts this weekend. I think Sunday was the last day for them to sell cookies. So that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was there for also the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies, and phenomenal stuff. I can't say enough about it. I didn't think that a freeze-dried pickle would taste so good, but it it was really good. All the stuff she had was really good. They had a lot of candies and freeze-dried, was it this pickle Skittles? I didn't think that was good, but it was actually pretty good as well. So I would recommend people that if it's by the Berkshire Aircraft is on the back side and the railway yard is on the front side, but it's that whole row, and it's just some unique places in there. So I'd recommend if you get a chance to go check it out. And then I also did have a COPA meeting also on Friday, and they talked a lot about how to move the organization along, but not asking for the city for money at the moment. And one thing they're talking about doing is fundraising. In October, some students from Klima will be coming and visiting the Pasco, and
Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council meeting. It's a regular meeting. This Monday, August 4th, 2025. The City Council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At meetings like this, the City Council takes formal actions on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those in attendance here, that small table immediately to your right under the sign that says agendas, notably, is where you can find the agendas. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV channel 191 and Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland. It's streamed on the city's Facebook page, its website, its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the City of Pasco's website. Lastly, the public may submit comments or ask questions or in contact through contacting the city manager, the city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Grimm.
Here.
Councilmember Harpster.
He is excused tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
I am present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Great.
With that, if you'll all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. That's going to move us along to our to our executive session. I only look at this because I know typically we do proclamations and acknowledgements, and we do have one tonight. Could I get a motion to move that up to this point?
Second.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make that motion to, move that up in the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, we want a second on that?
Yeah, and I'll
Okay. Okay, so I got a motion by Mr. Graham, a second by Ms. Barajas. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that passed unanimously. So item formerly 6, which is proclamations and acknowledgements, is going to move along to item number 4 and be presented at this time. We do have a Good Samaritan recognition for one Mr. Nick Garcia. Now, Mr. Perales has informed me that the recipient of Mr. Garcia's, heroic acts and his willingness to just act spontaneously and do the right thing for his neighbors has asked that we read into the record and email. Ms. Clerk, if we need that, we can get that to you, but Mr. Perales would like to read this on behalf of the property owner that Mr. Garcia so spontaneously and heroically saved.
Thank you, Mayor. This is from Sarah Al-Shudi. She lives at the house that this is my cousin. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. So that heroically decided to stop by and be a Good Samaritan. So she wrote to me, "Hello, Leo. Thank you for taking the time to honor Nick today. We wish we could be there in person. Here's a short something you can read from us to Nick. Sometimes being a good neighbor means waving hello over the fence or rolling someone's garbage can back to their driveway. Small gestures, the quiet ways we look out for each other, but sometimes being a good neighbor means leaping into action when it matters most. While our family was out of town, completely out of service in rural Montana, a firework from a neighboring cul-de-sac sparked a fire in our backyard. We had no idea anything had happened, but back at home, flames were rising over 6 feet high, destroying our brand new pool and threatening to overtake our home. But what can only be described as fate. Nick Garcia happened to be driving down Santa Fe around 11 p.m. that night. He spotted the flames shooting up over the cement wall behind our house. He didn't wait for someone else to act. He didn't assume help was on the way. He pulled over, jumped the wall into our yard, grabbed our garden hose, and fought back the fire himself. Because of Nick's quick thinking and courage, what could have been a catastrophic fire was stopped in its tracks. Instead of coming home to devastation, we came home to a house still standing, thanks entirely to someone we didn't even know. Nick, you didn't just put out a fire. You protected our home, our memories, and the life we built within those walls. You gave us a peace of mind when we didn't even know we needed it. You reminded us that real heroes don't always wear uniforms. Sometimes they're just good people who care enough to act. We're still in awe of what you did. The selflessness, the bravery, the heart it took to step in that night, it means more than what we can say. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you. Thank you for being the kind of person who doesn't just notice, but who shows up, who helps, and who makes a difference. You are more than a good neighbor. You are a blessing, and Pasco is lucky to have a community member like you.
Thanks. So with that, I usually tend to read these, but I think the homeowner's words mean much more than mine here, sitting as a third party up at the dais. I'll simply note that we're offering this commendation, this recognition as a good Samaritan for Nick, because exactly what the homeowner said. But for Nick's quick action, thoughtless or selfless thoughts, just willingness to jump in and do the right thing, even if it meant risking peril. Took a garden hose to put out, these 6 feet flames. And, God bless you, Nick, for your heroic acts and quick thinking. And I'm clearly the homeowners are grateful for that. And we at the City of Pasco recognize you and thank you for your service. So with that, if you want to come up, I'm going to come down. I'll hand it to you. Your family is certainly welcome to come up. We can turn this opportunity into photos if you've got someone to take pictures. If not, I know we've got city staff, I believe, that'll handle that. And then, we can do it however you want. So. So again, thank you very much. Really appreciate your service to our community and being part of it. So that rolls us back to what was number 4, which is now number 5. It's executive session. We have a single item, item A, which is to consider site selection or acquisition of real estate purchase or lease if likelihood that disclosure would increase price under revised code of Washington 42.30.110 subsection 1, subsection B. It's listed for 20 minutes. Does that sound accurate, staff?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, with 20 minutes, and that's going to be attended by obviously council, the city manager, the deputy city manager, the city attorney, and our outside counsel. Anyone I missed there?
We will have a consultant, Mr. Robert Stowe from Stowe and Associates.
Okay, and a consultant as well. Seeing that it's 7:09 and this is called for 20 minutes, we will return at 7:29. Thank you. It's 7:28, and we're going to extend executive session 10 minutes to 7:38. Thank you. 7:38. We're going to extend for 5 more minutes to 7:43. Thank you. All righty. Thank you for your patience. It is 7:43, and as you see, we are out of executive session with no action taken. Sorry, I got to open my iPad here. All right. I know. Someone had to quiet him down. With that, that moves us on to item what is now 6, our consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by City Council and be enacted by a roll call vote as one motion in the form listed on the agenda. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is requested by any council member, that item may be removed from the consent agenda to a later part of the regular meeting and regular agenda considered separately. So with that, do we have any requests from council to remove any consent items? Seeing none, item A is approval of meeting minutes for July 21st and 2028. Item B is bills and communications, approving the claims in the total amount of $4,036,399.88. Item C is resolution number 4627, project acceptance for the I-182 and Broadmoor Boulevard interchange project. Item D is resolution number 4628, project acceptance for the Broadmoor TIF, Broadmoor Burns intersection project. Item E is resolution number 4629, supplement to professional services agreement with HLA Engineering and Surveying Inc. for the Ainsworth Avenue pavement preservation project. Item F is resolution number 4630, professional services agreement with McKay Sposito for the Lewis Street pavement preservation project. Item G is resolutions number 4631 and 4632, approving 2 developer reimbursement agreements for the construction of street improvements on Road 104 and Road 108 with RP Development LLC. Finally, item H is resolution number 4633, agreement with Natural Selections Farms, Inc. for the beneficial use of biosolids. Can we get a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Prowlis.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That moves us along to item number 7, as we've already conducted number 6 and moved it up, as you recall. Maybe a long memory will be required, but we did that. Public comments. The public may address council on any item unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow opportunity to bring items to the attention of council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or posing of the questions with the expectation of immediate response from council or by staff. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who may have access to specific information. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, as you'll see by the clock that counts down to my right, to your left as you address the podium. When you step up, please provide your name and your county of residence. So with that, do we have any public comments tonight? Go ahead, ma'am, with the hand up. Okay, there we go.
Good evening. My name's Laurie Thompson. I live in Pasco in Franklin County, Washington. On July 12th, the Tri-City Herald editorial board published an op-ed titled "Tri-Cities has seen enough fires, injuries, it's time to ban recreational fireworks." The piece states, and I quote, "Record-breaking July 4th fire emergencies this year should serve as a wake-up call for Tri-Cities leaders. Recreational fireworks pose an unacceptable threat to safety, well-being, and the environment. Local governments should join other Washington communities in banning the sale and use of consumer fireworks." End quote. I want to make it clear I'm not against having the legal fireworks sold locally completely banned, but feel that they would be much more effectively managed by allowing them during the 4th in designated safe areas, perhaps parks, large ball fields, and parking lots where the fire department and safety volunteers could be in attendance. This would greatly reduce the risk of fires to be chased and allow other citizens to allow a more pleasurable holiday in their homes. In the 24-hour July 4th period, the Pasco Fire Department responded to a reported record 86 calls in 24 hours around the 4th of July, more than triple the normal call volume. 54 of those calls were for fires, all believed to have been started by fireworks. I suspect the illegal variety are to blame for several of the fires that we did see this year. It's reported that more than 300 citizens called police about fireworks in both counties on the 4th, but there aren't any reports if anyone at all was ever cited for using banned fireworks or if any illegal fireworks have ever been confiscated. Even a few citations and confiscated illegal fireworks would go a long ways in gaining respect for our laws. Not everyone concerned and affected is able to come to these meetings, so I'm taking the liberty of speaking for the many I know feel this way about what we all endure for weeks every summer. Facts show that during the time the fireworks were banned, there were fewer emergency calls, fewer fires, injuries, and a much more livable environment for all of us during the 4th. It's okay to maybe perhaps admit we made a mistake in rescinding the ban. We learned from our mistakes, and we can't turn a blind eye to blatant infractions, normalizing the violation of the spirit of the law, which was to protect life and property. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Go ahead, Ms. Mahoney.
Good evening. You know me as Amber Wade. One more day. Why I'm putting fluoride back in my dog's water. Tonight I brought my dog Sterling with me. He's 10 years old. His litter mate is Mallory, and he's at home. They say dogs is a man's best friend. Some will argue it's cats. You got the whole cat versus dog debate, just like Coke versus Pepsi. But honestly, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you love them. I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican, Independent, done with politics altogether. However, because even the person who has given up on people, most of the time they still have that one animal they'd move heaven and earth for, that one creature they'd do anything to protect. So I ask you, what would you do for just one more day before they cross the Rainbow Bridge? Here's the part that most people don't realize. Plaque builds up. That leads to tooth decay. Decay causes infection, and that infection doesn't stay in the mouth. It spreads to the heart, the kidneys, the bloodstream. It causes real damage. It leads to serious health issues and often early death. When they were puppies, I followed the vet's instructions. That blue stuff I used to put in their water, that was fluoride. I brushed their teeth, gave them dental bones. They still get professional cleanings. I still brush their teeth almost daily. And yet, they're not the same. Mallory's teeth, perfect. Sterling's dental issue after year after year after year. Same care, same food, same love, but totally different outcomes. If I'm doing all that and Sterling is still struggling, what about the people who can't do any of it? What about the kids in Pasco who haven't seen a dentist in years? Who can't afford cleanings? Who rely on fluoride in the water as their only protection? I'm on state insurance. It took me 2 years to get my own teeth cleaned. But my dogs, they get better dental care than most kids in the city. And now we're debating whether to take fluoride away. As much as I love my dogs, the children of Pasco deserve far more than either one of them ever will.
Why would we take something simple, so simple, that protects so much from the people who need it the most? Fluoride works, it helps, it matters. These children are low income and they are suffering from food insecurities and the fact that their food is more carbohydrate based, causing more dental problems due to the cheap food. And taking away our most we are kicking our most vulnerable all down while they're already down. But that's not who we are. So ask yourself this. If fluoride can help a child keep their teeth, why would we ever take it away? Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Good, Ms. Mahoney.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. Pasco's CIP budget is well over $500 million taxpayer dollars. How much are we, the taxpayers, paying the Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr and his proxies and Dave Zabel's GMP consultant services? How much do we pay ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins and/or Watkins Endeavor LLC at a rate of approximately $11,000 per month plus his travel expenses? See KView News 7/18/25. Mr. Watkins doesn't mention the cost of the Pasco Aquatic Center, the insurance, the ongoing maintenance, or the wow factor wave machine that can cost anywhere from $22 million to $280 million paid for by our tax dollars. List tax dollars to fund a low barrier homeless shelter for people and a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats. Currently, it's at $0. Provide fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. Provide a permit number 404 that allows Pasco to develop and destroy our floodplain, include recent flooding and violations. Provide all past and present ULID and LID designs for my property with start dates, costs, and notice to me via the U.S. mail. Include all Pasco employees' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. See Pasco Council Playbook regarding Eichmeyer Roundy on 5/23/22. See my past request to Pasco and to Council on 5/5/25. 6/2/25 and more regarding Pasco's fraud, corruption, animal cruelty, racial discrimination, and theft at Animal Control. See files. See Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr's authorization of no due process at Animal Control on 4/1/19 with subpoena. Provide an update with WSU's animal sourcing contracts with Pasco's Animal Control Authority and/or TCAS, the Humane Society of Eastern Oregon Pet Rescue, Grant County Animal Outreach, Blue Mountain Humane Society, Hermiston, Moses Lake, Walla Walla, Post Falls, Spokane Animal Care, Clarkston, Tico, Idaho Humane Society, and the Humane Society for Seattle, King County. Above source list was provided by WSU Veterinary School of Medicine. Provide TCAS's Ziegler-Zeiler's training for humane euthanasia that will end botched and painful animal deaths that Animal Control calls, quote, popcorning the dogs and cats, end quote. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Mr. Rambo, there you go.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Thomas Grambois, 108 North 4th Avenue, Big Maple Properties. Thank you for your time this evening. I've seen a lot of negative posts or posts with negative outlines around downtown Pasco. So I want to take some time and highlight some things that are positive that are going on right now. For those that don't know, because I think it's important to also talk about those things. Recently, the Out and About in downtown Pasco was purchased, and the new owners have invested a bunch of money and put in a ton of sweat equity, and they reopened, and it's a great new facility. So I recommend anybody who's interested in going out and having a drink and dancing, I think it's a great spot to go to. Down on North 5th between Lewis and Clark, a new restaurant just went into a vacant space, or a space that's been chronically vacant, called Buckets Bar and Grill. I just had their wings there on Tuesday. It was excellent. They're going to be growing their menu here in the next couple of weeks. Their next door neighbor, Lucky Leaf, they're doing a lot of great business there. I know that was a really fraught issue. There were a lot of concerns about, the kind of folks that would be coming in and hanging out and loitering there. And I can tell you without a doubt that building there now has more positive economic activity than I've seen in the last 16 years. And I live right down the street, and I've walked down that alley, God, countless times. So they've really created a nice new anchor in that space. Next thing I want to talk about is there's a new wine shop in downtown Pasco. Who would have thought, right, that we'd have a diversity of businesses down there? So there is investment from new folks in there, and there's a lot of new economic activity happening. Just on Saturday night, they partnered up with Chow Tutori and closed down the alley between Lewis and Clark off of North 4th, and had an 8-course Italian dinner that had wines paired from their spot and sold out to 45 people, again in an alley in downtown Pasco. Who would have thought? Now, talking about our alley, we also have seen a growth from the retailer Me Gusta S. They're a great retailer. They've grown their space. They've actually rented out another space across the street, and they're growing their business. I'm working with some other building owners. We talked about sprinkler issues and use of buildings. I've been helping them go through the process of figuring out who do we talk to allow these extra uses, and it looks like it's moving in a positive direction, so we'll see even more opportunity. So how can you guys help? That's a great question. 2 weeks ago, the mural program approved 2 more murals talking about the alley that I share there. The Liberty Theater has a new mural being posted up. Cafe Con Arte has a new mural being posted up. So it's great that you guys are supporting that. It's bringing new people. I see these people on a daily basis coming down, taking pictures, and enjoying the space that previously 10, 15 years ago, they wouldn't be walking down those alleys. So please talk about the positives that are happening and support our police who are doing an excellent job, support our park rangers who are doing an excellent job, and recommend the businesses that are struggling with the warts that are there. Tell them to work directly with the police and with the parks people and just help be a part of the solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Going once? Going twice? Third time? With that, public comment is now closed. That moves us along to item, I think it's now 9, which is reports. No, we're back at the where we should be. So we're at item 8, reports from committees and or officers. Do we have any reports from any council members? Mrs. Blaisdell.
I attended the Pasco Police Foundation, Family Field Day on Saturday with my niece. And there was a pretty good turnout, lots of different partners, Washington State Patrol, the Sheriff's Department, the SWAT team. They had all kinds of different vehicles out there. I will say that my niece is 6, and her favorite part was getting in a water fight with 2 police officers. So she looks forward to it every single year, and if anybody plans on attending, next year will be just as good as this year. So,
well, thank you. Seeing no further lights, that moves us to item 8B from Director Garcia. It's going to be our second quarter financial report for April 2025 to June 2025. Director.
Yes, good evening. So we have here second quarter, so the activity
You can pull your mic a little bit closer, please. Sorry about that.
So it's the activity through the end of June. So citywide, we have various different funds, and they are in these different categories. And the first one is a general fund, which is the one that's most familiar, and includes finance, HR, IT, police, and fire. So this is just a snapshot of overall revenues and expenses, and the net impact was a net loss of close to 5.8 million. So essentially that means that's how much reserves were used. And that is I'm sure from what you may recall from May's report, May's report reported an increase of 1.1 million. So one of the biggest activities that happened in June is we pay debt service twice a year, with that happening in June. So that was 2.1 million, which was a significant impact to the reserves there. And the other part is capital, which we'll go over here in a bit. And for special revenue funds, all those funds combined resulted in a positive impact of 2.4 million. And the utilities, which of course includes water, sewer, and irrigation, overall had a positive impact of 22 million. And a large part of that is the sewer LID earlier this year for close to 15 million. And for the internal service funds, those include services that are to other funds, so all the fleet management and medical and dental plans for staff. And that resulted in a net loss of close to 2.2 million. And a large part of that is medical claims, which again, we'll go over that in more detail. Okay, so citywide for expenses, we have a comparison for the same time frame for this year and last year. And as you can see, the personnel related costs, so like benefits and salaries, are pretty comparable year to year. Really the big fluctuations are usually within capital related and services. So capital usually is very closely tied to what grants are available, any bonds that we have, and priority in capital. So that fluctuates year to year. The other big fluctuation there is services, which there's several services that happen every 2 years, every 3 years. So there's those peaks that you will see there. And for example, services such as software, sometimes we pay for those 2 or 3 years at a time. So there's those spikes. Okay, and some other cost drivers are overtime, which has been decreasing compared to other years, but it's still a pretty significant cost citywide. Okay, and on the revenue side, at this point in time, we expect to be around 25% of the biennium, and overall, we are most revenue items are on track. The only one is a sales tax that is slightly under target. And then just a comparison by tax type, and overall they're pretty comparable from year to year. And the one that I will highlight, which is typically it's a small category, but there is a significant decrease, and it's in gambling tax. And part of that is because it's part of it is timing, because those are paid quarterly, so we haven't received that. We usually receive that in July, but it is a decrease compared to last year. Overall permit activity, we are seeing that increase as summer starts. Construction usually ramps up with it, so we are seeing a consistent increase there. Okay, sorry, I didn't realize how small that is. So for the general fund, as I mentioned before, one of the biggest impacts to the expenses were debt related. So our interest expense and use of our bond money for capital expenses. Okay, for utilities overall, the LID assessments of close to 15 million is what's impacting that net increase of 22 million. And overall expenses are well under target, so it's a healthy balance there. Okay, and just highlighting a few of the special revenue funds. The street fund is mainly funded by fuel tax, and that we've been seeing a decrease over the last few years. Recently, this year, the state had a update to their system, so they had some software issues. So we're just now seeing there's a pretty large delay in the first 3 months, or the most recent 3 months. So we're just now seeing that get a little more caught up. And the ambulance fund is mainly funded through transport fees and utility fees, and overall that had a net loss of $96,000. And overall, the real estate tax fund is has a healthy balance, and that is usually used for capital funding. And the internal service funds, this is a combined snapshot of the fleet funds and the medical and dental funds. And overall, one of the biggest drivers for that net loss there is related to the medical fund, and just a catch up of medical claims. There was a bit of a delay, just many factors that came into play there that we're just now seeing some expenses come in from a couple years ago. So there's a delay there that is increasing the expenses for this year. Sorry, that's small. So overall, overtime, as I mentioned, is decreasing, especially compared to prior years, and staff will continue to monitor that and evaluate staffing and try to manage those costs. And historically, the staff has been very successful in securing grants, federal and state, and as well as low interest state loans. One of the other items is federal funding, referred to as GEMT for ambulance, and that is one of the items that is currently has potential for being reduced. So that is something that staff is evaluating. And again, overall, the internal service funds we're evaluating, gathering that data to try to come up with a more sustainable plan for the future for that fund. Any questions?
Mr. Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real briefly, I want to highlight one comment that Director Garcia made about overtime costs going down. And I have a lot of police officer friends and family, and recently had a bunch over at my house. And sometimes we talk and interact and forget how some of the ways we're connected and everything like that. And I overheard a police officer's wife, not lamenting by any means, but just kind of talking matter of fact about how the department is being more sensitive to overtime perhaps than they have in the past. And I just want to give a shout out to Chief Cook that, so many people stand up there and, just tell us what we want to hear. And so here is, something really just being carried out at that level and in a professional way. And, it's just, I can't tell you how much I appreciate, just seeing such a, dedicated follow through on that. And so, I just want to give a shout out to Chief, and if you'd pass that on to Chief Roski and the rest of the crew, thank you so much. That you guys are just really keeping your eye on that. It means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Prout?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple questions about some of the numbers. I was looking at the utility fund. Why hasn't the loan proceeds been realized yet? The $44 million? There's only like 191,000 actual amount that's incurred.
Yeah, so that's for the biennium. So there's likely some loans that are in the process of being awarded, I'm assuming. And so I think some of it is timing.
Yes, so we have low interest loans that have been awarded but not contracted. And then even those that are contracted, they are in a reimbursable schedule. So as we spend the money, we're able to ask for reimbursements.
Okay. I know, in the second quarter, are we looking to perhaps, are we just going to rest on reserves? Are we looking to do like a mid-biennium amendment at all?
Yeah, so we are, we're starting to gather the information, so that should be coming here within the next couple of months.
Okay. And this is just a general question. I saw an article in regards to ambulance fees or false fire alarms, like City of Richland's going to issue a fee now. Is that something we should look into, perhaps to save on some costs?
Yeah, so I know that has, I think we do have the false fire alarm. I don't know off the top of my head what that fee is or what the process is for sending those out, but we do have.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to know if, we issue that fee, if they're paying it, I guess, because we have our time them paying the other fee, and if we give them another fee not paying it, I guess
Right.
it really doesn't. It just kind of cancels each other out. That's all. What's the, I guess I was kind of taken back by the gambling revenue has gone down by 80%. Why is that? I see Crazy Moose is just, it's always packed. So where's all the money going?
Yeah, part of it is it's self-reported is one item, and it's also a delay. So it's for them, it's for second quarter, so they don't need to get it to us until the end of July, so that there's a timing issue there. But there is just a decrease, so we are performing an audit just to see, which vendors were we receiving revenue from before, and then we're not seeing it now because it is one of those self-reported taxes.
Yeah, because that's kind of a weird 80% drop essentially.
Decrease, yeah.
So we got to send our Rocco over there, huh? Okay.
Thank you. Just one quick question for me, and then I think we'll be good to move on. So overall, we often talk about whether or not we're eating into our reserves or how healthy they are. Can you you kind of dumb it down for me and just let me know where we are, especially in relation to usage or non-usage of reserves?
Yeah, so essentially that bottom line there is what we're using in reserves. So like for general fund, we're using 5.7 million of reserves. And part of that is, part of what was in the reserves was bond funds. So where we have their transfers out, CIP bonds, we're essentially using those funds, that's the only purpose for that money.
Thank you. If I recall, we walked in the year with about 40 million in reserves.
Yeah, but part of it again is allocated for specific purposes.
Okay. So I guess, we see the red, it's concerning, but we're still treading water and treading fairly healthy water, I'd say. Maybe that's a over fair assessment.
Mayor, if I could add, if your question was more in terms of would we still be using the reserves as we had budgeted, that is kind of what it looks like right now. We're not seeing areas where we would cut expenses or additional revenues are coming in to be able to reduce that gap. But we are working with Assistant City Manager Pashan is working with all of the departments on all of the lean processes, and those will take some time for the hard dollar amount to come into fruition. And we'll continue having the discussions on what other mitigations of usage of reserves we can make, probably during the mid-biennium adjustment and then all throughout the year next year as well.
Excellent. Thank you, both of you. Appreciate that. Seeing no further lights, that moves us along to item number 9, which is hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. We have a single item, item A, which is a public hearing and ordinance number 4780, Wright and Big Sky Developers Glacier Park annexation. It's ANX 2024003. Director Miller, Mr. Ferguson, we don't need anything from you to kick us off, correct, on this? Thank you. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you, staff has scheduled a public hearing to consider the annexation for the Wright and Big Sky Developers Glacier Park. And just going to cover some of the procedural issues on here. We did receive a petition for annexation that met the requirements of city code, and we received and accepted the notice to annex in December of last year. And following that, there's a requirement to hold a public hearing. So this annexation proposal went to the hearing examiner and was noticed to the neighbors, and was also certified by the county as being an appropriate annexation method. And so the hearing was held, and the hearing examiner has recommended approval of this annexation and has noted that it meets the comprehensive plan, goals and policies, and city code. And there are options here on the screen for city council. Staff is recommending tonight that the annexation be approved as proposed, and that the annexed piece of the property becomes part of city council district number 4. And following this item, there'll be a zoning determination. I'll talk you through that, but this is the first item where a public hearing is required to be held. And this is a site map of the location. It's zoomed out here. This is in the northwestern part of the city. So if you're traveling up Road 68 and you hit Burns Road and take a right, you'd go down by about a half a mile, and this site is on the left-hand side. So it's located in one of the donut hole UG areas of the city. So this is just one little piece of this. The overall area is about 150 acres. So these are mostly developed properties that are larger. And so this project would be annexed into the city, that red hatched area shown on the screen that's just west of Convention Drive. This site would be annexed for residential development, and then the panhandle there shown is an easement that'll be dedicated for right-of-way on Convention Drive. Happy to answer any technical questions you may have before opening the public hearing.
Any questions or comments from council before we open the hearing? Seeing none. With that, I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. And I would ask that members of the public who choose to speak limit their comments to the 3 minutes as allotted by the clock. So do we have any public comments on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Seeing and hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close that public hearing. Anything else from council before we get a motion? Seeing nothing, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4780 relating to annexation and annexing certain real property to the city of Pasco and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. Doing a roll call on this one, or no? We don't need that. With that, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, passes unanimously. I move this along to item number 10, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating thereto. This is marked as a quasi-judicial, so I do anticipate that Mr. Ferguson may give us some verbiage here. So this is 10A, ordinance number 4781, Wright and Big Sky Developers Glacier Park zoning determination of annexed properties. That's ZD, as in Zebra Delta, 2024-003. Yeah, Ms. Miller, if you want to kick us off, then Mr. Ferguson can read us the right act. Go for it, Ms.
Sure.
Go for it.
Okay, great. Ms. Barton was going to make me do it from memory, but thankfully she bailed me out and got me the script. This is a quasi-judicial matter. It's a proceeding to render a final decision on the materials that are presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, and privileges of specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies, and the hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than the staff prior to this hearing, and finally, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. Any council member having any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Hearing none, any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
With that, back to you, Ms. Miller.
Thank you. So tonight, council, I've just previously approved the annexation for this piece of property, and this is the next step in the process where a zoning is assigned to the property that was approved to be annexed into the city. And similar dates here. The public hearing was held concurrently for the zoning determination and the annexation at the hearing examiner level, and recommendation of approval has been provided to rezone this property to R1 zoning, which is a zoning that's allowed in the comprehensive plan designation for the site, which is low density residential. And that designation is 3 to 6 units per acre. The R1 zoning follows that density, but allows a variety of different housing types and some flexible options related to lot sizes. Hearing was held, and the council options are here on the screen to either approve the zoning as recommended, which is what staff is recommending. The second option relates to a developer type agreement that's cited in that PMC code there on the screen, or you can deny the proposed zoning determination. This is another photo of the site. That purple color there up on the screen is designated RS40, which is Franklin County zoning. So this area is outside of city limits, even though this is one of the donut holes surrounded by city zoning. So RS40 is 40,000 square foot lots, and the proposal is to rezone it upon annexation to R1. And I'm not sure what. Oh, this is the comprehensive plan map for the city of Pasco, and this shows the low density designation for the subject site. And then you can see there's a couple other zonings across the street on Convention Drive, but generally this fits in with the zoning in the area, and staff didn't see any issues with the zoning as proposed. So happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milner.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4781, assigning R1 low-density residential district to the Wright and Big Sky Developers Glacier Park annexation area, as recommended by the hearing examiner, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Excuse me. Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. That too passes unanimously. That moves us along to item B, which is resolution number 4634, setting a public hearing to consider a text code amendment to the Pasco Municipal Code, section 25.85.020, related to car washes. And this is going to go back to Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight before you is a request to schedule a public hearing for a code amendment related to car washes cited in the C1 zoning. And if council will recall, in May of 2025, CED brought forward a code change that related to regulations for drive-through facilities in Pasco. So it was a separate code that was designated to address the various site requirements for drive-throughs, which has been great and very helpful to use so far for those uses. We did have a reference in the C1 zoning that the intent originally was to remove it. It was in a different code. So the C1 zoning basically states car washes are allowed in the C1 zone as long as it's 300 feet away from a residential use, and that conflicts with the new drive-through standards that say it needs to be 125 feet away from residential uses. So we would like to fix that and schedule a public hearing so that it syncs with it. And I did personally go through the whole code today and look at any other references for car washes or drive-throughs where there may have been a mismatch zoning. So I believe this will be a good way to fix it. And also within your packets, you have a resolution that proposes to strike the sentence that states car washes provided they are located more than 300 feet from a residential district. I would still like to leave car washes in the code as a permitted use. If you delete it altogether, it removes it as a permitted use, which is not the intent. So when we come back for a public hearing, I'll have a revised section that basically says car washes are permitted in the C1 zone subject to the standards in the new drive-through code that we prepared in May. So it'll tie it all together. And then staff does intend at a later date, and this will come on the work plan too, to go through all the different codes and permitted uses and make sure things match up and are linked better and easier for customers to use. So that's a project for a later date. Today we're just working to fix this. Happy to answer any questions if you
Questions or comments from council? Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say good job, Ms. Miller. Yeah, that sounds like, pretty comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll echo the gratitude there for taking care of this. Mr. Ferguson, there's no issue with the fact that there would be a pretty significant change on the strikeout in the draft if by setting this hearing. That's not a problematic since we're potentially looking at adopting different language.
So the way our code for amendments to the zoning code text is obviously different than map, which is what we just did with the other zoning ordinances. But this reference or the changing the text has to go through. I think we're under A here, or excuse me, C. Excuse me. Any city council, upon its own motion, can conduct an open record hearing to amend the text. So that's all we're doing tonight is setting the open record hearing so that you can come back and then start that process of then actually adopting an ordinance. But at this point, the only thing that's happening is you're setting an open record hearing so that notice can be given.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure we weren't locked into something, then we'd have to renotice it or something. Just want to make sure we were in the clear. Seeing no further lights, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance resolution number 4634, setting 7 p.m. September 2nd, 2025 as the time and date for a public hearing to consider a text code amendment to the Pasco Municipal Code section 25.85.020 related to car washes.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Moves along to item 11, which is unfinished business and none listed. Item 12, it looks like we have two items. New business, we have item A, which is a presentation related to the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan, the CSAP, Vision Zero Goal. And this is going to be Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I want to introduce part of our team. We have our consultant, DKS, represented by Veronica Sullivan, as well as our engineering manager, Andrea Betisian. Also in the audience is our project manager for the city, Faida Garcia. And this item relates to our first comprehensive safety action plan. We used to have roadway safety plans that were a smaller, less comprehensive document. We have received funding to do this work, and so that's how we are performing this work. And today the presentation will focus on goals for this plan and seeking your input. So I will let the experts talk. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Veronica Sullivan. I'm the Washington State Safety Lead at DKS Associates. We were the consultants selected by the City of Pasco to develop the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan. First, I want to start off with why are we here? What's the purpose? It's really looking at the crash data in the City of Pasco. If you look at this bar chart on the bottom, it shows the number of crashes in the past 10 years. It ranges between 775 to upwards of 991 in 2023. But if we look at fatal and serious injury crashes, fatals result in deaths and serious injuries result in someone going to the hospital due to lacerations, broken bones, or heavy burns. Those had ranged between 12 and in 2022 was 29. You can see there was a dip in 2020 and for the number of toll crashes. That was because of COVID. There were not many cars on the road, not many pedestrians out there, so the number of opportunities for crashes had lowered. But since after COVID and a lot of people had been released out into the roads, unfortunately the number of crashes and the number of fatal injuries have increased. This trend is concerning because we're really trying to get in the opposite direction. You can see that the trend lines go forward. I want to take a moment to think that these are our neighbors, these are our friends, these are family members, and we really want to make sure that the number of fatal and serious injury crashes are lowered in the future. So for today, I just want to share with you the location of fatal and serious injury crashes. There isn't a specific pattern, but you can see that in the downtown district on the bottom right-hand corner, there is a higher number of fatal, which are shown in triangles, and the serious injuries are shown as red dots throughout the city of Pasco in the past 5 years. This shows this study corridors of city-maintained streets, so it's not including the highways on 12, 182, or 395. We just wanted to focus on areas that we could have more control over. Okay. So what is a comprehensive safety action plan? Well, there are 7 components, and the most important one for today is the commitment goal. The whole purpose of the CSAP is to reduce traffic deaths because we really do care about our neighbors and our community members. And this plan is to enhance public safety across all modes of transportation. We investigate risk factors, we perform a safety analysis, implement strategies, but ultimately try to propose a data-driven response of infrastructure improvements. You have a number of great infrastructure improvements as ready, and we're really trying to figure out what funding can we do in the future. So the City of Pasco had received a large grant federally funded by the SS4A, which are Safe Streets and Roads for All. It happens once a year. The next year in 2026 will be likely the final year of this large $1 billion grant funding. And we really want to make sure that our CSAP has the goal of securing and implementing grant funds for initiating projects. That we are talking with the advisory committee. We have the police department, fire department, public works operations, Mark Trumpy, and also the engineering services as well, just working together, trying to make sure that we're all on the same page. And then we're trying to make sure that when we do the CSAP, we are all aligned with our goal as well. For our timeline, we did kick off this project earlier on, and we're currently in the engagement phase. Last month, we had our first TAC meeting for the CSAP for those folks, and we try to really brainstorm what are other jurisdictions doing for their commitment goal. And then today, we're trying to present with you some options for the commitment goal. And in 2 weeks' time, we would like to help you to sign the resolution. So we don't have to sign the resolution today, but we're hoping to brainstorm and figure out what kind of goal do we want the city of Pasco to do. In the fall, we're going to conduct data analysis and brainstorm some potential projects. And then the winter, we'll complete our engagement and draft the safety action plan and hope to see you again in the spring so we can actually finalize the safety action plan. Throughout this entire time, up until October, we're doing a significant amount of outreach. If we go to the next slide here, you can see that on the city news, on the city website, we have our own Join the Movement, Help Improve Safety of Pasco. And then on this website, it shows all the upcoming events this week and next week. And then at the top, you see click here for our engagement website. This website is updated on a weekly basis. We're just trying to make sure that all of the presentations that we're doing throughout the city of Pasco is also uploaded. But on the right-hand side, you can be translated the entire website into multiple languages. So we're going to go back from Spanish to English. So if anyone wants any different languages, they are easily can translate for them. And you can see all the documents that we have and all the upcoming events this week and next week. Next week we have 2 virtual webinars on August 12th and August 13th. And then at the very bottom we have an interactive comment map. This is where people, from our neighbors and anyone from the public, can zoom in onto this map. They can look at a particular intersection, a corridor that they like. They can add in a marker on the bottom right-hand corner. They click on that marker, click on a specific location, add in a category. We have about 6 different categories here. I'm going to add in a pedestrian concern. They can add your comment. For example, I'm going to put in needs a crosswalk at this location. You can also add in a photo if they have a photo of a location where I really want a crosswalk, and you can upload that photo. And then you can add an email address, which will remain private just for us. So if we want to contact them again, we can contact them. And then click on submit. Once that comment is submitted, it'll be uploaded to the map, and then you can close it. And then if other people look at your comment right now, you can click and rate that particular comment. So it really provides that great opportunity for community members to engage with each other on an online basis. Right now it looks blank, but if you look on the website right now, it has about 40 comments from a lot of anonymous folks from public meetings and such. And they can also rate and look at other people's different comments as well. This website will be open up until October, so I highly recommend that you take a look and find out what your community members are saying about the city of Pasco. All right, so for the exciting part, we're trying to propose some commitment goals. I just wanted to give you some examples for what other jurisdictions are doing. For the Washington Target Zero, they had 20 years ago, they wanted this great goal to reduce FSI, which are fatal and serious injury crashes, by 2030. The city of Richland, which is our neighbors here, they're trying to achieve 0 by the year 2035 because it aligned with their comprehensive plan. And I'd also provided another example from the city of Redmond. They did something quite unique. They had a commitment for a reduction of 50% because their community realized that maybe 0 is a bit too much of a stretch by 2030. So they went for 50% by the year 2030. And then the council had committed to eliminating all fatal and serious injury crashes by 2035. So for today, I would just like to hear what you all like to think about. 2 options, reducing roadway fatalities and serious injuries by 50% by the year 2040, or reducing fatalities and serious injuries by the 0 by 2040. The reason why we chose 2040 was to align with the adopted Transportation System Master Plan. So I was curious to know what you would like to do and help to save lives within the city of Pasco, and what you think we should strive towards for our goalpost.
Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Thanks for, and that's a great looking website. I love how interactive it is. If I can just ask a question first, I'll be honest with you, I'm a little shocked at the amount of fatalities in our downtown area. I would not have expected that. I mean, it is, if you include the one just to the north there that's still kind of in the central district, I mean, it's over 50% of the fatalities are right there. I understand perhaps more accidents there and potentially serious injury just because there's a greater number of intersections there. But the fatalities, I mean, the speed is so low there. In your estimation, why is that happening in that area?
There's a number of instances, since it is downtown, there's more likely people are walking. So more pedestrians, more vulnerable users, such as cyclists. If they get hit by a car, unfortunately, they're more vulnerable to kinetic forces. So it's likely they will result into fatal or serious injury.
Is that, do you have the data? Is that what most of those are then? Or?
We're going to be doing data analysis the past couple of years. Right now, we're in the QC process. We do have another map showing all the number of fatal and serious injuries, but we're going to be doing a deep dive later this month.
Okay, that would make more sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Really appreciate the presentation. I think this is something many of us up here have been talking about for some time, and we're working on some other speed limit stuff. And so I would be in favor of reducing roadway fatalities and serious injuries to 0 by 2040, because I think that would be more in line with what many of us want to see. But I'm speaking for myself, and I think it would help. It'd be advantageous maybe perhaps for grant funding. I don't know if they look at, you're just looking to make an incremental improvement as opposed to something more bold. That's what we want. I mean, in your professional experience, what's the difference between the two?
I think we talked to the TAC committee and we discussed that what is achievable. I believe that just from our brainstorming, we just wanted to give you options. A lot of other jurisdictions are just achieving 50, but having that goalpost is really important. Having that commitment goal so that we have a year in mind for that we're trying to achieve something within that year. And even if we don't make it by 2040, that's okay. It's just something to look forward to, something to reflect on. And so when we get to 2040, we can look back and be like, where were we headed? Are we in the right direction? Are we in the opposite direction? And then we can think about what can we do moving forward.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't know why. I can understand why you'd have 50. You can back like, well, at least we got close. But maybe that changes the mindset when you put 0 on there. I don't know. I mean, you've done. It sounds like you've done a couple of these. So, yeah, I'd be in favor of the second one if you're looking for a vote tonight. Thank you.
I guess I'll weigh in and then I'll get back to you, Mr. Grimm, because you decided to skip your opinion. With that, look, I'll actually take the different approach. I'm certain each one of us up here and everyone in the audience wants to see 0. I don't think it's achievable. I mean, maybe with self-driving vehicles and self-riding bikes and self-walking pedestrians, where that world could exist in 15 years but doesn't exist right now, there's no way we're going to get to 0. Now, to Mr. Prowse's point, if somehow receiving grant funding is driven by our metrics and the goal our goals and our goal or whatever we call it, the commitment, if our commitment somehow drives our funding, then maybe 0 makes sense. That would be my opinion, is if it changes our metrics for funding, then let's go for that. I think 50% is achievable. And that doesn't mean that if we achieve it by 2032 or 2037, we stop there. I think we continually seek to improve, but from a standpoint of telling the audience, we want 0, absolutely, but I don't think you're ever going to pull people out of people, right? I mean, the human mind's going to do what it does, unless we're going to just ban cell phones in vehicles, period, and force people to have their road eyes, right? So my preference is number 1. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd probably agree with number 1, and I totally agree. Yes, we would absolutely love to see the number be 0, but I think I think the reality of it is that would be a big commitment, that it would be hard to be able to follow through on. And I think 50% is much more reasonable. And Ms. Sullivan, I'd also like to thank you for reminding us that these aren't just numbers, that these are real people. These are image bearers of the Almighty. And that is really, really good for us to always keep in mind. So thank you.
Any further input here? Mr. Milne?
Yeah. So, I mean, again, I agree with my other council members that, obviously like to see it zero. I was one of the little red dots on your line there, and I got nailed by a gal that didn't see me on my motorcycle. Again, I didn't want that. I didn't want to go into somebody's windshield while riding my motorcycle. Great goals. Is there any, ideas how you even get to that? I mean, as far as, are you, talking speed bumps in the whole downtown? I mean, how do you get people from, being on their phone and then slamming a left into you? I mean, how would you ever accommodate that without taking away somebody's phone or automated cars?
Yeah, I think automation is really important. Automated enforcement in some areas. I know that the city of Pasco, their red light cameras has been quite successful trying to get people to slow down and go through intersections. I think that there's it's a whole approach. It's something called a safe system approach, where we're looking at a variety of different factors, looking at EMS, what can we do with enforcement, what can we do with engagement. I think that it does take every one of us. It's not just a speed limit policy or adding a speed hump or adding a roundabout. It's all as a collection of ideas and a collection of everyone being on board. Having this commitment goal will really help us all strive towards something, so we're all in the same boat together, so that we can all think about how can we really save lives in a robust way. I think that we're really trying to talk to all different departments, including maintenance. I think it's really important that whatever projects we end up proposing, we can maintain it in the future so it's sustainable. If we look at just intersections in general, yes, roundabouts are safer. They tend to be less reduction in fatalities due to the amount of kinetic energy going through any angle crash. And then comparing it to two-way stops. Looking at two-way stops versus four-way stop, everyone's stopping. It might reduce the number of volumes, but having that balance between people trying to get through the city and people trying to get to their destination, but trying to get there safely. So these are all different factors that we can all, as a community, can work on together. But it really does take every one of us, not just city council members, not just engineers, but also the public, to work together towards it.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I know you go into other cities and you see a lot of especially in the Seattle area, we see a lot of their stop signs, have little flashing lights around them with the solar panel. I think that's a great concept. Hopefully in Pasco in the next 5-10 years, we'll see a lot more of that, but definitely be for option one. And again, if I had my druthers, it would be zero by 2040, but anything we could do to save lives and injuries, I would definitely be all for that. So thank you.
Of course.
Anything further? All right. Any questions from y'all to us? All right.
Good. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Thank you so much.
Really appreciate your work here and your enthusiasm. Thank you. With that moves us on to item B, which is resolutions number 4635 and 4636. Approval for applications to Public Works Board for construction funding for Butterfield WTP improvements and Lewis Street underpass demolition project. Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item does not have a presentation with it. It is just to request authorization for submittal of applications for low-interest loans, one for Butterfield Water Treatment Plant, the other one for the underpass demolition project. They're very different types of projects, but they both fit within the criteria that Public Works Board may fund. This year, the funds are more limited than other years, but we thought we would still pursue the funding as it may help the delivery of these two projects that face some funding shortfalls. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Any questions from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4635, authorizing the submittal of Public Works Board loan application for the Butterfield Water Treatment Plant Improvements Project.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passed unanimously. Mr. Milne.
Okay, and I move to approve resolution number 4636, authorizing the submittal of Public Works Board loan application for the Lewis Street Underpass demolition project.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that too passed unanimously. That moves us along to item number 13, which is our miscellaneous discussion. Mr. Zabel.
Nothing to report this evening, Mayor.
Well, excellent. Council, anything here? Seeing none. That moves us along to item number 14, which is our executive session. We do have a single item, item A, which is the review the performance of a public employee per Revised Code of Washington, or RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection G. And it looks like this is scheduled for 10 minutes. I think that's about right.
Let's shoot for 5.
Okay, we'll target 5, and it'll be, Mr. Ferguson, I see that look on your face. You give us,
No, I just want to make sure that you state that there's potential action afterwards.
yes, there will be potential action after. It appears that the city manager and city attorney will be present. That's all we need? Okay, it is 8:40, I'll call it 8:49, 5 minutes, so we'll be back at 8:54. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. We are now out of executive session. We do have one action item to take, so I will make a motion. I may make a motion to direct the interim city manager to direct the city attorney to revise the incoming city manager's contract as discussed. Is that adequate, Mr. Ferguson? Or do I need more specificity?
Just authorize the city manager, interim city manager, to sign that amendment. So
And I also authorize the interim city manager to sign that amendment. Anything else, Mr. Ferguson? We good, Eric?
Did you actually say what the amendment's for?
No, I did not specify.
Please do, yeah.
Okay, so let me restate this. I authorize this interim city manager to direct the city attorney to negotiate a contract amendment with the incoming city manager to allow him up to 40 hours of administrative leave to be used by the end of the year for purposes of relocation, and authorize the interim city manager to sign said amendment.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Great. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. And it is now 8:55 and we are adjourned. Thank you.
And to be articulated by a variety of different numbers in the $10 to $16 billion range. The shortfall is articulated as being driven by slowing revenue growth and rising caseloads. One of the key components of the rising caseloads was the collective bargaining agreements that each of the state's unions negotiate each year that are then funded, as well as other statutory obligations that the legislature had passed but not yet fully funded. So some of the rise in cost is actually commitments that the state had made to fund certain things that had never received funding before. There were how to address this budget shortfall and the debate over whether or not there was a budget shortfall really was all consuming throughout the legislative session. There were concerns during the final days of the legislative session that there would not be an agreement on a final budget and it would trigger a special session. However, they were able to reach an agreement and adjourn on time. The governor played a key role in the budget development. The governor signs the budget into law. We're waiting for that action tomorrow to see if it will indeed occur. But he issued several press statements asking the legislature to be more conservative in their budgeting or to select various revenue sources, some indicating he liked some more than others. At the end of the day, the legislature approved a $77.8 billion budget for 25-27 with $2.3 billion in reserves, which is slightly less than what the state treasurer's office recommends. As part of that, the legislature raised $4.3 billion in new taxes for this fiscal biennium. If you make that into a 4-year outlook, it's over $9 billion, which is the number that most of the media grabbed onto, was $9 billion in new taxes. This is one of the largest tax packages we have seen in state history, and the governor has yet to sign it into law. The capital budget was much more stable and not facing the same level of shortfalls. The capital budget supports infrastructure like schools, housing, libraries, behavioral health facilities, and is also the budget that we tend to ask for city projects funding for. Within the capital budget, while there was not a shortfall, it was more constrained than in previous biennia. In 2023, $231.8 million was allocated to various community projects, and this year we saw $30 million less, $201.3 million. The average local and community project award going out to various communities was $604,000. I want you to remember that number when we get to the next slide and we talk about how well you all did, because it was better than average. The third budget was the transportation budget. The transportation budget faced an over $1 billion shortfall in the 25-27 biennium and a multi-billion dollar shortfall over their 6-year outlook. It was largely driven by transportation project costs increasing with inflation, as well as increasing costs to comply with the Supreme Court mandate that the state replace all fish culverts. The legislature ended up balancing that budget with $3.2 billion in new revenue sources, including a 6-cent gas tax increase. In addition to raising revenue to have that budget balance over the next 6 years, they also delayed several projects that they had already committed funding to. At the end of the day, they did not fund any new projects and approved $15.5 billion for the current biennium. So with that political and budgetary context in mind, I want to transition into talking about your specific legislative priorities and funding requests. You all had 2 capital funding requests. The first capital funding request was for MLK Community Center Phase 3. This was a request for $900,000 to renovate the southwest building of the MLK Community Center. The final capital budget, which is scheduled to be signed into law tomorrow, appropriated $927,000 to that project. Before you get too excited about that extra $27,000, it's allocated so that you can pay the Department of Commerce admin fee. The second capital funding request you all had outlined was a request for $500,000 for Road 80 neighborhood improvements. That exact amount was included in the final capital budget, and I believe because it's below the $500,000 or below, that admin fee doesn't apply. You all outlined 3 different transportation funding requests, $5 million for the Road 76 project, $3 million for the US 12A Street traffic study, and $3.3 million for Lewis Street underpass demolition. We did some great lobbying and education on these 3 projects, not just me on the ground on a day-to-day basis, but several members of council made the trip over to Olympia and participated in advocacy for those 3 projects. At the end of the day, the transportation budget didn't fund any new projects, and so the city didn't receive funding for any of those. Neither did any other community in the state, so don't feel too bad. The one note I will make is, as a reflection of the advocacy work that was done, the Senate put forward a transportation proposal that would have funded new projects. It relied on a significantly higher gas tax increase, as well as transitioning the culvert obligation, the obligation to replace all the state-owned culverts, to the capital budget, and defunding several capital budget programs, including the Public Works Assistance Account. And it relied on a pretty hefty transfer from the operating budget to the transportation budget, which would have had to be backed by a larger tax increase to fund the operating budget. So by doing all of those things in the Senate's proposal, they were able to put forward a list of new projects that would receive funding, and the Lewis Street underpass demolition was included on their list of projects that would receive funding. At the end of the day, the legislature chose to be more modest with their tax increases than what the Senate had proposed. I wouldn't describe the tax increases as modest, but more modest than what was initially proposed. And so that was not those new transportation projects were allocated funding, but I just want to highlight that as a reflection of making progress. I know it can be frustrating that you all spend your time and energy to make trips over to Olympia. You see me spending time and energy and city staff spending time and energy, and then to not get allocated funding can feel very frustrating. And I want you to know I certainly feel that as the person on the ground pounding the marble to make it happen. But looking at these little measures of like we are being heard and we are seeing progress help with that. In addition to your funding requests, you all have a series of policy statements that direct our advocacy on policy issues, and I want to express great gratitude also to city staff who assist me in reviewing the various different bills that are brought forward and ascertaining the impact specifically to the Pasco community. It could go on a variety of different policy areas, but this evening, with the short amount of time we have together, I wanted to highlight a few items for your consideration. The first one is around local community decision making. Over the last several years, we have seen the legislature advance this trend of preempting local control, particularly in the space of land use, in the notion or in the vein of trying to increase housing availability. We saw that trend continue this year. There were 3 major pieces of preemption that I wanted to highlight for you all this evening, and then the report captures probably about 15 additional bills. The first one is that the legislature is directing your ability to require parking for new construction. So for residential housing, you may not require more than 1 parking space per single family home or 0.5 parking space for multifamily unit. And there's also a limit on the amount of parking you can require for commercial space per square footage. There are some different off-ramps that have been built into that legislation that we were able to get through advocacy and articulating to legislators some potential negative impacts of greatly reduced parking requirements, but largely the city will be in a position of having to follow the state law within the next, I think it's 3 years or 18 months, I can't remember, but within the near term. The second major piece of preemption occurred around lot splitting. The city will be required to offer a administrative ability to take 1 lot and divide it into 2. I am pleased to share with you that there were a lot of, I'll say, belts and suspenders built into that bill to make sure that the resulting 2 lots are buildable and that the resulting 2 lots cannot be further split into a subsequent 2 lots, which are both the buildability of the resulting lot and the sort of never-ending lot splitting were 2 concerns that were very strongly raised in previous legislative sessions. And then the third item was called the Housing Accountability Act. And what it does is it allows Commerce to go in and audit 10 jurisdictions per year to see whether or not you are adequately complying with the preemption or mandates that have been passed in the last handful of years by the legislature. The next item is on housing and homelessness. Democrats articulated their priorities on housing and homeless around stability, supply, and subsidy. On the supply side, they really focused on the land use bills I just outlined for you. On the subsidy side, they passed a rent stabilization bill that caps annual rent increases at 7% plus inflation or 10%, whichever is less, and an even further reduced rent cap for mobile home parks. And then on the subsidy side, the legislature invested $600 million into the Housing Trust Fund and an additional $90 million into a program that helps connect infrastructure to housing to hopefully help get more units constructed. The third item is fiscal sustainability. On this one, I would like to frame it as the best defense is some offense. So through the course of my 18 years lobbying in Olympia, every time the legislature has faced a significant budget shortfall, they have balanced their budget by reducing state shared revenues. That did not happen this year. And it did not happen in large part because there was significant taxes raised, revenue raised through tax increases. But it also didn't happen because I think local governments came forward asking for greater fiscal sustainability, and they heard that outcry, and therefore those state shared revenues were not on the chopping block in the same way that they've been in previous years. So the good news is no cuts. The other piece of good news is a small amount of flexibility with your existing real estate excise tax revenues that allows you to spend some of that revenue on operating and maintenance rather than on new capital expenditures. So a little bit more flexibility with the dollars that you have. And then I'll just note that you all have had debate over the years on the 1% property tax cap. And so that was not an item that we weighed in on in any way, but the legislature had a robust discussion but chose not to advance forward any changes on that cap after the governor indicated he would be inclined to veto anything. Finally, on community safety, the legislature's biggest action was that they allocated $100 million to a grant program to hire law enforcement officers. To be eligible for that grant program, you do have to have either you or the county have to have an ongoing revenue source to support those positions. I'm not actually sure whether you all have one of those ongoing revenue sources in place, but if you don't, they provided you with councilmanic authority to increase the sales tax locally in order to provide that ongoing funding and take advantage of the grant funds. So that's a snapshot. That comprehensive written report that I mentioned goes into a lot more detail, and I could stand up here probably talking for an hour, and I won't. But that gives you some flavor of where some of the policy issues we worked on your behalf landed. I want to direct you to next steps. We had great success within the capital budget, getting 2 appropriations and between the 2 of them, greater than average dollar coming into the community compared to many others. And you all truly have an excellent delegation in the 14th, the 8th, and the 16th district legislators. And as you see them out in community or otherwise, please thank them. They have heard from me endless amounts of gratitude and appreciation, but it is very meaningful coming from you all, elected to elected. And I will be brainstorming with city staff different ways of more formally acknowledging and expressing our appreciation to our legislators. You all also have some work to do to implement not just some of the policies that they've passed, but also make sure we deliver on their funding. Anytime the legislature allocates us funding, we want to make sure that we can show them that groundbreaking or that ribbon cutting or the project moving forward as soon as possible. So we will get working on that. And it's never too early to start thinking about the next legislative session, because while we're not quite done with the governor's final action for 2025, January 12th, 2026 will be here before we know it. The next year of the legislative biennium will be a short legislative session. It'll last 60 days, and the legislature will be going in and making amendments to the budgets that they just adopted. I will note that it is possible, if not likely, that we will see a special session between now and January 12th that would be driven by actions at the federal level that would result in their budget no longer balancing. One of the things that was new this year in the budget is that the legislative budget writers are going to be receiving monthly fiscal reports from the Office of Financial Management on the status of revenue collections and expenditures so that they can call a special session quickly if the budget really starts to get out of balance in an effort to try and avoid getting to a $15 billion shortfall number like we saw this last year. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Brianna Murray, for your presentation on that. Definitely frustrating being a Washington State resident and seeing taxes continually go up. Wasn't it just a couple years ago the state of Washington had a surplus?
Yes, however, much of it was one-time dollars through ARPA.
Okay. How much was that surplus, just out of curiosity?
I don't know off the top of my head. Sorry, I'm happy to follow up.
Okay. Well, again, I really do appreciate your hard work getting the City of Pasco some big wins. I know Councilman Grimm is very unhappy that he doesn't get his road 76 overpass, the 76 Grimm overpass, as he called it. But just joking. But anyway, I did want to let my other colleagues say a few words, but I know as a resident it is very frustrating to constantly see tax, and we tax our way out of issues. I know this isn't your doing, and again, I know our legislative groups very well, and I know they are trying. It's hard when you're in the minority and you have the majority choosing what and how whatever you think gets passed and what gets even read. So I do understand it. I'm just saying, and I'm sure you hear it all the time, that it's very difficult to be taxed every year. Then you wonder if you can continually stay in this state of Washington when it gets to retirement age. It just seems to be so difficult. But I do love the state, do love the trees, do love living here. I'm proud to be a Washingtonian. Just always frustrating that our state seems to want to tax their way out of stuff versus actually find better ways. And then again, I would want to make a comment that what also is frustrating is we don't get money for some of these things that would alleviate traffic, like the Road 76 overpass, and yet the council then is blamed for not thinking ahead, and yet in reality we're asking for the state's help. They say no, and then you have heavy traffic, and then people say, well, what did the council, why did they resolve these issues when they had a chance? And it's because of stuff like this. So again, I realize you're doing your best. Again, I do want to say I appreciate it, just that as a councilman and as a citizen, it's very difficult to constantly hear no, and then you get blamed for it as personally as far as you're not seeing into the future. So
Yeah, one comment I want to make in response to that is that I really view our work together as identifying a legislative agenda where we can accomplish things for the Pasco community in the political environment we're in. You all on this dais can't control who has the majority in Olympia. I, single-handedly, as your advocate, cannot influence whether or not they're going to increase taxes or not. But what we can do is take advantage of different opportunities as they come about in the various political environments to make sure that there are investments being made in the Pasco community and do the best we can within the environment that does exist. And I do think that the legislative agenda we put together accomplished that. While we didn't get anything on the transportation front, we did on the capital front. I think we were asking for the right dollar amounts for the fiscal situation that the state was facing and the majorities that existed. So I hear your frustration, and also would encourage you to think about the approach to the city's legislative program as one of looking at how to make progress for the community in any environment.
well, thank you for that. Again, sounds like we're on the same boat there. But thank you. We'll just turn over to Councilman Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Ms. Murray, for everything this season. Really, my sentiments are nearly identical to the Mayor Pro Tem's, and if I didn't have so much opportunity for personal interaction with you over the last legislative session, I probably wouldn't have turned on my light. But no, thank you for giving me every opportunity to advocate on behalf of the city and the Mayor and the Mayor Pro Tem also when we were over there. All the meetings you set up, and then me springing on a last-minute visit that you still accommodated and was able to connect me to senators and legislators and everything. Really appreciate it. Yeah, of course I'm disappointed, as I would think most Washingtonians are. I mean, the highest tax package ever, so hard on the working class, the middle class, lower income workers. But, I think about those transportation projects not getting passed, but the way you word it, it's hard to imagine we could afford any more taxes at that point, and if that's all where it's coming from. And I am grateful that the governor threatened to veto the property tax increase and threw the majority party a curve, and I know that was kind of one of the scenarios playing out for most of the legislative session with the new governor, exactly how he was going to interact with them, and the fact that he stood his ground on a few key issues that I really appreciate. I think it made it a much more contested legislative agenda than perhaps we had, and I saw by the final number of bills that got passed. To me, that's a good thing when they pass less legislation out of Olympia. But, I just want to say in the time I was over there, it looked like you were very well received, you were very well respected and working hard. And even like I sent that picture, my daughter getting a selfie with the governor, and there's you and your assistant in the background working hard as I looked into the finer details. Just says so much about your work ethic over there and what you're doing on behalf of Pasco. So thank you so much.
Well, it's truly my pleasure. I love what I do, and I invite any of you to make the trip over to Olympia at any point during session. And happy to host you and get you connected and see part of our world.
Thank you for that. Do we have any other councilmen or on the dais here? No. Do we have any from Mr. Perales or Bras?
I was just going to say thank you to Brianna and her staff and colleagues for helping us out there in Olympia this past session. And she said it all in the presentation. I think a lot of things from this last session. Many people in the community, many people in office, like Mayor Pro Tem Milne said, are not very happy. And I think it's just, I think at the end of the day, maybe this time, with what we've seen come out of Olympia, people will start to wake up, engage with their local council members, engage with the representatives, to start going in a different direction in regards to policies. And I'll commend the governor for fighting back on a couple of these bills and what have you. But I think we're going to have come to Jesus moment in the next couple of years with these rising taxes and stuff. I'm sorry to go on a tangent, but definitely it struck a chord when listening to the presentation tonight. So again, thank you, Brianna. Thank you to Gordon Thomas-Honeywell for all the hard work you guys have been doing. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilman Perales. Councilwoman Bras, do you have anything to say? Maybe we lost her. Anyway, since it's quiet, I guess we'll move on. Again, I do appreciate you taking time out of your day and driving all the way over here. And again, thank you for your hard work. I've seen you in action when we were there a few months back, and I know you are really trying hard. I try not to be negative, but it's very hard to read the news constantly and say, like, oh, crap, here comes something else. And especially when you go to other states and then you see gas so cheap, and then you come back to the state of Washington, and it just seems like we're being gouged. So, but again, thank you for everything you do. I do want that to be the main point. And again, thanks for all your hard work trying to make Pasco a great place. Thank you. Well, with that, we are going to move on to number 8, which is hearings and council actions on ordinance and resolutions related thereto. We have 8A, which is a public hearing for the 2026-2031 Transportation Improvement Program. And we are going to have a report from Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. We are talking about our 2026-2031 Transportation Improvement Program, and some of the slides will be a reminder of what we have been discussing since earlier this year, but I think is appropriate since this is a public hearing setting to provide all the information to the public. This program is evaluated yearly. It's a 6-year program that is proposed and updated every year in consideration of RCW 3577-010. The deadline to get this program approved is July 1st of each year, in this case 2025, and it must include bicycle and pedestrian facilities, as well as be consistent with our comprehensive plans. Next slide, please. As we have talked in the past, this Transportation Improvement Program includes the names and scopes of the projects, the estimated cost, a proposed schedule. Those costs are then divided between the cost of each phase of the project, so design, right-of-way, and construction. For those that have all those phases, it also includes plans and studies, as well as programs, which are annual programs that are recurrent activities done to improve our transportation system. And it must list the anticipated funding sources. Many of those are not secured at the time the program is passed. Others have been secured and are indicated as such. This TIP is showing the projects that are anticipated to be delivered by the city. Does not include projects that are to be performed by private parties. And of course, we pay special attention to our federal and state funding, because this list is the base for the State Transportation Improvement Program, which is the way that we access those awarded funds through federal and state agencies. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have been working on this list for a couple of months now, and we had some outreach. So the current list that is provided to you in the current packet and in this presentation includes 44 projects, 3 programs, and 5 studies. So there are some inclusions from the prior version. All the work that has been done so far is starting from the prior TIP, so the previously adopted TIP, which is the 2025 to 2030 TIP, updating anything that has changed in those, from updates to schedule or changes in funding, any change to priorities that has been identified, maybe because a project is no longer needed or has become more important, so it has moved up or received funding that was not anticipated to be available this fast. So all those updates have occurred in the list. We completed our outreach efforts. There were in-person and online outreach opportunities, and we have incorporated the feedback both received here in the council chambers as well as in our public events, plus any comments that we receive online. Some of the comments were really related to O&M activities, so operations and maintenance, and so those are included in our list for addressing those as we do our daily work. Others resulted in addition to new items in this list. So what is still left to do is having this public hearing and confirming the prioritization so that later on this program can be adopted, and that is scheduled to occur in a couple of weeks. Next slide, please. Okay, so what you're seeing on the screen right now is the map that shows all the proposed improvements. You're seeing in anything that is lines, is a corridor improvement or an extension or a connection. Anything that looks like a traffic signal is an intersection improvement, not necessarily a signal, could be a roundabout, but it's a symbol that we use, which is easy to understand. And you are seeing all projects that have a location, and that includes also studies that have a location. There are some programs that are citywide, and those are not really represented in the map because of how difficult it is to identify that it's across the whole city. Next slide, please. Okay, so once more, this table is much easier to review in your packet, but it's showing the overall list of what we have, and I will call attention to the different colors. We have in the first segment in blue the projects. So those are projects that have design, sometimes right-of-way acquisition, and then construction. Call attention to those that are bolded. Those are new to this list, and I will tell you which ones those are. And then we have 2 projects that are shown in orangey color at the bottom of the first group of projects, and those are brand new, different, or new from the last list you saw as a draft in our previous meeting. So that's why we are trying to call attention to those, and I will go ahead and read what those are. Then in green we have programs, and at the bottom of our list are the studies, and there is also 1 bolded project there. Okay, so let me read to you what are the new projects that have been added. Okay, starting with project number 16. This is the Road 68 Pavement Preservation Project that is new to this TIP, did not exist in the previous TIP that was adopted by you all. Number 30 is the 4th Avenue Pavement Preservation, which extends from I-182 to the county line. And then in orange, in the first group of projects, is the brand new project. You have not seen this one before in any draft list. That is project number 43, is the Road 44 FCID Canal Crossing. That is pedestrian facilities to cross the canal. It's a gap that has been identified and mentioned in prior meetings. And then item 44 is Core Street Safety Improvements Phase 2. And this was as a result of comments that we received during our meetings. It's pedestrian and bicycle facilities along that corridor extending between Road 68 and Road 96. And this is because there are safety improvements proposed in our current TIP that extend on either side of this segment, but this segment was not identified yet, and it's planned to be incorporated in this program should you desire to do so, likely in the later years of the plan. So it's a brand new project coming to add with the new time frame that we have in this program versus the prior one. And finally, the other new project to this, it is a study to this program is number 51, Road 68 and Taylor Flats intersection study. That is an intersection that didn't used to be city jurisdiction. It is now partially city jurisdiction, and with increased volumes and the configuration of that intersection that has 5 legs, it is likely we will have to find solutions for increasing safety at that location. Okay, so next slide is the same list of projects, but in this case you are seeing the schedule in which they've been planned to be delivered. And along with that, you are seeing also the status of their funding. That's the very last column. And what you're seeing is that the vast majority of priorities 1 have funding secured, and that carries us pretty much to number 10. So there's at least 10 projects that are either fully funded or substantially funded. And then we have other projects that have partial funding and so on. So that is the current proposed prioritization of the projects and schedule. Next slide, please. And then this is our schedule that we had discussed earlier. You are seeing all the things, all the activities that have already occurred. We had several meetings in which we discussed this preliminary list, and we received feedback. We did outreach and received more feedback, incorporated the feedback, discussed the feedback with you. And so today we are right here in the public hearing date. And the next steps would be potential edits to DIP that could occur based on the feedback we received today and your direction. And the adoption prior to July 1st of 2025 is currently scheduled for June 16. And there is something weird happening with our slides, but I will confirm. Yes, June 16th is the tentative date for adoption of this plan. Should there be more changes by that date, we can still plan for a special meeting on the following Monday. So we have a lot of time and opportunity for making this program be exactly what you want to see. Next slide, please. Oh, perfect. So with that, that is an overview of our program. And I would be happy to answer any questions. And if there are no questions, we can move on to the public hearing. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you for that presentation. I know before I ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you before we do the public hearing, I had a question. Maybe you could kind of like run us through, like, say for instance on Road 100 in Court Street, where it's my area. We talked about the roundabout, and I know it's on here, but so say like in 2027, you don't get the 500,000. So obviously it wouldn't be completed. And again, it's hard to read some of these numbers because my eyes, I guess, aren't as good as I think they are. You're talking 2030 or 2031 for that to complete it. So what if there's another budget crisis? I mean, how does this work basically just for the people at home? We see it on the list. We see that's when it would happen or what should happen. But what if it doesn't? When? How long? I mean, does it just go with the first 10 get knocked off and then they move up in the list? Or how does that work where we have the most constituents complain that they want their stuff? Because I will say I've been trying really hard to go down Road 100. We got a constituent in the audience, and so I'm like, instead of taking the pathway along the park to Chihuahua, I've been actually walking down Court Street more with my dog, and literally, I don't know if somebody was trying to scare me or what, but they were within a foot, and I was in the bike lane, and at night, and the wham went by me. I thought for sure they were trying to knock me out, and I was totally shocked. But again, usually it's at nighttime where people really like fly down, and maybe they weren't paying attention. I don't know, but obviously I do think a roundabout would, because you would nail it going the speeds they're going. So, getting off my tangent, what do you think would be more realistic in people in this area? And then like on funding, can you give us a quick overview of how this should work and how realistically it does work?
Yes, so the program itself proposes the schedule based on likelihood of receiving funds or having collected the funds. There are several mechanisms for collecting funds for projects. Of course, our arterial fund and streets funds are funded through gas tax and other utility tax revenue that is provided for street maintenance and improvements. Now, additional to that, there is the transportation impact fee, which could be one mechanism to partially fund projects, and that is a project that is included in the transportation impact fee list of projects. So that is another avenue. And then, of course, there's always the opportunity to pursue grants from federal and state agencies, and the city has a history of pursuing and receiving, thankfully, some of those grants. We anticipate that the future of grants for the foreseeable future will be a little bit drier than what it has been up until now. And Pasco has been very, very successful, so that may actually impact our likelihood of receiving additional funds, since when funds and resources are short, there is the feeling that funding agencies need to ensure that everybody's receiving a little bit, right? And so Pasco, having had so much success, may actually not be our best way to advocate for more funds. Now, the way our plan or program is proposed is based on reasonable expectation of receiving funds. So we believe that this is not too aggressive of a plan, and therefore we think that it is possible to receive funds. If funds were not available, typically what happens is year after year, as we look at TIP, we identify how much end balance is available and whether we've received the funds or not, and then we adjust priorities. As we have talked in the past, priority to safety issues is typically given over other amenities within the roadway. And so there is dollars that are good for maintenance, especially in the grant world and our own funds, and then dollars that are good for constructing new. And therefore, there is the possibility that the funds will not be available to do the full improvements that are planned, and then projects get reprioritized, whether that means that this project moves further out in the future or other project gets moved down from the list and this one takes its place. And that is a call that is made during this TIP planning, and then if it's dependent on receiving funds that are external, is on the actual receiving those funds and securing them. So it's a combination of factors there. Hopefully that addresses the
that does. Again, just to clarify one quick thing. So, say like for instance this roundabout. I always love the idea, always wanted to see it. And again, it's hard sometimes to rally people to a cause and to attend these meetings. But say you had 20, 30 people come to a meeting, everybody said the exact same thing. Would that like up the scale, or would it mainly just be the same? I mean, if everybody comes out and says, this is what we really want, we want Court Street, Road 100, roundabout, does that like jack it up, or does it mainly stay the same? I mean, I'm just asking,
I understand. So yes, we appreciate public input. I cannot underestimate the amount of data that is used to prioritize things. And so as an engineer, for good or for bad, I make decisions based on data. And so we take into consideration crash data, analysis on volumes, and then prioritize based on that. Similarly, as we talk about different treatments for addressing an issue, we look at the possibilities of how to solve that and evaluate which alternative is the one that produces the best results, at the same time with, balancing use of resources. And so that is a equilibrium that we try to have. And yes, we value input. We want to know where people are experiencing issues, but certainly at the time of prioritizing, we're also looking at data.
Okay. Well, again, I know sometimes you have data and how many people get hit and stuff like that moves it up, but then at the same time, we don't want anybody getting hit. So again, this is what another frustration you you can only do so much with so much money. But as council, I will say, if you walk down Court Street at night on the pathway, where there's some people that, if there was a cop there, man, he'd be given ticket after ticket after ticket, because it's sometimes it feels like a racetrack, and I'm not wearing a helmet. So, but anyway, so I don't want to talk all the time. Let's go with Councilman Grimm, and then we'll work this way.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Director Sarah, for your presentation. Thank you for all your work on this. And I know why we have been successful in getting so many grants. I've had a couple of different little birdies tell me you are excellent at writing grants. So thank you for all the funds you're able to get us for the city of Pasco. And I look at this list, and, holy smokes, we are a growing city, and there's just a vast amount of projects. It's almost just pretty overwhelming, just the financial impact and just the needs of the city. And so I really appreciate you prioritizing and getting these all the way down. Even the very last one, I mean, it's like number 52, but just the sign reflectivity analysis implementation, how important that is. I mean, I've seen the new signs with the red strips down and the larger stop signs. Those things really do help. And there's so many, crashes at intersections, like I was just talking about earlier in my reports, the comprehensive safety plan, that I think those things really will help. So I appreciate you including that on the list. I see over there, just in my district, the traffic analysis for US 12 and just how important the need is over there. I mean, there's so much focus on West Pasco, but just over there, I mean, there's a huge need with congestion, and we've had some serious accidents over there. I just want to ask a specific question, though. Up towards the top of the list, I see Court Street. It was one of the new ones added, the pavement preservation south, not Court Street, south 68 between 182 and Court Street there. And just not to get too far in the weeds, but I look at that section of the roadway, especially between I-182 and Argent, and think, aren't we planning on widening that at some point anyways, between Argent and the interstate? And how does that, because I didn't see it on the list, and how does that get prioritized? I mean, I drive up 68 every day, and my old war wagon bounces up and down. It really needs help too. But if you could just talk briefly about the priorities there, and perhaps when maybe 182 to Argent might end up on this list.
Yes. So this project addresses specifically pavement preservation, the one that you're seeing in number 16. Mm-hmm. And the reason for it is there's the opportunity to apply for funds through a national grant, which is specific to pavement preservation. This is, I believe, the last corridor that the city is to overlay, utilizing the funds through that program. And so we incorporated it because we had already kind of tackled the other corridors that were eligible, and that is NHS corridors, so National Highway System corridors. So that you're seeing that project there. We have areas that have been recently incorporated and others that were city. So it's a combination of kind of joint jurisdiction, which sometimes made it hard to do pavement preservation. And therefore, now that the vast majority is city, we have worked with the county, and we have collected information, and we're able to address those needs for pavement preservation specifically. As far as widening, we did find that the prior TIP did not include a widening, but our CIP did, and we did some research, and we believe it was prudent to wait until our transportation system master plan was updated, which is underway, and determine whether that project was adequate and consistent with our patterns of development, and whether that needed that additional lane or not. It was going to be a pretty expensive project, and knowing what we know about grant funding, we thought that it wasn't very prudent to add it to this list yet. Of course, if this is something that you really want to see added, we could add it. It could be, our addition maybe after item 44, could be item 45, and then we have it in the list, and we keep an eye out for it and see what the results of that TSMP tells us, right, with the new land use and volumes and so on, to identify exactly what is needed. That is in areas it is 2 lanes, in areas it's 3 lanes, and so if we were to widen, like, is this a 5-lane corridor. 5-lane might be excessive. And then 4-lane has the problem of the left turns, right? So there's some further analysis that would be needed to support the widening as we understand it. And I do have my engineering manager in the audience in case he wants to add anything. But I think that's why we have what we have today in the list.
Okay, no, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, I'd much rather have an overpass than, that wide. No, and I appreciate all your work on it. And I've got an idea for pavement preservation too, that maybe I can catch you and the city manager offline and try to work through or whatever to preserve more of our roadways. So thanks again for all your work.
Well, thank you, Councilman Grimm. And just in case you don't know, I mean, we do appreciate all the work. We appreciate all the grants. I know sometimes members up here on the dais don't say it, but I know we all do really appreciate you guys. Everything you can do to make Pasco a better place and the roads better. It's always appreciated. I'm not seeing anybody else's lights. And Councilman Perales, do you have anything you'd like to mention or have a question?
I have a comment. I sent the email out earlier. I just want to put it on the record. I would like to see a potential project, a enhanced crosswalk at Road 44 and Hilltop Drive. And really, across the whole city, I think we should be partnering with the school district to find funds to enhance our crosswalks for our kids. So here's my plug. It's for the kids. It's not for me. It's not for my district. It's for our children who are trying to get to school in the mornings. And we all know we have a speeding problem, and we want that dedicated traffic unit. So, but this came across my emails, and I've had phone calls about this intersection, but I really just want to say we need to be doing this, enhancing our crosswalks across the whole city. So I'll go ahead and put that on the record. Also, I like where Mayor Pro Tem Milne was going with the roundabout, and I think we should probably seek out, like we're doing right now, comments from the public about what they would like to see done first as a priority. I know we have a list of stuff, and staff gets together the data and stuff and then believes that we should go after funding for this project or that one. But I think from time to time we should really sit down and really look at this list and decide which ones we believe should be a priority, and kind of compare that to what the community believes is a priority, and then direct staff to go seek funding for those projects. So that's just my 2 cents, and I'll yield. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Councilman Perales. So with that,
May I address one of the comments? I appreciate the email. I received it. We appreciate making us aware of crossing issues. And then as far as collaborating with school district, our engineering team has a standing meeting with school district staff specifically to discuss future projects and support for infrastructure surrounding schools. Every 2 years, there is a call for projects for grant funding specific to Safe Routes to School. And historically, we've been successful. We actually are about to put out to bid a project for 2 crossings that were highlighted. And so this will be added to our recurring conversations, and we will identify this and any other location that can be paired up so that it's an attractive project for funding. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for the comments.
Thank you.
With that, I'm not seeing any other ones, so I want to open it up for a public hearing and hear from the public. So with that, and people that would like to speak, we'll give you 3 minutes. Please, again, bring your comments to just 3 minutes. And with that, I'd like to know, do we have anybody from the audience that would like to speak on this topic? Mr. Green?
My name is Dallas Green. I live in West Pasco. Real quickly, Project 20, Road 100 and West Court intersection. I recognize the comments tonight about roundabout or stop where signal, and I really believe living nearby, we should look at a roundabout. It will allow flow, but also slow traffic. I think a signal, because I'm a traffic engineer in my dreams, not in real life, I think a signal will allow people with a steady green at night or whenever, just to bomb down that street. So if we have a roundabout, that works 24/7. Project 28, pedestrian bike safety on West Court between 96 and Harris. The 25 mile an hour speed limit, believe it or not, Councilwoman, is working pretty well. It's slowed, I believe, anecdotally, the average speed. But we still need the radar feedback signs that the council voted for, and also the striping. And I know there's some engineering involved in that, getting some approvals done in that, but we are now in the spring season. As you know, that path is busy. It's busy at night, it's busy during the day, and people are inches away, and he's not kidding when he sees it. Coming up on that, look at that project, $7 million, that's number 28. That's a lot of money that we hope to get someday. And I think that's kind of a pie in the sky. And, you know, as you know, I've brought a lot of residents to these meetings, 50 some at a time. They're terrified of Sylvester Street. I don't know anyone that goes down Sylvester and thinks it's a workable street plan. And residents on that street don't like it. You have vehicles delivering FedEx, UPS, whatever, they're having to stop in the roadway. And we just cannot allow that to be repeated, not just on West Court Street, but anywhere in the city. So if Project 28 moves forward, I do believe there should be some public input, and that needs to be considered in what's done, as well as looking at stats. But we need to make sure that we've got something that's workable for all parties, the users of the trail as well as the residents. Last thing real quick, I think the traffic improvement plan, you know, is always kind of a reactive thing, fixing problems. And I really want to address, you know, what are we doing with developers to make sure we're not chasing the problem 10, 20 years later? And I think the city has to think about that when they're looking at their planning and when they issue permits, how they issue permits. Look at what Ken Oak's done with fire stations, creating a special district, in effect, where if you want to build in this zone, you're going to contribute as a developer to fire protection. You're also going to contribute, in my book, to traffic flow. We notice people 300 and some feet out. Why aren't we making those developments pay for traffic impact 300 and some feet out or more? And I think it's going to really start at the planning level with your input. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else from the audience that would like to talk about this? My second call. And third and final call for public comments regarding the topic. Not seeing anybody. So again, thank you for that. So we're going to close the public hearing. And with that, we'll move on to number 9, ordinances and resolutions not related to hearings. And we have number A, resolution number 4601, setting a date to consider a notice of intent to commence annexation proceedings for SG Management LLC and Oregon Farms LLC annexation. And again, we got it's going to be a report from Haley Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is a resolution to establish a date to consider the intent to annex these two properties in Pasco. And when the date is set, then we will review the details with Council, and then eventually we'll have another meeting for the official annexation proposal. So this is part of the process. The applicant has met all the procedural requirements to staff, so we're forwarding it to the group to set a public or a meeting date to consider this notice on June 2nd. Happy to answer any questions.
All right. Do we have any other questions before we do a motion? I'm not seeing any. We'll give Mr. Perales a second, but
nothing to add, sir.
Okay. Well, with that, I'd like to get a motion from Mr. Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4601, setting 7:00 p.m. June 2nd, 2025 as the time and date for a public meeting with the initiators to consider the SG Land Management LLC and Oregon Farms LLC notice of intent to commence annexation of short plat 2021-08 Lot 2 and Short Plat 2022-32 Lot 1, property located south of Burns Road and east of Shoreline Road in Section 12, Township 9 North, Range 28, east westernmost.
Second.
Thank you. So we have the motion by Councilman Harpster and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. And with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Looks like that one carries unanimously. So we're going to go on to B, resolution number 4602, setting date and time for right-of-way vacation public hearing for Wanderack. And again, Ms. Miller.
Thank you. This is also a resolution to set this is a public hearing date for right-of-way vacation for Wanderack, and this is a property located over on 2502 North 4th Avenue, and this is a fueling station, and the front portion of their property that faces the street has a right-of-way there, and this was initially brought to staff in 2024, and we were researching whether the state owned it or the city owned it, and we landed on the conclusion that the city of Pasco does have ownership over this, so the applicant will be proposing to vacate this portion, and council will be hearing this matter during a public hearing on this date if the date is set tonight. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. So with that, can I get a motion, Mr. Harpster? Councilman Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4602, setting 7 o'clock p.m. Monday, June 16th, 2025, as the time and date for a public hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of right-of-way along North 4th Avenue in Pasco, Washington, and waiving the requirements for an appraisal, title report, and payment of compensation.
Second.
So we got a motion by Councilman Harpster and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say. Thank you. All those opposed say nay. Again, passes unanimously. So with that, we're going to move on to item C, which is resolution number 4603, setting date and time for right-of-way vacation public hearing for Pasco School District. And again,
Thank you. A little bit of repetition tonight here. So this resolution is for the school district, and they are proposing to vacate parts of the right-of-way along North Utah Avenue and then East Salt Lake Street. On their property boundary, there's a jog that goes into their site, and it looks like they don't need that much room to provide the frontage improvements. And then there will be also a dedication on North Welch Avenue to facilitate North Welch Avenue extension. So the date proposed for this is June 16th. I'm happy to answer any questions.
okay, thank you for that, Director Haley Miller. Do we have any questions from the council on this? I'm not hearing any. So with that, I'd like to get a motion from Councilman Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4603, setting 7 o'clock p.m. Monday, June 16th, 2025, as the time and date for a public hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of North Utah Avenue and East Salt Lake Street right-of-way in Lot 1, Block 18 of Fraze Addition to Pasco, Washington, and a North Weehee Avenue dedication of Lot 1, Block 19 of Fraze Addition to Pasco, Washington.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilman Harpster and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? So we have an aye there. So again, passes unanimously. So we're going to move on to 10, unfinished business. I'm not seeing anything, so let's move on to 11, new business. Again, I'm not seeing anything listed, so let's move on to number 12, miscellaneous discussion. And it looks like we got Mr. Eric Ferguson, lawyer.
I'm actually going to have Director Miller start off with an update for city activities that have been happening.
Okay.
Thank you. Quick update for the group. We had a third-party canvasser start with the City of Pasco this last Monday. I believe it was the 12th. So they have been out there 5 days in a row, and they were able to make contact with five different vendors and move them along and educate the vendors on the process. So far, 5 for 5. I'm not guaranteeing they're not going to come back into the area or end up somewhere else, but the 5 that we were able to make contact with were asked to move along and pack up, basically, if they weren't able to show they had the proper approval. So I believe it's going well. If you do see a roadside vendor out in a location consistently and want to let me know, feel free to email, I guess, Dave and CC me and let me know, and we can emphasize those areas for you. But so far, it's going well.
All right. Well, thank you for that update. Was there anything else from staff that would like to, Mr. Ferguson?
Yeah, so essentially, I just wanted to circle back. Last time we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, the kind of the marching orders, as I understood them anyway, was to make sure that we looked at this issue with the other cities, get a sense of what our other neighbors are doing, and then also see if there's just something that we don't have that everybody else has, kind of a silver bullet. Is there just something is this just new to us, kind of thing? So we did a couple things in order to start that process. The main thing we did was we reached out to Richland and Kennewick. Didn't hear back from Richland, but I did have an extended conversation with the city attorney for Kennewick, which was kind of a nice treat. We were able to really dig into this issue quite a bit. And essentially, I think the article, a lot of folks saw the article in the paper, and it talked about kind of what their approach is. But essentially, excuse me, they're not too worried about it. That was kind of the takeaway that I got, and that's not from the city attorney. That's not his assessment. That's just based on the conversations that it sounds like that have been dealt with. It sounds like it hasn't been as prolific. Maybe I don't know if that's the right use of that word in this sense. But it also it seems to be the issue that they were addressing they felt it was more related to seasonal aspects, in terms of that it goes away pretty quick after this kind of the spring kind of run at it, and then they really weren't getting a whole lot of complaints. It sounds like that. I don't mean to be putting words in their mouth. This is just kind of my assessment from the conversations in the article. But so it doesn't sound like they're in any hurry to try to do anything about it, and they're just going to kind of stand down and stay where they're at. The other thing that we did was I took the effort to get on what's referred to as the WASAMA listserv, which is the Washington State Association of Municipal Attorneys, and put out a very specific inquiry related to this. It's one of the few times where we can do that where we don't have to worry about any kind of privilege, because obviously this is a big issue that we're not seeking legal advice. We're just trying to gather policy advice online. So I received a whopping 0 responses from about 200 to 300 attorneys statewide. So normally someone will just ping you and say, how's the weather over there? But I didn't even get that. So yeah, I was disappointed in that. I thought for sure that there would be a little more out there. One of the things that did come out of my conversation with the Kennewick city attorney was that apparently their current city manager was the former city manager in Battleground, and she was she had stated, or he told me that she'd stated that they had tried to address something like this in Battleground and to take a peek there. So we did. We went to Battleground, looked at their statute or their code sections, and unfortunately, it's not really helpful. I see why people might think that it would be a little more helpful because of the way it's titled. It's called mobile food units, and so it looks like it might be a little different than what we're normally looking at. But essentially, when you read it, it is essentially the exact same thing as what we do under mobile vendors. Now, the one little nuance, they have this description of where a mobile food unit has to be must have, quote, wheels and be attached and be readily movable. So clearly that's not anything remotely close to what we're talking about with this situation. So anyway, I guess a long way to say that Battleground wasn't a whole lot of help. We didn't. That wasn't really what we were looking for. So with that being said, really what we're stuck with is kind of on our own in terms of like really kind of pioneering this and seeing, okay, what would this look like and what do we have? So to that analysis, that's really where kind of the legal analysis kicks in. And this statute is very interesting. It's very broad. I don't know if for folks like me who get excited about stuff like this was actually originally passed in 1897. That is 9 years after statehood, for those that are keeping track at home. And it was really interesting because the title of the act in the Session Law of 1897 stated that it was an act to permit farmers, gardeners, and manufacturers to dispose of the products of their labor. So that was essentially the overarching title of it. It's changed a few times in terms of adding some language. They struck some language that talked about that they struck out a bunch of fish and milk and poultry and stuff like that. But long and short of it is it's really been around for a long time, and pretty much it's standard form. It shall be lawful for any farmer, gardener, or other person without license to sell, deliver, or peddle any fruits, vegetables, berries, butter, eggs. So it's still pretty close to the way it started, and there's been a few iterations. But really, what it comes down to is the statute that we start with really is an exception to, and these are rare situations when the legislature. Maybe not so rare anymore, but they used to be rare situations when the legislature would really preempt local government's authority to regulate certain things. And so this was kind of an extraordinary thing that really limits the local government's ability to regulate something. So it really just takes it off the table the way it's drafted. So it's a very strong, broad statement right at the get-go. I'll just refresh everybody's recollection here. It shall be lawful for any farmer, gardener, or other person without license to sell, deliver, or peddle any fruits, vegetables, berries, eggs, or any farm produce or edibles raised, gathered, produced, or manufactured by such person, and no city or town shall pass or enforce any ordinance prohibiting the sale by or requiring license from the producers and manufacturers of farm produce and edibles as defined in this section. So that's a really broad statement there, and so broad, in fact, that that's why it's accepted in our mobile vending stuff. So, and as we talked about last time, this is really this one little narrow area, which is we're not talking about folks that are selling food, any kind of food products that's been produced or manufactured in any way. We're talking about produce, and that's not as clear either in some of our analysis in terms of trying to analyze, does that include flowers, which we do believe it does based on the statute. So anyway, long and short of it is, what it really comes down to is we're really talking about this narrow little area. We know we can't regulate. The statute couldn't be clear that we can't require a license on private property. We know we have our mobile vending requirements or our ordinances that allow to regulate who can sell these food products, and then those do allow some use of the right-of-way, but it's very specific in our code as to how that can be utilized. Then we have people who sell certain things along the roadway that we know we can regulate that, like products, things that they may sell, kites or what have you. Other items. Excuse me. So we know that those can be regulated. So this is just one of those really narrow situations where you have a statute that says you otherwise can't regulate this activity, but you do have, these are your rights of way. This is the local government does have the ability to regulate what goes on in the right of way. So it's a nuance. I will say this though, the one thing that really, one of the things that we started to look at, well, would there be a way to have, say, a permit for this type of activity, since you're essentially giving someone the ability to be in your right-of-way to sell, to engage in this activity. And we know we can actually regulate this activity on private property if somebody calls the police department and they come out and say, get them off of my property, right? That's trespass, right? So what would be the equivalent of a civil situation where the local government may or may not be willing to give its permission to be in the right-of-way? So our thought was, well, maybe this would be some kind of permit, not a license in the sense of like a business license, but some kind of a permit to do a certain activity in a certain place. And that's not going to work. If it's specifically related to this activity, a permit and a license are going to be looked at interchangeably. One of the Cornell Law School, they have a website that does a lot of definitions, and license is defined multiple different times in the RCWs, not in this particular section, so it kind of amalgamates them all. But the definition that really seems to be stated over and over again is generally a license is permission granted by a qualified authority permitting a licensee to do something that would otherwise be prohibited. License may also refer to the physical document granting such permission, sometimes referred to as a permit. So there we're right back to where we started. So I think there could be a way to regulate your right-of-ways in a way that would make sure that anybody engaged in any particular activity had to adhere to certain standards. We have some guardrails kind of outside of that. Don't block traffic. We have some kind of criminal statutes that if they're really causing some kind of disorderly conduct or something like that, those are clear. But you would have to be unrelated to this specific activity. So what I'm getting at is we were hoping that there would be a very precise tool that we could find and utilize and give the council an option to adopt a policy that would really engage in just regulating this one particular aspect. And I don't think I don't think we're going to be able to get there from here. I think the way it's going to have to go is you're going to have to really look and say, this is about permission to be in the right of ways for all activities, and they're all going to require a certain amount of licensing. But if it's specifically related to this activity, it's going to be viewed as requiring a permit to do an activity that the state says that you're otherwise allowed to do. So with that, sorry, I don't mean to go on and on, but we've had quite the law school debates about this. So anyway, happy to try to answer any questions, but a whole lot of talk to tell you that this is new, and this would be something that that would have risk.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Ferguson. Do we have something from Councilman Grimm?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson, for digging in and trying to get to the bottom of this and really just giving us more information than what we had before. And I appreciate that. Just a couple follow-up questions. The first one that comes to mind, I guess I don't think anybody has an issue with what's going on private property. I mean, ultimately, that's for those property owners to deal with and all that. The complaints that I've heard are especially along the Road 68 corridor when they are on the sidewalks. Perhaps maybe it's a fruit, maybe it's a knickknack, but here's the light changing, and suddenly you're waiting for heavy traffic already, and people to set down their phones in their cars, and now we have to wait for a transaction to finish. And so I think the right-of-way regulation is that's the feedback I've heard from the community that I think just creates a safety concern, and so I don't know if there is a way of pursuing or a resolve to do so. But the other aspect, I mean, are we liable for this if there is an issue there? I mean, do we have a liability in this? And what can we do to mitigate our liability here? I mean, can we name the state as a, I guess,
third party?
Yeah, think you need a lawyer to straighten it out for me. But yeah, I mean, what do we do with that?
That's a great question, and I think it's an open question, and I certainly obviously wouldn't want to speculate about it in this venue, but yeah, that is something that we would want to look at because I think those risks are always there. Anytime that you have something that is controlled by the city, that's something that you're going to want to be careful to make sure that you knew or should have known that you're regulating or that you're taking any kind of safety precautions. So again, I don't want to try to give legal advice in open session, but I am worried about that.
Okay, yeah, and I guess that would just be my one concern. Again, private property is private property, but again, I look at one of the busiest intersections in the entire Tri-Cities where it's prone to crashes, it's prone to safety issues, so much so that we've put a red light camera there to try to mitigate some of those. And so that, I guess that would be the one thing that, I would hope we would have the resolve to maybe move forward is just in those areas to look at that. But that's just my opinion. Thank you again for all your work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilman Grimm. Do we have any other staff? I know we have a memorial day agenda here, so if I could probably get
I will actually just hand it over to Director Rice, who will talk about the upcoming event and then do a brief update on Memorial Pool.
Okay, thank you for that.
Good evening, Councilor Mayor. Yes, so next Monday, Memorial Day service at City Cemetery, starting at 11 a.m. So looking forward to host that between, again, 11 and 12 noon. We'll have one of our own staff as our primary speaker, as well as the mayor to kick that event off. So also make note that no council meeting next Monday, because that will shift to Tuesday as well. I think more on that if we need, but otherwise I do have an update on our Memorial Pool Dome project. I want to share with you some of the progress that we've made, some of the items that we've discovered, and some additional expenditures due to those, so that council is up to date as we try to wrap up this project in the next week and bring that project bid closure to you soon. So brief update, 2018, the city recognized the need to have a year-round swimming pool in the community, and decided to add an air dome cover project to Memorial Pool to the capital improvement plan. 2024, City Council approved the purchase of the pool dome cover, so manufacturing could begin for delivery in 2025. And then just this March, the city awarded EFS Construction the contract to install the pool dome foundation and deck totaling $757,000 for completion prior to the general pool opening. So kind of brought us up to date. As with several projects, particularly something that was built in the 1950s and has been remodeled through the years, there are several unknowns that have been discovered since construction started, resulting in about 64,000 of approved or pending change orders to allow planned public opening of the pool. The change orders will be presented as part of the project acceptance, but wanted to review them now as we are incurring the costs as the project completes. Further delay to the pool usage impacts our lifeguard training, resulting in delays to general pool opening and swim lessons. So if we hadn't kept moving forward, it just kind of cannonball right into the middle of summer, which we've been trying to avoid, especially with the start of our swim lessons. So a couple examples of these. Shade structure. We had a pretty large shade structure that was installed several years ago. We found that the contractors found the foundation encroached in the pool decking area that we needed to replace. And not only did it encroach, it was a very large chunk of concrete holding that in, so it required additional labor and equipment to remove. We found an unknown manhole in the parking lot requiring a reset for future access and maintenance. We think this is from the 2009 construction project when we did the last remodel there. So you can kind of see it buried in the middle, but that required resetting and setting to the level of the parking lot so we can maintenance that in the future. The previous pool remodel backfill was unstable. You see it's a combination of this pea gravel and the sand. It was continued to fall in, so it required additional labor and forms to stabilize for the new pour. They located the original abandoned pool deck, which I think would have been from 2 remodels ago. As you can see, this rebar on the left side of the picture that needed to be cut out and removed. Not only the removal, but then we needed to procure additional concrete to help fill that back to the deck level. And then a couple of additional things. We paid for a couple of extra work days or overtime for, they're working 4/10 schedule, so either Friday or Saturdays to help round out those days, keep the project moving. Additional labor and materials to support the installation of the bulkhead, which is ultimately the pool lane divider that we'll use when the dome covers on to expand the swim opportunity. Discovered unknown fiber optics line, gas line, and fence line that all intersected together in the same spot, so we've worked on moving those things around. Labor and industry required some electrical bonding to reduce stray electrical current throughout the system, and then some additional electrical changes related to changes in the foundation. But the project is on track to be completed by May 26th. Facility staff have been given the go-ahead to start draining the water out of the pool and then filling up this week. Recreation staff will perform lifeguard certification in the following weeks. We'll slip in a quick swim meet, and then the pool will be open to the public on June 14th. Everything progresses as planned this week. And then pool dome delivery will be in September with installation to follow right after the end of the swim season in October. So far on track, but as council has asked before, they'd like to hear about some potential changes before we expend them. This is kind of like the middle ground because I'm expending them, but I'm giving you the heads up that I'm spending them. So hope to be a little bit more project timing where we can stall the project and seek permission first, but doing the best we can to tell you what's going on. With that, any questions?
Do we have any questions from the council? I'm not seeing anything, so thanks for the update, Director Rice. I do appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, I'm not seeing anything else, so we We're going to jump to number 13, which is exec session, and I'm not seeing anything listed, so hallelujah on that. And so at 9 o'clock, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the City Council special meeting of Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. I know it is odd for us to meet on Tuesdays, but yesterday was a Memorial Day, so hopefully you all celebrated that and remembered those who have fallen before us. With that, Ms. Clerk, if you'll call us in.
Yes. Council members Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell.
Present.
Grimm. Okay. Harpster.
Present.
Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
I'm present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here, and I apologize, I did skip over our typical read-in, so for those following along, their agenda packet's available on the back of this table right there, next to Mr. Grambois, who's there presently. For those following along, www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. The meeting's televised on PSC-TV, channel 191 in Spectrum. In Pasco and Richland, it's streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and previous council meeting is available on the city's website. The public may submit comments either using the Ask Pasco app or through the city clerk or city manager's office. With that, we've had the roll call read, and if you'd all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. That'll move us along to item number 4, which is our public comment period of the special meeting. The public may make comment on topics scheduled for final action identified in the agenda for this special meeting. Citizen comments are normally limited to 3 minutes by the clerk and myself and via the clock. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments or submit written information to either the clerk or to council through the city manager's office. Lastly, if you're called upon, please state your name and your county of residence. So with that, if you have public comment on final actions to be taken in this special meeting, I invite you to the podium. Going once, going twice, 3 times. With that, we have no public comments. We'll move along to item number 5, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating thereto. We do have a couple of items here. We got A and B, and the first one is item A, ordinance number 4767, Transportation Impact Fee Program. It looks like Ms. Sarah is going to be presenting that.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We will have. Okay.
Mayor?
Can I make it work?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Prowse, I didn't see your light.
I'm sorry about that. I was, in the interest of time, I want to make a motion to postpone the vote on the traffic impact fee program. I have reservations, so I'd like to make a motion to postpone it until the school impact fee, ILA, and all that stuff gets figured out. I don't think adding another fee on top of other fees, perhaps that shouldn't be in motion right now. It's not prudent to do with a lot of the housing affordability issues we see. And so rather than have Director Sarah give us a presentation, I just want to or make a motion for that. And if that can pass, then we can bring this back at another date, preferably when the school impact fee ILA and stuff is addressed.
Okay, so we've got a motion to table this vote until the school impact fee ILA is addressed. Do we have a second, Mr. Officer?
I'll second with discussion.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Let's open the floor for discussion.
I would just say I concur with Ms. Prowse's comments. If there's a way that we could vote on it this evening and ensure a specific date that it does not go into effect till, I'd also be open to that, but I think the easiest path may be to just postpone it until such time as Mr. Prowse mentioned. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any further discussion? I will note that I believe I was CC'd on an email from Mr. Grimm indicating similar thoughts. I don't want to speak for you, Charles, but I don't hear you. Mr. Grimm, can you hear us? And if so, oh, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my thoughts are pretty much spoken in email. I just don't
chief concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So if we were to table this, do we have an idea of like how long this would be tabled or what would be recommended? I'm not sure if you're aware of. I mean, when would you say realistically that this would come out with what Mr. Councilman Perales is talking about? What kind of time frame are we looking at?
Well, just from a procedural standpoint, one of the things you have to do with an ordinance is it has to have an effective date. You can make that date very well into the future, but that's why they call it an effective date, not an effective event. You can sometimes make things condition precedent so that things have to happen before something else takes place. But the problem with this situation is that the ordinance is going to modify large portions of the code, and so you really would need to have an effective date, say January 1, 2026 or something like that, if you went forward on one of these options. So it really, from a procedural standpoint, if the council wants to absolutely guarantee that something's going to happen prior to moving forward, then tabling it would be the preferred route, I would think, because if you pass something and make it effective, then you may have to come back and unpass it later on.
Okay. Well, thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing that, I liked Mr. Harpster's idea of utilizing a condition precedent, but hearing from our legal counsel that's not advisable. I do think it makes sense to sit on this until we have things worked out with the school district. I appreciate the points before me not needing to re-raise them. Any further discussion? If not, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote on this one, Ms. Clerk. Sorry, just to remind folks, because it's been a while since the motion was made, this would be to table this to a date. Do we want to set a date post enactment of the school district, like the first regular meeting? I guess that's technically a modification. So at this point, it's just open-ended. And then we can direct staff the time according to if we move.
It sounded like, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Perales, but I thought the motion was to table this until such time as the school impact fee amendment can be effective. Is that correct?
Okay.
And you can make that an event.
Okay. Sounds good, Mr.
I would just say, yeah, my suggestion, this is the way council wants to go, would be to just schedule them both for the same night. You can deal with the school impact fee. That'll have an effective date. You can match the effective date of the school impact fee, the effective date of the traffic impact fee.
Are you requesting that in the motion, or is that something we can direct that's adequate direction?
I think if there's no objection to council, I think we can staff can just bring it back at the same time. I don't know, we necessarily need that part of the motion.
Any objections to that approach? Okay, so with that, I think we know what we're going with. We got to vote here, Ms. Clerk.
Okay. Councilmember Grimm. Councilmember Grimm.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Okay, so sounds like you all know what you're doing and we know what we're doing, right? Thank you. Thank you for being prepared, Ms. Sarah. With that, we'll move along to item B, which is joint resolution number 4604, extension of the interlocal and financing lease agreement for the HAPO Center facility until December 31, 2025. Interim City Manager Zabel, looks like it's yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. So, as Council is well aware, the city and county have had a long-standing partnership over HAPO Center for about the last 30 years. And that partnership, for the benefit of the audience, exists formally through an interlocal agreement, which actually dates back prior to that, 1994. A little bit of history over the years. Pasco's invested about $7.7 million into that facility. The majority of it, $5.6 million, for operational subsidies per the agreement, and about $2.1 million for 20 years worth of loan payments towards the initial capital outlay for construction of the project itself. So the original agreement was a 30-year agreement, and it was set to expire on May 24, 2024. Council extended that agreement in December of 2024, and we're now coming up to the expiration of that agreement, which will be in May 31st of this year. So we have to act fairly quickly. So we've been, we have a committee of council members, staff, and then some other meetings have occurred, and trying to get us to probably an extension. There was no way we were going to be able to, in the amount of time we had left when we really started meeting with the council or the commission, no way really to pull together a comprehensive agreement in just a couple months. And so we pulled together with their cooperation, just a brief extension. We talked about this a little bit at the retreat and got some direction from council that council would be willing to entertain an extension to the end of this year. But council had some conditions on that extension. There were some things that they specifically wanted to talk about having to do with governance, which has been an area of discussion over the course of the agreement. Finances, whether that's capital or operational, even down to what the facility, what's the best use for that facility. We talked about review of cost centers and when it comes to finance, to look at operating revenues and expenses and make some fresh determination as to whether or not the split, the 50-50 split that's in the ILA now is appropriate. So that there's about probably 12 or so items that are listed in the resolution. Those are not necessarily demands in that resolution. They're really a list of topics that we're going to talk about that we're interested in the council, and they're not all inclusive either. The guy invited the county to add anything to the list they wanted to. They felt that was a pretty good list to talk about, but we certainly, there's maybe other items come up during the course of those negotiations. So this extension gives some time to talk about these and other issues, and ultimately for the county commissioners and the city council to decide at the end of the day whether or not they want to continue the relationship through a successor interlocal agreement or a pretty beefed up extension that would probably very much modify the initial thing. I think one other piece of that is that I want to bring up, because it's something that we've talked about quite a bit, is the disposition of the land leased by the city or by the county, by the city from the county for the ball fields. And so that's also another piece of that. As council's aware, that's typically been on a 5-year lease. It's $1 a year. Maybe the last couple times it's been a little awkward, I'll say, between the agencies, $1 a year. It's getting to be pretty valuable real estate, although on the other hand, the county or the city's invested millions of dollars literally in that site to develop those ball fields. It was sagebrush before it was ball fields. So both the county has ownership of the land, the city has a huge investment in that parcel. So that's another big piece. And what council had directed staff at the retreat was we need to be working towards long-term security for those ball fields, rather, because they play such an integral role in our community. Those more than every 5-year lease with an option to extend. So those are the pieces. Tomorrow, the Franklin County Commissioners will be considering the same agreement. It's on their agenda. And if it passes here tonight and passes across the street tomorrow, we will have some time to negotiate all these issues, A through I, in the resolution, and probably more. And staff's recommendation is the council approve the agreement. I guess one other piece probably worth mentioning is that it keeps the original ILA status quo in terms of the subsidy share and operation responsibilities, things like that.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I just want to comment that it's a little aggravating. We're doing a third extension in over the last, I think, 18 months or so. However, I am pleased with the leadership changes at Franklin County, and specifically Mr. Dansel, their new county administrator, and have been able to talk with him about this. I've talked with Mr. Zabel about this, as well as one of the commissioners, and I think extending this one more time is what's in the best interest for the residents of Pasco and Franklin County for the long term. And so I don't want to say I'm happy to extend because I would hope that we'd be further along, but I think we're making good progress.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I agree with a lot of the same sentiment from Councilmember Harpster, but I'll say this. I think my plan on behalf of the committee is this is the last one. I don't care if we're here on Christmas Eve, but before the end of the year, this needs to get done. And we're working diligently with our counterparts across the street, but I do intend on seeing this being the last extension. I like the conversations that I had, that the committee has had, and I think we're getting there. And I think from here on out, we're gonna see something come together here shortly and here in the near term. So don't get me wrong, I share the same frustrations, but negotiations sometimes take time. And I think with some of the changes that we've seen there over at the county at the courthouse, they've been good. Again, the conversations have been great, and so I this is on the list to get done for the end of the year. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Ms. Ross.
This is a question more for staff, and I'm looking at Ms. Adele. We've extended this a couple times. Is there any accountability to the individuals managing this organization as far as the accounting, as far as the reporting, so that we can finally come to a final last interlocal agreement to where we don't have to depend on extensions?
In terms of accounting and some of the financial concerns that you're stating, we are working with the new leadership in county and have received some much more detailed information than we have in recent past. And it is definitely an item that is addressed as a point of discussion and clarification for the new ILA, so that we are not in the same position that we have been in the last 5-6 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Grimm, do you have anything?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for asking.
Not a problem. Thank you. With that, do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move to approve joint resolution number 4604, modifying the interlocal cooperation agreement between the City of Pasco and Franklin County, Washington, regarding the financing, acquisition, and ownership of a multi-purpose arena and exposition facility, the Hapo Center.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Grimm?
Oh, I said aye.
Sorry, didn't catch you. Thank you for clarifying. Sounds like that passes unanimously, Ms. Clerk. So, just one quick question on that, staff. Will you be able to either transmit something signed or some confirmation that we passed this, just as a heads up ahead of their meeting tomorrow morning?
I was planning on sending county administrator an email tonight. So.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I know you're working long hours, but it's always good to give them a heads up before they take action or don't.
I was going to do it during the meeting, but
perfect. I wasn't going to call you out there. I was just going to give you kudos for long hours. With that, we're going to roll on to item number 6, which is adjournment of this special meeting. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco City Council regular meeting of this Monday, June 2nd, 2025. Hard to believe we're already in June, but here we are. The city welcomes you and thanks you for your attendance. At regular meetings, the City Council takes action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. For anyone following along, agenda packets are available either here on the small table in the back immediately to the right under the sign that says conveniently agendas. If you're online, www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda is where you can find it. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 in Pasco and Richland via Spectrum Cable, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting is available on the city's website. The public may submit comments or ask questions by contacting city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app, and of course during our comment period tonight. With that, Ms. Clerk, if you'll read in the roll.
Thank you. Council members Barajas,
Present.
Blaisdell,
Present.
Grimm,
Here.
Harpster,
Present.
Perales,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne,
Present.
and Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. With that, I'll move us along to item number 4, which is our consent agenda. We have a handful of items. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council or enacted by a singular vote, by a singular motion. There will be no separate discussion of any of these items unless one of the council members asks for removal and further discussion. Then it would be removed to a later portion of the meeting via the regular agenda. So with that, item A is approval of meeting minutes for May 19th and May 27th, 2025. Item B is bills and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $4,387,389.29. And item C is resolution number 7605, the 2025 to 2029 Tri-Cities Home Consortium Assessment for fair housing. With that, do we have anyone seeking to remove any of these items? Hearing none, Mr. Milne, can we get a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne and second by Ms. Blaisdell. Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas,
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm,
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster,
Yes.
Councilmember Perales,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne,
Yes.
and Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we'll move on to item number 5, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. They're not listed. Moving along to item number 6, we have public comments. Now, this is the opportunity for the public to address council on items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. And we have one of those listed in item in section 8. So as long as you're speaking on something not addressing that item 8, you may address us at the podium. This is the opportunity for folks to bring items to the council, to our attention. Excuse me, to provide your opinion on an issue. It's not an opportunity to provide for debate or expecting some sort of immediate response either from staff or from council, as some questions do require deliberative information and further consideration. We do appreciate your participation. Comments are limited to 3 minutes, as you'll see by the clock that's running to my right. As you approach the podium, it'll be to your left. And those with lengthy messages are requested that they summarize them, and then you're always welcome to submit further comment, again, as I mentioned, via the Ask Pasco app, City Manager, City Clerk, or if you have handouts, you can hand them to the lovely City Clerk, who will then pass them down to us. When you approach the podium, if you can provide us your name and your county of residence, that'd be great. So with that, I'll make a couple of calls. This is the first call for public comment. Go ahead. And if you can push down on the mic, there should be like a little mouth button. There you go. You're on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Marcel Brown. I'm coming to address the council about a cell phone tower that they want to put in my front yard. I live on Riverview Drive. I've been there for 25 years. I have grandkids that are growing up. It's radiation, property value, and a whole bunch of other things. And I don't think that I should have to pay taxes every year on those the place that they were going to put it, and then they can say, well, I just do it whatever I want. So if they own it, then why am I paying taxes? So I just don't think that they should be able to put that there. That's about it. I just don't want it there.
We certainly appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Thank you. Ma'am? It looks like a mouth with a couple of lines. There you go.
I'm also the grandparent, but I don't live there anymore. But, you know, the
we really don't know about. We just want you to really consider it. I have 6 grandkids living there, and they're real young, so just please consider that.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any additional public comments? Ms. Mahoney.
This on?
Yeah.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr took an oath to follow the U.S. Constitution that says no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. Yet, Mr. Kerr authorized animal control with the right to seize, kill, and/or send our family dogs and pets to WSU for research without the semblance of due process. So Mr. Kerr did not tell the truth when he took his oath to follow the Constitution and to comply with due process. See files for Bell, Jake, Kilo, and thousands more. Further, Mr. Kerr falsely stated he would provide a copy of the termination agreement between WSU and Animal Control, now called Tri-City Animal Services, or TCAS. Mr. Kerr did not provide the termination agreement, and Animal Control continues as an animal research provider to WSU, and also as a high-kill facility with no spay-neuter program and no adoption program. See Tri-City Animal Services rehire Angela Zeiler's quote, "The dogs euthanized at WSU were ones we would have had to kill anyhow," end quote. With that, provide how much money WSU pays Pasco, the Animal Control Authority, and/or Tri-City Animal Services for our dogs and cats for WSU research. Provide Tri-City Animal Services Zegan Zeiler's training in humane euthanasia methods to end botched and painful deaths that Animal Control calls, quote, popcorning the dogs and cats, end quote. Provide the results for 48 counts of animal cruelty, the theft of $375,000, the missing and/or stolen rainy day fund at Animal Control. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Zeiler. Provide the fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers, Hayden Homes, for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. Provide a permit number 404 that allows Pasco to develop and destroy our floodplain. Provide all past and present ULID and/or LID designs for my Pasco property with start dates and costs. Include all Pasco officials' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. See requests made by me on May 5th and May 19th to Pasco regarding payments to ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins regarding his directorship or his LLC and Watkins Endeavor LLC. How much are we paying him? And Pasco's cap bonds. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, council members. My name is Amber Wade, as you might know by now. I live at the Sands Mobile Home Park in Pasco, and I know this might seem like an unusual comment, but I'm here today to honor someone who has quietly given so much for our city. This week, Becky, the very first resident of the Sands Mobile Home Park, is preparing to move now after 55 years in the same home. She's in her 70s now, and while this is a big transformation, she's meeting it with strength and grace. Becky has been the heart of our park. She's someone who checks in on neighbors, helps people through hard times, and has never asked anything in return. She's supported children, veterans, the elderly, and anyone in need quietly and consistently. She's been a source of stability, kindness, and community for generations, and now we want to return that love and support to her. We are inviting anyone who can lend a helping hand for her to move tomorrow and Wednesday with care, dignity, and gratitude from everything she has done for us. The address here at the Sands is 1416 North 1st Avenue, Lot 21. She will need help Tuesday at 2 p.m., that's tomorrow, and Wednesday bright and early at 8 a.m. She will be traveling with her family clear back east. I keep getting the state wrong. Let's give Becky the send-off she deserves after 55 years of showing up for others. It's our turn to show up for her. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment?
Good evening. My name is Frankie Hurley, and I live around the corner from Marcel Brown. And I also object to having a telephone tower put on my property as well. And if Verizon decides to put the telephone pole on his property, what's going to stop them from cutting into other people's property? And we also know that the tower, the poles, irradiates some type of poisoning, and so I would totally object to that. And I think each property owner should be able to object to that and have you all address those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any additional public comment? Going once, going twice, going a third time. Thank you. Appreciate those comments. With that, we'll move on to item number 7. There's a single item. Item A is verbal reports from council members. Mr. Prowse.
Appreciate it, Mayor. Sorry, I've not been talking all day pretty much. I met with the Housing Authority of the City of Pasco and Franklin County. Just had a meeting just about kind of what they're doing. They're going to be doing lots of growing here for the next couple years. The last time Matt Truman came in and actually talked to the council was well over 2 years ago. So I reached out, we had a meeting, and just they're going to look into perhaps buying some land, and they're going to need partnerships and working with the city to get permitting and stuff. So it was a really enlightening meeting, and yeah, he's looking to start really expanding their housing stock. So it was a productive meeting, and I think as of right now, he wants to extend an invitation to perhaps come and present to the council, give an update. I mean, it's been 2 years since he's been here, and just kind of tell us their plans for the future. Then I also just met, I stopped in at ProMade Homes today to discuss the the dust storm from this past weekend, and they're going to work better at making sure that their ground is more saturated and that they have individuals out there on the weekends. But at that point where it was really windy, you can put water down all day. It was so windy, the water was just kind of just flowing in the air. So I know a lot of people were upset on social media, people who reached out to me, maybe other council members, but ProMade's going to do better, and so I guess we'll just find out on the next dust storm. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Ms. Blaisdell. Sorry.
Thank you. I attended the Visit Tri-Cities board meeting last week. Hector Cruz shared that the Washington Recreation Park Association had the opportunity to visit downtown Pasco and eat some good tacos. So they were pretty impressed with downtown Pasco. Also, I attended the District 2 Community Police meeting. Areas of concerns were racing and mini bikes as the weather gets warmer. And I also attended Farmers Market this last Saturday, and I believe that'll be going on every Saturday until October. Is that correct? So, and that's from 9 to 1.
Thank you, Ms. Blaisdell. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. On Thursday, I had got to come here to City Hall, and we had some students from Virgie Robinson Elementary. They got a tour of City Hall and the police department, and I got to play mayor, and they had wanted to know all about council and told them all about it, and I had 2 classes, and it was quite a lot of fun, and the students got to sit up here at the dais. Everybody wanted to get the mayor's spot. My spot wasn't as everybody wasn't fighting for that one. So, but anyway, it was good. It's been a couple hours, and again, hopefully represented the city well. And then on Friday night, I did attend the TCRA graduation with the local firemen, and it was really good. Had a good turnout. I was also Councilwoman Brajas was there as well. So I think we're the only 2 elected officials there, but it was a good time, and it was really good to see the upcoming graduation class, and they did a video and get to hear their stories. And again, I was glad that I was able to take time out of my Friday evening and be part of that. That was me.
Thank you, Mr. Milne, and thank you for covering that event. I'd hoped to come to see the kids, but duty called, and I got to see the beautiful city of Spokane. That's certainly not as good as the city of Pasco, but I won't pull punches. Ms. Brajas.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, just wanted to mention that, yes, I was at the graduation. Very proud moment to see, 16 graduates. But I do want to highlight 2 of those graduates that came to Pasco, and that will be Cooper Famright and Jerome Needhold. So congratulations to them, and welcome to City of Pasco. Also did attend a luncheon, but I'll leave that to Mr. Harpster to talk a little bit more about that. But again, congratulations, Fire Department.
Thank you, Ms. Barajas. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I attended a luncheon with Ms. Barajas. No, we attended the Tri-Cities Chamber of Commerce luncheon, which was legislative update from Senator Torres, Senator Binky, Representative Clicker, and Representative Manjarez, I believe is how you pronounce her last name. It was sort of a depressing presentation. We all know already what's happened, but I did want to note Senator Binky's remarks at the end kind of brought it all full circle. And if I could summarize his comments, it was something like, there's wins and losses, a lot of losses for those folks this year, but we keep fighting and we keep pushing. And in the meantime, we respect the people who are in the position they're in. He specifically mentioned Governor Ferguson, and keep trying to work together and make our communities better. And so that took me from sitting there wishing I hadn't attended, frankly, to just more motivated to keep doing what we're doing up here and keep supporting them as we can. So it was a good luncheon. And then Saturday, as Councilwoman Blaisdell mentioned, I did attend, I guess, the farmers market. And the one thing that I noticed was that whole area appears to be just so much cleaner than 12 months ago. And a lot of the activity that was maybe going on in Peanuts Park North was not present, and I haven't seen it there happening for a while. And then talked to a couple different business owners there, and they passed along their kudos to staff for the work that's been getting done in that area. So I wanted to pass it along to all of you. And it's just great as a council member for a city that I really truly love and have grown up in, to hear stuff like that from people and see really good sized crowds. Typically this time of year, before all the crops start coming off, it's a little hard to draw some crowds out there, but it was noticeably busy, and they had a kids band out there and stuff. So I think lots of good progress being made there, and really cool to see. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking of food, I forgot I attended a fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Club with Benton Franklin Transit, and the new CEO there, Thomas Stross, just really brings a lot of new energy, passion, and excitement. Some of you may have seen online that they are starting express trips to the Tri-Cities Airport, and more kind of investment as it directly relates to Pasco. He has envisioned this perhaps a little bus, as he calls it, the shopper, that maybe just takes little trips around downtown Pasco, connecting people with close residents to kind of the downtown shopping areas. So he really comes to the table just with some great ideas, great enthusiasm, and even for somebody like me, it's inspiring to be around. But Boys and Girls Club looks like they had a very successful fundraiser, investing in the lives of so many children in our communities. So great turnout, and great to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm, and thank you for attending that. If that's the breakfast, I'd hoped to attend that, but same reason I missed. I was out of the area. Wednesday, I had the opportunity to cross the river. A friend of mine Sergeant John Davis received what they call the John Goldsberry Award. This was by the Rotary Club, and really the ultimate goal is to not promote in the sense of giving him a promotion, but promote an officer who embodies service above self. So when I heard he was going to be honored with that award, my wife and I attended. Not so much in the mayoral capacity, but it's great to see folks throughout the community recognizing our great officers, both for fire and police. And so, shout out to John and his great work and his team, and folks at PD and the folks at fire. Thursday, I attended a National Parks Committee meeting. If you're not aware, they're doing some work to the B reactor, so tours are temporarily stopped for about, I think, 2 years. As you can imagine, with one, a behemoth that size, and two, trying to keep the historical authenticity, it's not so easy to replace a roof as it may be with, your shingles or something of that nature. So it's kind of a bummer, but it's the process. It'll bring the integrity of the building and the structure, and again, keep the historical presence. I think what I'm hearing is like a 50-year lifespan that it should add to the B reactor. So once the work's done, it'll be back up for quite some time, God willing. Let's see. In addition to that, and I have a list of places I was somewhere on Friday, and I don't know why it's escaping me where I was. Friday night I attended the Dust Devils game with the Amazon folks that invited me and my son over, and we were recognizing, back to the Boys and Girls Club, Amazon donated $40,000 as a community partner to Boys and Girls Club. Robert, the Youth of the Year from Pasco, was one of the individuals throwing out the first pitch, so it was pretty cool to recognize not only the commitment and the partnership between Amazon and our community, but also, recognize one of our local youth. So that's always exciting. I think that's about it for me. So with that, we'll move on to item 8, which is hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. We've got a single item, item A, which is a public meeting and resolution number 4606, accepting notice of intent to commence Annex SG Land Management LLC and Horrigan Farms LLC. It's a 10% annexation petition, and this is going to come from Director Miller.
There's the button. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is a resolution to accept a notice of intent to commence the annexation procedure. And this topic was discussed at a prior meeting. And the purpose of this meeting is to set the stage for the next steps in the process, where staff will take in the annexation application and begin reviewing it. And then eventually the specifics of this application will be brought forward back to Council. And so during the public meeting, Council is, as outlined in code, reviewing these 3 key items: the annexation area itself, and staff is proposing that we modify the annexation area to include the portion of Burns Road that's located north of the project site and north of other neighborhoods that are already in city limits. So staff is recommending motion B tonight for consideration. And the second item to consider related to this is whether or not a simultaneous adoption of zoning regulations will be required, and it is likely that staff will go ahead and recommend that route. We do want to review the application, and then when it comes back, have a formal application or a recommendation within that. And then the final item is whether or not there's an assumption of bonded indebtedness that is required for the site, and that will be reviewed in the materials. So staff is requesting a motion from Council and recommending motion B. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Do we have any questions or comments? Seeing none, this is listed as a public meeting, so I suppose I need to, and I'm not opening a hearing. Am I offering comment period?
This is one of our one-offs in the statute. The legislative body is required to hold a meeting in public with the initiators. So typically what we do is just ask if the initiators are here and they would like to speak on this matter before you move forward. At this point it's not a public hearing.
Okay. Yeah, I caught that and I forgot the distinction. So is the initiator here? I'm going to assume that silence means no. I guess going once, going twice, third time. Okay. It sounds like the initiator is not going to speak. So with that, Having no comments from council or questions, go ahead and move forward with the motion, Mr. Milne.
All right, so I'm going to move with motion B. I move to approve resolution number 4606, accepting the notice of intent to commence annexation proceedings for the SG Land Management LLC and Horrigan Farms LLC annexation, providing a determination on the boundary to be annexed, which includes a portion of the right-of-way of Burns Road, and whether simultaneous zoning and assumption of bonded indebtedness will be required.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. It moves us along. You're right, Ms. Burrell, so we need to take a break?
I'm good.
Okay. If we gotta do it, we gotta do it. Just want to make sure you're okay. With that, we got number 9, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating thereto, and resolutions not relating to hearings. Sorry, I went a little lower on that and just went into full autopilot for a second. Number 8, letter A, is ordinance number 4768, Sawyer RS1 to R1 zone change. This is Z 2025-002. And back to you, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is an ordinance, and this is part of a quasi-judicial process where this rezone has been notified to the public, and a public hearing was held by the Pasco hearing examiner, and the meeting for this was held on April 9th, where all aspects of the project was reviewed, and the hearing examiner did recommend approval. There were no appeals received, and details can be found in the packet, specifically the hearing examiner decision. And with this request specifically, the applicant is requesting to rezone the site from RS1 to R1 low-density residential. And this change will allow for additional density on the project site. And staff is recommending approval of this matter. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do I have any questions or comments from council?
If I could, Mr. Mayor, this
Yes,
is
sir.
a quasi-judicial matter, so I'll just run through the script
Yep.
real quick, if you don't mind. So this is a quasi-judicial hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on the materials presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, and privileges of the specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies, and the hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: A, a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties; B, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally; C, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts; D, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing; and finally, E, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Seeing none, are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of the council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. With that, do we have any questions or comments from council staff? Seeing none. And we don't need to open that for the public comment, correct? Okay. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4768, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located on the east side of Road 40 near the intersection of Road 40 and West Pearl Street, Pasco, Washington, further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye. Oh,
Aye.
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 Any opposed, say aye. Hearing none, passed unanimously. Was that supposed to be a roll call, Ms. Clerk? I saw you poke your head up. Okay, just want to make sure. I saw you give me that look. I thought I was in the right lane. Just wanted to make sure. With that, we'll move along to item B. Do you want to go ahead and kick us off with the quasi-judicial?
Sure. Yeah. So same pretext that we just or premise that we just moved forward on, except just a reminder that any council member should consider whether they have potential conflicts related to demonstrated bias for or against any of their parties, any direct or indirect financial interest, whether there's been any prejudgment of the issues prior to the hearing, whether there's been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff, and finally whether there's been or if there's a council member believes there's anything that would prevent them from hearing the matter fairly and impartially. Any council member with any of these concerns or disclosures would need to make those known now. Seeing none, any member of this public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating. And seeing none, please proceed.
All right. With that, we are going to kick ordinance number 4769, Stutzman RS12 to R1, zone change Z 2025-003 to Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor, and apologize for going out of order on the last item. This is a similar process, and this is for a rezone from RS 12 to R1. And this application was forwarded to the hearing examiner, and a public hearing was held on April 9th. And there was an approval recommendation provided by the hearing examiner. No appeals were received. There was opposition that I noticed in the public testimony summary of the hearing examiner meeting, and there was just concerns in general about the duplexes that were already under construction, which the zoning does allow for. And this rezone would allow for the owner to subdivide the duplexes so that they could be separately owned parcels. So the hearing examiner reviewed that, took in the input, and recommended approval. And happy to answer any questions on this if you have any.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council and staff? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4769, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located in the corner of West Sylvester Street and Road 34, and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay.
Nay. Nay.
So did I hear 3 nays? Is that correct? Okay. And did you catch those? And then Mr. Milne. So our bookends, and then Mr. Milne. So Perales, Milne, and Grimm. Okay. With that, it passes on a 4-3 vote. Moves us along to item C, ordinance number 4770, amending sections of the Pasco Municipal Code regarding work exempt from permit. It's going to stay with you, Director Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item was workshopped last week with the group, and this is a great slide. Thank you for pulling this up. Staff is excited to work toward exempting these different uses in the code. So Pasco has, over the years, which they are permitted to do, has required permits for certain activities that are exempted on a national scale through the International Residential Code and the International Building Code. And so with this code change, it would enable the residents to bypass the permit process with Pasco, save a trip, and be able to construct these different items listed or related to roofing without coming in and getting a permit. So this is a very exciting step for Pasco, and I feel a little guilty taking this near the end because I did not start this. I do want to give credit to our deputy city manager, Richa, and then the staff who worked on this. But we're looking forward to saving time for our customers, and we do have a flyer that is prepared that outlines these new stipulations. So we intend, if this is adopted by the council, to educate our customers who are calling in. We'll have a cheat sheet that says here's what you can and can't do if customers do need additional support with locating sheds in their backyard, or if they're not sure where their fence will be located. We will have our front permit staff help them. If the questions become more complex, we'll transfer them to a planner who can help them with the spatial regulations for the site. So we believe with outreach to our customers and educating that we can assist customers in building these correctly and in the right location. If for some reason there is an issue, that would be something that we would work with the property owner on through code enforcement if it does come to that, and if something is built over an essential water line or sewer line. But we will educate people when they call where they can locate these structures in their property to alleviate hopefully most of those cases.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Miller. I'm absolutely over the moon by this. I know this council has been, had some frustration here and there about goals and agendas not maybe being done in the time we would appreciate, even though we've thrown a lot at staff. But this is one, thank you each and every one of staff who worked on this, because this is just a big win for the citizens of Pasco. And I was going to bring some red tape, Mr. Mayor, that we could ceremoniously cut, but I did forget that. Probably a good thing. But no, and I appreciate staff talking through some of the potential issues of somebody building something that may end up in the right of way, or something that could bring a real issue down the road. But overall, I think this is a big win for the people of Pasco, and we'll obviously free up some staff help. I think, as this says, to be utilized for a higher mission, and just a big win all the way around. So thank you so much, every member of staff. Deputy City Manager Sigdell, I know you worked on this a lot, and thank you, Director Miller, for bringing it across the finish line. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. I'll definitely echo the sentiments of gratitude. I know it's something that we've talked about, trying to figure out how to right size some of our code provisions. So thank you to all staff who worked on this. And Ms. Miller, welcome to the team. And you get to carry the torch across the finish line. So you're the heroine of the day. Seeing no further lights, can I get a motion, Mr. Milne?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4770, amending Pasco Municipal Code sections 16.05.050, 12.040.100, 12.04.120, 19.10.070, and 25.180.050 regarding work exempt from permit and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
Thanks for the quickness on the mic there, Mr. Graham. No personal investment there. So we've got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Mr. Grimm. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. That moves us along to item D, which is resolution number 4607, interagency agreement with Washington Traffic Safety Commission to conduct dedicated DUI enforcement patrols and ordinance number 4771, amending the 2025-2026 operating budget, allocating funding for the increased overtime to conduct dedicated DUI enforcement patrols. It's listed as Chief Roski, but is it Lieutenant or Sergeant? Lieutenant Decker?
Lieutenant Decker.
All right, got you right.
Not as attractive as Chief Roski, but other than that.
We still like you.
Oh, thank you. I'm your guys' favorite, aren't I?
No one's our favorite, but you're all our favorite.
All right, it's not about me. Let me get you. So I'm seeking your guys' council, mayor, thank you very much for being here. I'm seeking your approval for a grant that has been funded. Just waiting for approval from this council, from the Washington Traffic Safety Commission / federal. It's a grant that we had sought previously for a year program. We weren't part of that. It was awarded to 2 other departments, but in that, the Pasco shined so bright that they gave us a second grant that they put aside for us. So I'm requesting approval of a grant for $43,500 in grant funding to support a targeted impaired driving prevention initiative. This project will fund overtime DUI enforcement shifts, overtime mentorship focused on DUI investigations, and enhance public education efforts through outreach and social media. The grant also covers the purchase of DUI-related equipment, including LiDAR speed detection units and portable breath testers. These resources will enable Pasco PD to increase proactive enforcement, improve officer proficiency, and expand the reach of traffic safety messaging, particularly in non-English speaking communities, which the grant is also funded. The initiative directly addresses the growing concern of impaired driving in Pasco, where DUI arrests have increased in 2024 and continue in 2025, and impairment remains a leading cause of fatal crashes. By investing in the strategic enforcement, officer development, and community education, this grant supports a comprehensive approach to reducing collisions, saving lives, and reinforcing the public trust in the traffic safety efforts that Pasco has put forward. As Pasco continues to grow, this program will help ensure we meet the rising demand for safer streets and accountable enforcement. I can take any questions if you have any.
I see Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Lieutenant Decker. I just want to thank you for your work on this, and I look forward to having some more enforcement dollars, especially ones that don't have to come out of our budget. It was just last week I was kind of highlighting information, or the week before now, from the COG, just talking about the rise in serious injuries and fatalities here, especially in Franklin County and everything. So really appreciate any more emphasis and enforcement we can have. And it's probably the number one thing I think probably a lot of, I know me for sure, hears from constituents just as far as just woes of traffic and everything. So really appreciate you guys taking advantage of this, and I know you will. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Ms. Braha.
Thank you, Mayor. Lieutenant Decker, this might be a question that I'm not sure you're going to be able to answer, but you can definitely come back with it. Just a quick question in regards to around the last 2 paragraphs on the discussion part. It says that there is external funding with no local match requirement. Can you just elaborate a little bit about that and what it means?
I can address that if you'd like. Essentially, usually many grants come with requirements of a 5%, 10%. So if they are giving us $100, then we need to, if it's a 10% matching, we need to provide 10 local dollars to the grants. So you really cannot get the $100 without spending $10. And so essentially this grant does not have any matching requirements. So whatever we get from the grant, there's no requirement for any of the city's funds to be spent in order to qualify for those funds.
Thank you. That's what I needed.
Every dollar they give us is a dollar we can spend. So I'll have to make weekly reports to Washington Traffic Safety Commission for what we do spend for that week and provide data to them why I'm doing what I'm doing. So the benefit to this is, I'm sure we're all familiar with the Team Target Zero program. That I run based upon their data and what they want us to do enforcement. With this grant, with the data I have, whatever the need for Pasco is where I can push the resources to. So it doesn't have to be targeted what they want. I can push it to where our data says we need help doing this and use that money for those resources.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple quick things and then hopefully roll into motion. Do you anticipate this is going to be more, I know it's enforcement, do you foresee it being like stops with, like a reader board or active patrolling? Both?
It's everything. So this grant covers everything from getting new equipment for those officers that are out there so they have it, doesn't affect patrols resources from what we already have. So it gives them new equipment so them to go out and hunt down impaired drivers. It covers everything from social media, paying them to be in overtime to do social media posts, to go out and do interviews with the radio shows, to do Spanish-speaking radio, that kind of thing, all in overtime, to do a whole board from everything from social media to putting the reader boards out, those kinds of things. But the majority of it, the bulk of that money, is for straight enforcement. And as of right now, we're a little behind because of just the way how things lagged with getting that grant in. So I actually have, once this kicks in, I'll actually be able to put out extra patrols once this starts. So it won't impact the staffing at Pasco because it's an overtime detail that we will be scheduling out. So it's going to do everything. And it'll run all the way until the end of September 30th.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate that, and I look forward to seeing the quarter end report or whatever September 30th turns out to be. We really appreciate the work y'all do in keeping our community safe. I see no further lights, so Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4607, authorizing the interim city manager to execute the interagency agreement with the Washington Traffic Safety Commission and the Pasco Police Department for grant funding to support DUI overtime.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Now to the second one, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4771, amending the 2025-2026 biennial operating budget by providing supplement thereto to provide additional appropriation in the city's general fund, allocating funding for increased overtime for the police department to conduct dedicated DUI enforcement patrols and further authorized publication by summary only.
Aye.
I'm guessing it's a second. I mean, it can be both.
Second.
But,
I second that, yes.
Okay,
I wanted to say that.
Well, you can have both if you just sit tight a second. We got, it's okay. We all are. It's a Monday. So Mr. Milne's got the motion. Ms. Barajas has the second. Do we have any discussion on, if, I know typically we don't do that, but since this is a second motion on the same topic, I just want to make sure we didn't need to cover anything. Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that too passes unanimously. That rolls us into item number 10, which is unfinished business. There is none listed. Moving along to item number 11, there's a single item, item A, that's new business. Designating voting delegates and alternate delegates for the Association of Washington City, or the AWC, annual meeting scheduled for June 26th, 2025. Interim City Manager Zabel, looks like you're taking this.
Yep. Good evening, Mayor, Council. So the AWC annual meeting will occur, as the Mayor mentioned, on the 26th, and that's kind of sandwiched into the Association of Washington Cities Conference, which is going to take place at Three Rivers between the 24th of June and the 27th of June. So the annual meeting itself, a little bit different than the meeting. Meeting, you just need to register and you're in there, but the annual meeting, you need to be actually designated by the council as delegates or alternates to be able to participate. Kind of a rough agenda is election of the board, AWC board of directors and officers. There'll be an update from the AWC Chief Executive Officer, update on 2025 legislative session, and then voting on amendments to AWC bylaws and AWC policy statement. So there's a lot of opportunities for council and other city officials to participate in this. Council needs, like I said, council needs to delegate. We need to report in advance who the alternates are to AWC, delegates and alternates are. And so tonight we're asking you to kind of flesh out that slate as to who you want. As far as I know right now, I think Councilmember Barajas and Councilmember Perales are registered. I'm not sure if other council members have registered in the last few days or not, or plan to register. You don't really necessarily have to be registered to show up to the annual meeting. You can attend online, or you can participate in it, I believe, in person as well. There's also a number of staff, registered staff are available to be alternates or delegates as well. So my recommendation is that you designate 3 delegates and a couple of alternates.
Sounds good, thank you. So before we get into the appointing or whatever we're doing, are any of the other council members not listed intending on attending? I know Mr. Zabel, I've sent an email saying I might, but that's as far as I've committed. So I just want to make sure, okay. So my suggestion is, with that, unless there's a reason not to, we appoint those 3 council members as our delegates. So you're certainly committed, Ms. Blaisdell? Okay. So it sounds like you do have one action item after this, which will be to make sure she's registered. I mean, not you. You can delegate that downward, but for staff. So, I mean, I guess let's go ahead and take these 2 pieces, or 2 actions at once, or I mean, sorry, 2 separate actions. So the first one would be to appoint our 3 delegates. Would be Mr. Perales, Ms. Blaisdell, and Ms. Barajas. Does anyone? I see your lights on, Ms. Barajas.
I have a follow-up question for Dave after we're done with this.
Okay. I guess with that, does anyone having discussion? Anyone oppose those 3 names as our delegates? I hear none. So can you go ahead and make a motion on that, Mr. Milne? This would be that first half of the motion.
Okay, I move to approve up to 3, Mr. Perales, Blaisdell, and Barajas, as the City of Pasco's voting delegates in the June 26th, 2025 Association of Washington Cities annual meeting held at the Three Rivers Convention Center, Kennewick, Washington.
Perfect. Got a motion? Can we get a second?
Second.
Got a motion by Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Ms. Barajas.
Question, Dave. Will the City of Pasco be participating in the Parade of Flags this year?
Yes.
Okay.
That's all I needed to know.
With that, we still have the second action, which is to appoint our 3 alternates from that list. Now, Mr. Zabel, does this conflict with other sessions, or is this separate from the?
Yeah, the business meeting separate from the session.
So it's not like if we pull, some of our executive staff out, you're missing something that's ultra critical.
Yeah, this is. Matter of fact, other attendees can sit outside of the delegate area, the non-voting area, and observe.
Okay. So seeing the list has a handful of folks on the slate to my right. Let me start with this. Does anyone over there not want to do this? I mean, this is your out. This is not going to reflect on your performance. If you don't want to attend this and you'd rather sit outside, I don't know why you would, but air conditioning works there too. Okay, I guess if there's no one that doesn't want to do this, it seems to me it makes sense. Mr. Zabel, Miss Sigdell, there Miss Pichon, or since Director Miller's here and listed, maybe we could hand it to her. What are your all thoughts? We want Pichon or Miller, since Miss Miller's here. And
Miss Miller's here.
you cool with that, Miss Miller? Okay. So we're gonna go Zabel, Sigdell, and Miller. Any further discussion on that? Okay, can you make that second half of the motion, Mr. Milne?
Thank you. Yes, I am making a motion that we designate Zabel, Siddell, and Miller as substitute delegates in the case an approved delegate isn't able to attend the AWC annual meeting.
Second.
Got a motion by Milne, a second by Blaisdell. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that passed unanimously. I know it's a little bit of a split process, but we got it done. Miscellaneous discussion. Mr. Zabel.
Just one item I wanted to get on council's radar. June 17th, we have the Basic Law Enforcement Academy graduation at Hapo Center. That'll be at 10 a.m. As I said, June 17th. So,
can you make sure a calendar invite gets sent out for that? There probably is one already, but usually I look day of to make sure I'm not screwing things up. I'm just going to throw myself under the bus. Okay, anyone else have miscellaneous discussion? I see Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple items. In my meeting today with Matt Truman, he was telling me that Paul Cook, who we approved back in August of last year, is still not approved by the city to be on the housing authority. We haven't sent over paperwork for him, approved paperwork, so he wanted me to bring that up, and I figured I'd bring that up in a miscellaneous. And then also I was going to request, can we get more information about this Verizon cell tower? Because I mean, it was essentially a complaint about it, and just I want to learn more about it, and I guess if there is a complaint process, and how does that go?
we could do that. Matter of fact, I was in the process earlier today of kind of putting together a note. Staff's been working on this to kind of get council up to speed, but short story is that you know, as a local agency, much of your former authority, as of about 30 years ago, was preempted by the federal government having to do with telecom, the ability to regulate telecom within the public right of way. So you're very limited. Two, you did go through a franchise process. This was the U.S. Cellular, and you know, even in that franchise process, there's only so much the city could regulate. And frankly, it isn't a whole lot. So what you heard tonight, that example, and I plan on getting a hold of Browns as well, but and is with U.S. Cellular, but they're operating within their permit and they're operating within the franchise. That's the unfortunate part, and there's not much this council or prior councils could have done about it, at least not in the last few decades.
Okay, and then lastly, I know we've talked about fluoride a few times today. It seemed like perhaps we're going to get information. I was just wondering, engage interest from the council, if we can just bring forward a vote in the next couple weeks to just remove it from our water without getting a staff presentation and or hearing. So I think a lot of us feel that we should just take it out, and so that's what I wanted to gauge the interest of the council. Thank you.
So I'll speak to that before I get to you, Mr. Grimm. I'm certainly in favor of removing it, as insofar as I think my concern with jumping ahead of staff's presentation is if there's an indication of a high cost or a prohibitive issue of removing it, I'd want to be informed of that, or if there's some sort of process that would implicate other water quality issues, I guess. I don't know enough about it, but again, if staff's done the research and they say, hey, look, it's as simple as running it through a filter again and not going to cost us a bunch of OT and that sort of thing, I'd be okay with that. But I do think the presentation potentially could present those types of concerns or address them. Mr. Ferguson.
Just for the council, mayor and council's edification, I have not even looked at the legal ramifications of any of that. We've been obviously busy with school impact fees and vendors and all these other larger projects at council, as well as the packet items that we do have to do on a regular weekly basis. So we haven't even looked into the legal aspects of that yet. So just FYI.
Okay. So I think I'll just take my position. I don't necessarily need a formal presentation if staff's going to run it to the ground and give us the information. But that's my take. Anyone? Yeah, Mr. Zabel.
Yeah, I will just throw this out here because this is something that's come up before in the city back probably 8 years ago or so. I think we had maybe 2 different presentations about it, and it's a health issue, and there's 2 sides to it. I honestly don't think the cost or the procedural issues are that significant. We'll probably save $50,000 a year in chemicals, right? That's basically, and the water plant operator's job is probably going to be a little bit easier. I'm not sure what we'd have to do for off the top of my head, and Director Sarah's not here, but in terms of modification of any kind of equipment, but I don't think it would be very extensive. But I think the thing I would just caution the council, what the city attorney set aside, is that there'll be a lot of interest in this. There was before, because there's people that are strong believers in fluoride for dental health, and there's strong believers opposed to fluoride, and you're probably going to want to give them a little bit of some runway to address you. And my fear, and certainly council can do what they want, but my fear is if you just make a decision without inviting input from those groups, it could just come back and bite you, and they'll probably give you input anyway, for a while, and I don't think it does a whole lot of harm to let folks talk. So.
Okay. I guess with Mr. Grimm, is your light still on or newly on? Or both?
Well, it's both.
Let's address fluoride, and then we'll go back to
yeah. I guess I'm good with what the rest. I was just kind of writing a note that yes, to the best of my recollection, it was just asking for staff to put together a resolution or whatever it took to remove it. But with that, yes, if we were looking for some information or whatever that might be helpful, my stance is probably with you, Mayor. If there was some information they thought would be helpful in the process or whatever, I would definitely be amenable to that. And I think too, our legal Mr. Ferguson, his advice is this was still planned for another month or so down the road. So yes, the fact that he hasn't gotten to it yet, I think there's some grace there. Totally understand. So thank you.
Okay, Ms. Barajas.
It's on that same issue. You're correct, Dave, on saying that it was about 8 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. It was former councilman Bob Larson that had brought it up several times, and we had a full room full of people from the Department of Health and other citizens. So I think it's in our best interest to have that open conversation before we decide on anything concrete.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harpster.
A quick Google search indicates that Washington State Department of Health must be notified 90 days in advance of making a decision to start or stop fluoridation. And so, sort of to Mayor's comments, I'm certainly in favor of removing it. Several cities across the state have been doing that in the last couple of years. But even if we wanted to vote next week, I think we need to, I'm not an attorney, but it seems like notify the Department of Health, then 90 days later make a decision at a minimum. So just my 2 cents.
Sounds good, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm also for removing it. I've done quite a lot of research, I think, on this, and brought it up at a couple of retreats, but it didn't go anywhere. So it's good. At least we're going to vote on it and see how it goes.
Are you looking for a presentation? Sorry.
Let's just do it the correct way. So what Mr. Ferguson recommends, I'll just let him decide and then go from there. But as long as it's going to come up for a vote this year, that's what my main concern is.
Okay. Ms. Blaisdell, you have anything?
I would like to go the proper channels.
Mr. Prowse?
Hey, I was just gonna say, then can we direct the city staff to notice to the Department of Health, Washington State Department of Health, that we're looking to do this, and then as that plays out, we can get together information, have presentation, and then we can make a vote. Seems like prudent to me.
Go, Mr. Grimm, you went on.
I want to just get back to Mr. Brown at some point.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
I guess from my perspective, I'd like, in case there's something in that process and notice, I'd like Mr. Ferguson to advise us. That's my take. I feels like it's, if there's a process, if we're just going to unilaterally say we're going to start it, that's great, but I don't know that what it takes to bake it out. Now, if it can be elevated up the sheet, that's great. That's my take. Does anyone have any different opinion? So, I guess there's either consensus that we just push the notice out now, or there's consensus that we await legal review. So please help me here.
I would just add, I'll just add that, that we have until, Mr. Ferguson has till July 1st to give us something. And that's a month, right? Say by July, we should have something, a review, kind of a plan or a process of what we would need to do. And I think that would be appropriate. So I guess that would be my ask.
Okay, that seems to make sense. If you're good with that, you
It's
can
on
bring
June.
us back.
Just so you know, it's in the queue for June.
Okay.
So
Okay,
that's
so
not
then
changed.
we'll anticipate something by July 1st regarding fluoride and the process. We good? All right, thanks. Okay. Go ahead.
My comment was going to be that if it's further along in the proposed agendas, so just follow that schedule, but if it's for July, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to get back to Mr. Brown's comments, as even brought up by Councilmember Perales there. He did reach out to me personally, and I know he also reached out to Councilmember Barajas, and she probably has some thoughts on that too. But I share his concern. I mean, I think that's, kind of where we're at even with the fluoride thing here. There are some unknown health risks that have come to light because of 5G internet technology that are concerning, and it is unfortunate that it sounds like, as our interim city manager said, that our hands are tied at government levels beyond the local level. But I really share Mr. Brown's frustration, and what might be in the right of way or an easement in his mind is in his yard and what he has maintained and mowed and all of that. So man, I really feel for his concerns, both in the intrusion into what he feels is his property where he's lived for a quarter of a century and maintained, but also the potential health risks with that. And so just kind of frustrated and feel for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Ms. Barajas.
I just wanted to follow up on that. Yes, I've had several conversations. Thank you for passing along the contact. Mr. Marcel Browns lives very close to me, actually. We are in the same district. Did reach out to him, had a conversation in regards to his frustrations around the antenna that is literally going to be, well, the proposal is that it's going to be in his front yard on an easement, just 3 feet from the sidewalk, basically. So he is frustrated. I've been having conversations with him routinely. We are getting together again to have that conversation as far as next steps, what to do, who to reach out to. We have reached out. He has reached out to our staff, Dave, and I think there's a meeting set up for the conversation. But this is ongoing. This is something that not only he is affected, his neighbors, but I think it's something that affects a lot of individuals within our city. So on my end, I'm just meeting with him and having that conversation just to see what next steps we can take as far as much as we are allowed to. So yeah, just an update on that.
Thank you for that. Seeing no further lights, we're going to move along to item 13, executive session. None listed. That moves us on to item 14. It is 8:05 and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you for joining us. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council special meeting this Monday, January 23rd, 2025. The City Council thanks you for being a part of our city government. At special meetings, Council takes formal action on specific items, and then during workshops, which one will occur after the conclusion of our special meeting, we only discuss issues with no formal action taken. Agenda packets are available, as always, on the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda for those present on that same table with the little blue agenda arrow. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV, channel 191 in Spectrum in both Pasco and in Richland. It's streamed on the city's Facebook page, its website, its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and all prior council meetings are available on the city's website. For any of those who want to submit their comments or ask questions, they can do so by contacting the city manager, the city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. Public comment will be available after our executive session in this meeting, and then the same rules apply as with all prior workshops of the 2 minutes comment limitation. We'll get to that though in time. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas, I believe.
I believe she's absent and excused.
Thank you. Blaisdell.
Present.
Grimm.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Perales.
He is en route.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Same.
Okay, and Mayor Serrano.
I am present.
Thank you.
Well, if you'll all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. That moves us along to item number 4, which is our executive session. We have a couple of issues that we're going to discuss. The item is to evaluate qualifications of an applicant for public employment under Revised Code of Washington, RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection G. Second item is to consider site selection or acquisition of real estate purchase or lease if likelihood that disclosure would increase price per RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection B. We've got these action items listed for 50 minutes. For the first 15 minutes, it's going to be council alone. At that point, or shortly thereafter, we will bring in the city manager, the city attorney, and our consultant for the application, for the applicant qualifications. So with that, we're going to go back to our executive session. And Ms. Clerk will get you the time that our other 2 council members arrive.
Pardon?
I can make sure that we get you the time. Okay? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, could you oblige me for 2 minutes for the first 2 minutes of the session, just so I can make council aware of some things related to that?
Okay, so we'll bring the city attorney in for the first couple minutes and slide you out, and then we'll bring you right back.
Absolutely.
All right, with that, we are going to executive session. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for joining us for this special meeting. It is 6:55. We're now out of executive session, which rolls us into the rest of our meeting. Give me 1 second. Oops. Okay. So this opens us to our public comments, limited to 3 minutes each. Does anyone have any public comments at this point? Going once? Going twice? We don't have anyone signed up to speak online, do we? Going a third time? All right, with that, we have no public comments. That moves us on to item 6, which is our unfinished business. We have 2 items. We have item A and item B. Item A is ordinance number 4777, budget amendment for upsize water program, or for upsize program water and irrigation. Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and
Real quick, sorry, I'm going to recuse myself from this item.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is an item that was discussed in prior 2 meetings, most recently last Monday. And it pertains to an ordinance amending the water and irrigation budgets to allow for a supplement to the irrigation upsize program allocation and the inclusion of an allocation in the water budget for the same type of program. As a reminder, the program works as development occurs. We want to ensure that underground infrastructure is built to the right size to serve the long-term needs of our system, and this contribution from this allocation would support that activity, preventing the need for upsizing later on and disturbances when that occurs. I'm happy to answer questions. I'm being brief, just understanding that it will be a long night. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Pross.
I'll keep it brief. I appreciate the information I was given over the weekend. I would say just for future reference, if we're going to be doing upsizing agreements like this, either out of budget or in budget cycle, just to have more information, have the information. We need to have the information so we can think about it, make the best decisions. And so that's all I'm going to say. I would like to see it maybe codified in some way, shape, or form, but those are just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Pross. Seeing no further lights, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4777, amending the 2025-2026 biennial operating budget by providing supplement thereto to provide additional appropriation in the city's water and irrigation funds and declaring that an emergency exists and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, it passed unanimously. Go ahead and grab Mr. Harpster. Moves us along to item B, which is resolution number 4619 and ordinance number 4778, authorizing the interim city manager to execute the purchase and sale agreement to purchase parcel number 1153-50010 and amending the 2025 to 2026 capital projects budget. We got you, Director, Deputy City Manager Sigdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Evening Council. This is an approximately 3.9 acres of property that would be a future site for Harris Road overpass, Road 108 overpass. It's a project that has been in our capital plans for a long time. A project that is supported by many traffic studies, essentially to connect the commercial area, the 2B commercial area with existing residential area, similar to Road 76 overpass. Overpasses are critical for our city given that we're bisected by a freeway and ensuring that there's not critical choke points in our interchanges, which are a lot more expensive and require a lot of coordination with WashDOT to build to begin with. We are extremely preliminary in the design of the overpass. The Road 76 overpass that we are working on for design that we recently received grant for, we're looking at about $2.5 million. So just to design an overpass costs significant amount of money. This project is listed in our transportation impact fee project list, so that's something that had recently passed. And there's a very small sliver given that this is an out-year project. And we are recommending at this time from staff's perspective that we buy the piece of property with this future overpass in mind, and given that we do not have a complete design and all of the contours of what that project will need and require in the future, as there's some interest there to develop this piece of land. As we've had discussions, if council desires to purchase a smaller piece of land, I would recommend that you vote down the motion that is currently there, and staff can restart the process in a different manner.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Harpster.
I think it would be very wise of us to vote this down to do exactly what Ms. Sigdell just mentioned, look at acquiring a smaller piece. Staff set themselves in the staff report. We are extremely preliminary, and I think it would be foolish to spend almost $1.4 million on what may or could happen. My recommendation would be to staff that we purchase a much smaller portion, around 30,000 square feet or so. Looking at the preliminary designs, where we need approximately 10,000 square feet, so around 30,000 gives 3 times the space we need, which should allow flexibility for design as well as flexibility for eventual construction. And I'd also recommend that the seller, if still interested, be responsible for doing that. It shouldn't be up to the city or city staff to complete a short plat or some kind of parcel segregation. So those are some of my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Any further comments? Seeing none, Mr. Milne, can we get a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4619, ratifying the purchase and sale agreement with Gage Properties LLC for purchase of parcel number 115350010.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. I think this one, given we're already at 6 instead of 7, let's do a voice vote here.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
No.
Councilmember Grimm.
No.
Councilmember Harpster.
No.
Councilmember Perales.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
I'll go with yes, but it fails 4 to 2. However,
Yes,
you
that
want
is
to count that.
Thank you.
All right. With that, does staff need further? Mr. Zabel?
I was going to suggest, Council, and I know there's an idea about how much we should negotiate with. I'm wondering if Council will be open to staff working with, doing a little bit of consulting engineering work to kind of take a look at what we might need out there and then come back to you with a more defined portion of that parcel, whether that's 30,000 square feet or 1 acre or whatever it might be. And make sure we have enough for the future, because we're trying to hit a target we don't know where it quite is yet on this one.
Yeah, I would, just speaking from my perspective, I would be very much in favor of that. Because to your point, Mr. Zabel, it could be 30,000 or more or less. And once we had some preliminary engineering done, I'd feel much more comfortable spending this amount of money on this kind of purchase. Because again, we're paying apartment dirt level rates, and we don't have an intention of building apartments there. And so, well, like my comments last week, I still understand we need that property, and I, again, appreciate the forward thinking, but if we did some preliminary engineering, then I could much more easily stomach apartment dirt pricing for that project. Thanks.
Thank you.
So what I'm going to do, since we're a little bit over, is anyone oppose that approach? Okay. So hopefully that's enough head nods. Mr. Ferguson, I see you trying to zoom your light in here.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of a new one or odd one. So essentially what's happened is the resolution that the emergency in the ordinance that was based on failed. And so it sounds like you're giving further direction to staff to proceed. So my recommendation on the next item would be for someone to make a motion to strike from the agenda so that you don't have to take action on the next item. That would be my recommendation, or you could actually bring it up and discuss it and then decide to vote or not vote. But I would caution you that a lot of the basis for the ordinance emergency was the resolution.
Okay. You catch that?
Yeah, you want me
to. I think if you can strike that, that'd be easiest, unless someone wants to discuss this. I think striking is the best.
Okay, I move to strike the ordinance number 4778, amending the 2025-2026 biennial capital project budget. Do you want to read the whole thing?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'll sleep much better today.
All right. Hey, that's what we're here for. We'll get you a pillow next time. With that, that moves us along to item number 7, which is adjournment. We are adjourned. Communicates. Welcome to the City of Pasco City Council Workshop Meeting of Monday, June 23rd, 2025. We've already done our roll call, so we're going to go ahead and we don't need another roll call on this one, correct? That's what I thought. Let's roll into verbal reports from council members. Anyone have anything they'd like to share? I'll kick us off. Today I attended the Hanford Area Economic Investment Fund Advisory Committee. We are actually transferring some of those funds over to Tridec to help smaller businesses and potential grant funds. I will say we've had some great successes throughout HAFE's run. The Port of Pasco is able to utilize some monies to purchase the ground for the Ryman Center. If you're not following along, that's pretty significant to the industrial development of the city of Pasco. Thanks to our partnership there with the port. And the city also has been a beneficiary of some of the monies that it's been able to use in leveraging for the land acquisition. Then the other thing that I attended was the, I think this was last week. Chief, correct me if I'm wrong. Attended the graduation ceremony. That was last week, right? Okay, thank you. Graduation ceremony from our Pasco Police Academy. There were, I believe, 32 officers. One of ours was graduated, Officer Rodriguez, I believe, right? Rivera, I apologize, sir. Very great meeting, Officer Rivera. His family was very supportive. It's always great to have folks in our community come and serve our community. So that's what I've got to report. What else did I do? Oh, yeah. Apparently, thanks, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Also, with Mayor Pro Tem, did the Breeza Heights, which is an apartment complex right off of Burns and 100, right next to that Sinclair, did an opening ribbon cutting. It's certainly beautiful property. They had some pretty cool amenities. They had stuff like a dog park, a splash pad, pickleball court, so pool. You know, some really good. They have this interesting trash service that could come right to your door. So I guess for anyone looking at apartments, that's one of the nice new facilities that we have. It's nice to see folks building here in Pasco. Anything else? Mr. Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended with the Mayor Pro Tem the, make sure I get the name correct here, the Wheelhouse Events ribbons, ribbon cutting ceremony there, just in my district down there on the port and near the barge slip, and just kind of what the family has done there with the old restaurant and modernizing it. And it looks like the rates are pretty affordable for what's really a nice venue for people to rent out on the water. And so that was really good. And then also on Friday, I attended the BF COG meeting, where really the only action item we had was a big one. It's approving the 5-year comprehensive economic development strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Seeing no further lights, that moves us along to item number 5, which is our items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. If you're not familiar with this process, there's an opportunity as we discuss these next 3 items, A, B, and C. For public input, there are up to two-minute conversations per side, either pro or against. And so there's a total aggregate of 8 minutes. You can't cede your time, but this is the opportunity. I'll call for public comments after we discuss it. So the first item, item A, is discontinue fluoridation and drinking water communications plan and timeline. City manager or interim city manager Zabel.
Thank you, and good evening again, Mayor and Council. So following up on the Council's discussion and direction that you provided at the June 16th meeting, and our need to maintain compliance with WAC 246-290-460. We put together a communications plan, which is an attachment to this agenda report. And that communication plan talks quite a bit about means and methods by which we might be able to get out there the message to the public. The council's considering the discontinuation of fluoride in drinking water. That decision to discontinue needs to be preceded by 90 days of notice to the public. So the communication plan talks a little bit about a number of different means: TV, radio, social media, mailers, use of our billing system. We can put a message on the bills, and I think we talked a little bit about this previously there's also a kind of a classification, if you will, of system users that may not get a bill. You know, those folks that might be in a mobile home park or that may rent an apartment in an apartment complex where there's a master meter. So the manager of the apartment maybe gets a bill, but each of the residents don't. And so we need to think about how we might get that information to them that council is considering this. And so, as I mentioned, a couple things we probably need from council tonight is your comments or thoughts on the communications plan. If there's things in there you like or don't like, I think we're working backwards. We need probably an idea of council's goal. When do you want to be able to be at a decision point? And from there we can kind of build a schedule with that 90 days backwards in it, and time some. If council wants to have public hearings where the community, and suggested that again at your June 16th meeting, it might be more orderly if we kind of have specified times for folks rather than just whatever meeting they want to come to and take it over, because it's a pretty complicated topic, and it's probably would be difficult for a lot of folks to try to keep their comments within the 3 minutes of a regular city council meeting. So council could certainly limit comments to 3 minutes, but I know some folks and some presentations may take a little bit longer than that. So just looking basically for input from council on how you wish to proceed and what your scheduled date is or goal is in terms of wanting to be able to be at a decision point, and then whether or not you'd want to have some scheduled public meetings so we can kind of work those into a schedule working backwards from when you'd want to be able to make a final decision.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Go ahead, Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll kick it off. Appreciate staff giving us all these, options we have, and just going down them quickly, just kind of thinking out loud here. Recorded phone messages, I'm probably not too big of a fan for, just because how many people are actually listening to them. I think we probably all read our voicemails more than we listen anymore. Love the idea of emails, though. Advertising it on our social media channels through the city, I think, is also a great idea. I like the idea of an online survey, as long as we could, I guess, keep it to just residents of the city of Pasco, or we're going to get people from all over the nation. I'm not sure if we can qualify that or prove in a way that that's where they're coming from, because this is really about our constituents. So that's the only reason I'd steer away from that. And then, public hearings. I think the public, wants to speak about this. I think, just as we've heard already, I think a couple of them would be a great idea. An advisory ballot, that's going to kick it down the road a ways. And as far as I know there's a large expense with that and everything too. And so, those are kind of my preliminary thoughts. If I go down here, I see staff, gave us some more exhaustive, kind of options for this, as far as make sure it's in English and Spanish, and just giving the public an opportunity to interact is, I guess, where I'm at, just for starters.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Prowl.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with everything Councilmember Grimm initiated here right off the bat. My only concern was just, I hope the information we put out is more neutral in tone. After reading the staff report this week, I'm not sure who put it together. I kind of felt like the anti-fluoridation section seemed a little bit more hedged and qualified. I looked at words like phrases suggested, however, further research, while like the pro side seemed a lot more prominent. So I'm not sure who's reviewing this, but I don't want us to be accused of putting a narrative out there that's more bent towards the pro. I think I would be more in favor, if we're going to have this discussion and debate, for the information to be as neutral as possible, reviewed properly, so that we're not like we're putting our thumb on the scale. That would be my 2 cents. I think any social media platforms we use will be beneficial. Perhaps put it on some of the new billboard, the digital reader board signs we have, take the survey, things like that. I think that would be great. Perhaps put in the Tri-City Herald, but I think they only put out it twice a week, Wednesday and Sunday. So, I mean, a lot of people still get the Herald, so I think that would be, I think they just put out an editorial this past week, so I just think we got to do our due diligence in regards to outreach and, you know, again, so that'd be my 2 cents, but I think the wording needs to be more neutral, so.
Thank you. And I believe I saw a head shake on the Wednesday, Sunday publication. Yep. Double head shake. Great. Thank you for that confirmation. Mr. Harpster.
A few different comments. One, I appreciate the timeline that was provided in the staff report. I would be good with that. Would put us at a decision point somewhere around late September, early October. To Mr. Grimm's point, I think we can, in my opinion, we scratch the recorded phone messages, and that looked to be one of the most expensive option. For the same reason, I don't listen to recorded messages, and there's, I think, more efficient ways to get the message out. As far as public hearings and stuff, one of my initial thoughts was I don't want to have additional separate meetings just for this item. We have public comment every single week, both workshop and regular scheduled meetings. But, and I hate to bring it up, but I know a couple years ago when council was discussing marijuana, that became such a hot topic that it almost distracted from the other business at hand. And so maybe look to Mayor Pro Tem Milne, Mayor Serrano's experience on whether that was a distraction or whether we should have separate meetings. If it does become such a huge distraction based on previous items they've got experience with, then I'd be open to maybe hosting some open houses or meetings specifically for public comments on fluoride and nothing else. But what I don't want is some of those meetings, 2022-23 went till 11 p.m. at night, and 15 minutes so it was city business and the rest was just comments and discussion. And so I want to hear all that, but I'm not sure if a regularly scheduled meeting is the appropriate place or not.
So I'll respond to that, even though typically we don't do that, but you asked the input, so I feel it's okay. Yeah, I mean, it definitely, the issue took over a lot of meetings, so I'm with you. I think this is going to be an issue that's hotly contested, and I think it's worth having workshops. We did that for a lot of the design work when we were kicking off various plans for parts of the city, like the downtown master plan. We hosted some public meetings. People had the opportunity. Obviously, there were more choices other than yes and no, so it wasn't just a binary decision, but people had the opportunity to kind of weigh in on some thoughts. So I'm with you. I think it would be worthwhile potentially having those types of meetings. I don't necessarily want to schedule a ton of these meetings where we conduct several items of business and have that overtake other workshop. Unless we have a really light agenda somewhere down the road, I'm fine kind of keying it in. Admittedly, I don't know how many I'm going to show up to of those public meetings. So it's just simply put, like, I'm going to inform our decision. We'll go how we go. So with that, I do think having, I can't remember what we call them, like not zone-based, but kind of district-based meetings, maybe one or two in different parts of the city makes sense. Just touching on everything else that's been said, I'm with it. The expense of the recorded phone messages, we could probably cover some of the OT that staff might need if we were to host, something at the Hapo and something at one of the libraries in downtown. I think really that's the one thing that I see as an added service that we could probably scratch. That looks like the rest. Again, with the public hearings, I don't know that we necessarily need a public hearing. I think having meetings, again, community engagement meetings, I think are adequate. I guess technically the public hearing is a requirement if that's what that intends. I understand that's maybe a requirement for the code, and if that's the case, then I'm all for that. I don't have anything else to add. I see Mr. Grimm, you're letting.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Go right.
I'm going to slide to Mr. Millie because
Yep.
he hasn't spoken on it yet.
Yeah, I mean, I personally believe, I know the marijuana issue is a big one, but that's kind of like a very hot topic. Fluoridation or not is, to a lot of people, really isn't that big of a deal, especially considering that the other two cities don't have fluoride in their water. So, I know the council kind of has, maybe we haven't all decided, but I think we should, have a meeting, and maybe we have, as the Mayor Serrano was talking about, we have 2 events or 2 open houses, in the city. See how much people actually turn out to that, see what we get, and just kind of try to move this along quickly and then go for the vote. I would, again, try to do it in 60 days or 90 days, whatever the staff thinks is appropriate. But to me, I don't want to have this stretched out, and I just don't think it's as big of a topic as marijuana, and I don't want to put too much time and resources of city staff into this. Want to hear everybody, definitely, but a lot of times when we have these open houses, it seems like we get 8 people or 10 people, and that's my 2 cents. Let's just see what emails we get, see what we get, try not to spend a ton of money on this, and then put it up for vote.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Back to you, Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I just wanted to quote, or just to comment on the timeline too, that yes, I'm also for the timeline. I know the 90 days comes from the Department of Health and their statute or their regulations that they have governing this. And then, yeah, the only reason I kind of threw out the idea of the public hearings or something of that sort is so that, you know, we have a lot of other important things we're also trying to do. And so those don't get in the way of every meeting or, you know, bog down some of the other business that we're trying to accomplish at that point too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Browse. I think if I remember, I attended quite a few of the marijuana public hearings, and it was just essentially a mic, and you know, I think staff just stood there and people came up and talked. So it could be beneficial, but I mean, I'm not married to it. I mean, if we can do it here, that's fine, but that's essentially all it is the platform. I think they hit record, and we just kind of heard both sides. So that'd be my 2 cents.
Thank you. And I'll make one last point and then back to you, Mr. Zabel. What I did hear that I do agree with is if we're going to do an online survey, and this is true about hosting in-person people, I think we need to make sure that we somehow capture the data of who's a resident and who's not. I recall with the marijuana issue, we had a lot of people that were from out of the city that, I mean, quite frankly, I don't care if you live in Yakima, you don't have an opinion on what happens in Pasco unless you're speeding or your car catches on fire and you need our emergency services, right? But when it comes to our day-to-day life, you don't have a vote here, and I equally don't have a vote to say what happens in Seattle, Yakima, pick any other jurisdiction. So if we're going to do it, we're going to need to make sure. And I mean, the tough part about either is someone could make up an address or whatever, but hopefully no one's going to that much trouble over fluoride. But that said, I do think having it culled down to people who are residents of the city who are going to be impacted would be helpful. Mr. Zabel.
Yeah, well, just on that issue, I think the first question of the proposed survey kind of gets at that, something along the lines of, do you or your dependents live, work, or attend school in Pasco? So, yeah. But the other comment I wanted to make about the recorded phone message, so that's the quickest way to get to all of our utility customers. So we could do it with the mailer or the bill, the message on the bill. But that's a four-week process if we hit it just right, because the bill is split into 2, to where half the accounts go out 1 month and the next month the other half the accounts go out. So depending on when we hit that, could impact when everybody has notice. So that was one of the reasons why the recorded phone message piece got out there, so we could get everybody that has a utility account notified at exactly the same time, or at least within a few days of each other.
Gotcha. I think, you know, if that's our quickest way, you know, I'm not hot on spending extra money, but it sounds like it's money worth spending. Anyone, Mr. Grimm?
Yeah, I would also not be opposed to that for the reasons our interim city manager stated, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Anyone oppose it? All right. Sounds like you got a head nod on that option.
And I think we have sufficient direction on what council supports and what methods probably aren't necessary.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure our future city manager is going to enjoy walking into that one. With that, we'll move on to item B, which is overview of payment transaction fees. Deputy City Manager Sigdell. Sounds like it's on you.
Thank you, Mayor, and evening council. This is an introduction to the credit card fees, essentially online payments, I'm going to say, because it does include ACH, which would be a direct withdrawal from your payment or your bank accounts as well. Over the years, the primary area where we utilize online payments the most is our utility payments. You have significant amount of customers. The bill is on a monthly basis, and so every month there's 20,000 plus transactions happening, and so that's your biggest area where you're paying for services to provide online payments. We just in the utility side, we have about 25% of our transactions where we're withdrawing via ACH, and the rest of that, 75% about, are paid via credit cards. We have a payment processor called Paymentus. Their contract with us ends at in November of this year. And I remember when I first started with the city changing a payment processor, and it is quite a transition. And the reason for that is because it disrupts what some people just have a credit card in there, it charges every month, have their bank account in there, and then they are not really paying attention till they're in arrears. And so it is quite a bit of work to do transition of payment providers. However, recently I've heard that they've made that process much smoother, linking kind of transactions so that people do not have to make those changes again or set up their accounts again. We are, there's a lot that has changed since we picked the last payment provider, and one of which is that our utility billing system has changed. And also in the industry, what we're seeing is a software comes with its own payment provider, which didn't used to be always like this. They would be connecting with others and allow for, let's say, our Trackit, which is our permitting system, to connect with Paymentus, which happens right now. But now there's a lot more exclusive access to the software. So we're seeing a lot of different softwares have different payment providers because of that reason. But the key impact, financial impact to the city, are really in two areas. One is the utilities, which we do provide online payments, and one is for permit fees, which we're looking to provide online payments. And as council remembers, as we were talking with our development community and asking them about how we can provide better customer service to them, online payments and online applications was on the top of the list. What is happening right now is either somebody's having to send a check, put it in the mail, wait some time, receive their permit, or somebody's having to come to the city hall. So that's a lot of labor, gas, to come all the way to the city hall for, if it's a really large permit, maybe that's worth it. But if it's a smaller permit, you might be spending a lot of time just on staff labor. So that was a big thing. We've been working on figuring out how we can utilize our current permitting system and integrate it with an online payment system. Our team has been working diligently, our IS, Information Services team, and our CED team, and we believe that we would be ready to roll it out in the next 2 to 3 weeks. However, our current codes read as such that essentially does not really address how we handle credit card fees or any online payment processing fees, because a large part of our expenses have been in the utility realm, and there's advantages to incentivizing people to pay their utility bills online. Otherwise, you'd be dealing with, I don't know how many people have checks now, but let's say that, people had checks and they wrote it. It cost a lot to process that. So we want to incentivize people to pay online for such a routine, but a smaller amount as much as possible. On the permitting side, you have usually bigger checks and they're less frequent, so it's not a monthly bill. The model for how the city's handle this cost is all over. So it's really up to us on how we want to handle it. But there are cities that just absorb the cost. There's no limits to the permitting fees, how much they can pay with a credit card. There's ones where they have a limit. So if it's more than 5,000, let's say, then you have to send a check or do it via ACH. They pass on all of the cost. And council was also interested in knowing how much are we spending on payment processing fees. So overall, at this time, you're looking at about $530,000 annually. And as our accounts grow, as our transactions grow, that is without permit fees. So as your permit fees transaction, once you fold that in, that's going to get a lot bigger. Just talking about what exists right now, that $530,000, because large portion of that is utilities. Our utilities funds reimburse that cost to our general fund. And so our water, sewer, ambulance ratepayers are essentially paying for that service via the rates. For our permit fees, all of that would be general fund. And my estimate was around $160,000, I believe. That would be impact of absorbing all of the fees for what I will call non-utility payments, because there's really those two criterias, utilities and non-utilities. And that's really based on some of our prior year's transaction, assuming that 25% will pay via ACH and the rest will pay via credit cards. There's a lot of people who will pay via credit card, especially if it's a large transaction and there is no fee because they earn points on those credit cards. So there's a lot of variance on where we think it will go. The question in front of council that staff has is looking for your discussion and your guidance on how we want to handle the permit fees, the online payments for the permit fees. It will cost around 2.75% for transaction of the permit fee if it's a credit card, or I believe $1.1 per ACH transaction. That's a decision that we need to make and make changes to our code in the next month. And then we have another decision that we're proposing be down the line in November. If we choose to change our provider, there's an opportunity there if you want to change the model for passing on some of the costs for our utility customers as well. For example, if you chose to say if you draw it from your bank account and it's an ACH transaction, it's free. If you pay with credit card, then we pass on that cost. That's a model that exists. It doesn't save as much money as one might think, because what will happen is most people will then migrate to ACH, which is not free either, right? So it's a lot of transactions happening on a monthly basis, but it's a model that we can do. However, changing it now is going to be essentially a waste of time and a lot of confusion for our customers, because we're going to be working on that transition and then our contract will end, and it will get us in a spot where maybe we're stuck with this payment provider when we don't want to be, and there's other better options. So at this time, we're looking for two things. One is, how would you like to handle the permit fees? And the other one is, are you okay with us not discussing the utilities, changing the utility online payment fees at this time, and we bring that back to you sometime in October?
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Sigdell, for bringing this back to us. I just in almost a year in review here in June, and I just think about really all the council goals and agendas that you have worked on and brought to us through permitting, and even before we were blessed with Miss Miller down there at the end, and all your hardworking community and economic development, just with our mobile trucks and just so many other things that you've brought before us. I just really appreciate it. And this is one just really I wanted to see just for the savings to the ratepayers and the taxpayers. And so I do have one question, and then I'm happy to share how I feel about this too. For the non-utility payments, you said number 3, absorbing ACH fees while passing on card fees with an estimated annual impact of $7,000. Is that just the savings, or is that what we would be passing on? I guess I wasn't sure how to read that.
That would be what it would cost us. So
Okay.
I counted transactions of, how many permit transactions did we have last year? And there was about 7,000, a little bit less, but I extrapolated it for maybe a little bit more in the future. And if we absorb that ACH fee, it would cost the city about 7,000. So we're essentially incentivizing online payment by taking on the ACH fee. There's also a psychological element to it, which is you're taking it out of my bank account. Why are you charging me this? I mean, there's people who feel like that, and so taking that away might be a policy decision for council to consider, but it would cost to allow for our customers to not pay for ACH fee. It would cost the city $7,000.
Okay, thank you. One more follow-up question before I really chime in here. As far as the fees and everything for the non-utility customers, do we ever have an issue with bounce checks? Is there, and I'm not talking the ratepayers for utility payments, but the non-utility payments. And the reason I just ask is I know there's services out there that will run a check as like a debit card that costs about $1 a unit. And I was just wondering if we do get a lot of bounce checks, if we've considered that option also.
We've not, of course, we received some, but not in a volume that has been challenging to address at this time.
Okay. So I think just kind of where I'm at on this is, of course, we don't want staff to have to start digging through, wrestling checks out of envelopes and preparing deposit slips. That's not the idea of this at all. I guess I'm just going to throw mine out there. First of all, I think you're totally right. If we're switching this up in November, we shouldn't, there's absolutely no reason, at least in my mind, that we should be doing, this should be, done all at the same time and everything. But I think that the ratepayers should not have to pay more. We're basically just pulling 2 cards out of our pocket. One is our debit card, one is our credit card, and I get it. One's actually a checking account and a routing number. So I would be for absorbing the ACH fees, but passing on the credit card fees for, like you said, to incentivize people to still pay online, because that is a huge labor push to open up, fill out deposit slips and all that, but yet would save $250,000 on the bottom line. I don't think it's the responsibility of the ratepayers and the taxpayers of the city of Pasco to allow people to get more miles for their credit card and everything. I don't think that's our business at all, and it's for that same reason for the non-utility payments that I believe we should also pass on the credit card fees. But I guess I'm amicable. I would be for absorbing the ACH fees, because again, as you stated, it makes people say, hey, you know what, I'm going to pay to use my checking account. So I would, my position is to take the same position on both. Absorb the ACH fees, pass on the credit card fees, and yes, as you also recommended, wait till November for all of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Prowlis.
No, I agree with Councilmember Grimm. That was the same sentiment that I shared in my notes. Can you give an example of permit fees, I guess, for non-utility with a 2.75 pass on?
It would be any building permit fee, plan check fees, anything that is related to development.
Okay, so like $100,000.
It could, it could be. It includes school impact fees. It includes.
Okay.
So it can get up there.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prowlis. Mr. Harpster.
I was just going to say ditto to Mr. Grimm's lengthy comments.
Mr. Milne.
Same here. I thought it was well put. So I would, as a business owner, I'd also agree with Councilman Grimm.
I guess I'm somewhat off here because I think all fees should be consumed by the consumer. So, Mr. Ferguson.
Well, to that point, I haven't had a chance to fully dig into this, but one of the concerns that we would have to analyze is making sure there wouldn't be a gifting issue related to a specific ratepayer. So that'd be something we'd have to analyze, but that's the first time looking at it.
Okay.
I was just going to add, I know like when we pay our property tax bill, it's the same thing, I think Josie Kelser charges us $1. It's $1 flat fee if we do an ACH versus like the 2.75 or 3%. So I would assume it would fall under the same statute. And I know there's other municipalities and counties that do the same. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's my only comment. I'm fine with pushing this down till October, November, whatever it takes. But again, I recommend allowing the user to decide to either come in here and pay the same price in gas as their ACH fees, or, I run a nonprofit. We have the option for them to either eat their fees or I eat it. I'm pretty sure you don't even have that option. And I'm pretty sure you don't either, and you don't either, and you don't either. And technically, I don't know that you ever take payment, Mr. Prowse, but for all of those. Yeah, for all those who have some sort of point of sale type service, our customers eat that cost, and we eat the cost, yeah. And I think in this case, I struggle to have the ratepayers being the ones that eat the cost.
So Mayor, if I'm hearing this right, are you all okay with bringing a change to our code for at least the non-utility payments so we can roll out the online payments for the permit fees, which you should be seeing in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I'm seeing enough head nods that would be the case, and then in October we can address how we want to deal with the utility payments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on that? Ms. Sigdahl? We good? Okay. With no further comments on that, we're going to move on to item C, which is a resolution acceptance. Oh yeah, I apologize. I have totally failed to invite the public to comment on items A and B. Do we have any public comment on item A, the drinking water fluoride issue? Going once, going twice, third time. Okay. Back to public comment on this one. Do we have any public comment on item B, this payment issue that we just discussed? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we'll move on to item C, which is resolution acceptance of work for MLB required improvement at Giza Stadium dugout bench additions. This is phase 1B. This is coming from Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is the acceptance of work completed as one of the several phases of improvements that are happening at the Giza Stadium. And we have a location of the project. That's where the Giza Stadium is located. Next slide, please. This work was completed by CMR General Contractors, and we're going to see pictures of the before and after of the dugout bench additions. Also, if you came to our CIP open house at Giza Stadium, you may have gotten an opportunity to tour the facility. Next slide. And you're seeing, so pictures were before in the previous, this is in progress. You're seeing the work happening, the construction of those benches. Next slide, resurfacing of those areas. And then the final product all finished and ready to be used, already being used in this season. Next slide, please. And finally, an overview of the contract, which was a bid award for $45,481. No change orders for this project, and was completed within that construction cost, and it was slightly below the range provided by the design architect. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any discussions on this issue? Seeing none, I anticipate we'll see it. I do have one question, not related to this specific. Last week we rejected a bid related to the stadium. Has there been further conversation with the Dust Devils folks, and can you share any update on that?
Yes, there was. Thank you for that question. There's been further conversation. There was a meeting that happened late last week, and there is a path forward with a proposed revised bid package that provides alternatives, in part based on the feedback or what was the driver for the higher price from the one contractor that bid. So we had some insight on what were the things that were rising the price. So we look at alternatives, and we're generating a set of alternatives that will go in the revised bid package. The plan is to be advertised in the next 2 weeks and have a bid opening 2 weeks after the advertisement, so that it can be quickly brought back for award and construction can happen. Now, we have also identified that the time of construction was a constraint that was also increasing price substantially, much more than had been anticipated. So there is some flexibility there to allow for the additional days in the contract that would allow for a more aligned cost with what is in the budget for the project.
Thank you for that update. Really appreciate that. With nothing further, do we have any public comments on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. That moves us along to item number 6, which is our miscellaneous council discussion. Mr. Zabel.
Council, we have got some input from the community about 4th of July holiday coming up and fire, and I asked the chiefs if they wouldn't mind coming up and just sharing their thoughts and some of their preparations on what we can expect from the two departments, how they're going to be working together over the holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel, Mayor, council members. The police department is gearing up, ramping up. Plans are in place for an active July 4th and the weekend or the days before and after that. This isn't anything new to us. We gear up for it. All hands are on deck that day. We have resources for the parade in the morning, for the event at the Gisa Stadium, as well as the river activities and the rest of the events that will occur across our community to celebrate the holiday. It is an active time for us. We see a significant increase in just calls for service, aside from the obvious fireworks calls that we do get that come in on that day. So traffic control and the preparation for that is taxing on our resources. So we are prepared. We're in a good position. We have good resources and good plans in place, and I feel comfortable about our approach this year to keeping the community safe. As far as fireworks and the enforcement of fireworks, that will be focused on those with the most dangerous fireworks activity, where people or property are in danger. And then, of course, those violations that occur where our officers can observe them and issue tickets and seize fireworks, we will be doing that as well. So we work closely with the fire department in their preparations, and I think we're ready for a safe 4th.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. And like Chief Roski was saying, we are working together on this. So from a fire standpoint, what we're doing is we're upstaffing. So we have a couple extra brush trucks on hand that we'll have throughout the city. Our deputy chiefs will be splitting the city into 2 to help monitor activity. We also have a regional plan, so that's with all the other fire agencies, the 3 cities and the counties. We went through some specific dispatch protocols and how to dispatch more appropriately. So we really feel comfortable, and we feel very confident that we have the cities secured and safe as much as we can. So we feel very good with this 4th of July. Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I got one. I mean, if there's people, so are we looking to cite people if they are doing, if they're using dangerous and fireworks that aren't allowed in the city? Because I'm glad I moved out of Linda La Vista, because it was really bad the last couple of years. Ever since previous council opened it back up, it was nice to kind of get it out there again and see how people would, act. But I honestly, at this point, from a lot of people that I've talked with and my own personal experience, I almost feel like we need, if not an outright ban, I don't know, I think in more enforcement. people out there getting tickets and then setting the tone. Because I'd hate to just take it all away, but with wildfire season and all this stuff, you guys are already taxed to the limits with your resources. I just something has to give, and so that would be my only thing. If I hope we're actually writing tickets and people are actually, and we have evidence of them breaking the law.
Yeah, so our posture won't change from years past. Those violations that we can write tickets to, that we can catch, but just like as in years past, the focus will be on those fireworks or those issues that are most dangerous. We aren't seeing an increase in fires during the 4th or people being injured by fireworks. So our focus will be on those things to make sure that doesn't occur. But yeah, as you'd mentioned, our resources are tasked and maxed on that day. Simple to say more enforcement, but you only have so many resources, and the obligations are there. We have to be in a ready posture as well. That's not uncommon for that weekend to present violence to us as well. So we need to be in a position to pivot to address violent action and calls for service that occur.
Thank you.
Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I know, as you know, Mr. Roski, I've done quite a lot of police ride-alongs on the 4th of July. I do love it. I'm going to do one again this year. I will say that it was phenomenally hard to catch people. I mean, I'd be riding with Pasco, we'd see this stuff going off. We'd turn the corner, he'd fly down the road, hit the corner, and they were gone. I mean, you see seats, the chairs, drinks on the sidewalk, everybody's gone. I was shocked on how many people could run that fast or get away that quick. And it happened over and over and over again that whole night. So I guess my question to you would be, and I realize it would be difficult to have like unmanned cars or not unmanned cars, but unmarked cars. But is there anything? Because I mean, again, it seems like people have a sense when a cruiser's coming down the road, and they're assuming that's Pasco PD. And by the time you hit the lights again, we never caught one person the whole night, and it was again quite a shock that people are watching, or they're really, when they're doing the legal stuff, they're really very vigilant of, they know it's wrong, they're doing it anyway, and then they scatter. So
and we will have unmarked vehicles out, unmarked resources as well. However, they aren't just focused on people committing fireworks violations. There's drunk drivers, there's activity, other things going on that are, we put in a priority response, that the most dangerous to the public, drunk drivers, etc., we will be responding to first. But those undercover vehicles and those undercover officers will and have same posture as in years past. We do catch people with those undercover approaches and stuff. But you're right, it is difficult. And then the time that we have to put those resources in, do we need to be putting those at traffic control, monitoring the Giza Stadium, the riverfront? We still have a downtown corridor and a whole city that is celebrating in a lot of different ways. So again, directing our resources, we have them all, everybody's in service that night, everybody is working those days. Both of our lieutenants will be out. It's a busy time for us.
Okay. Well, thank you. I do remember last year when I was riding, the only person we caught was a guy that was shooting his 9mm into the ground, and the amount of police that had to attend that, get the interviews, and then arrest the guys. I mean, it took like a couple hours to do everything. So obviously that was 4 vehicles that couldn't be patrolling neighborhoods. So I'm just saying, I do realize there's people that are drinking, doing crazy stuff, but a lot of times that's what causes all the police attention, and then people get upset that there's nobody when the guys are shooting off the fireworks. So it was really interesting to actually ride along with you guys, see what is the priority. Obviously, a guy with a gun is a huge priority versus the kids shooting off the legal stuff. So I do want to commend the Pasco Police Department, and just say there's a lot more different circumstances why you can only attend so much when you get alcohol and fireworks and guns and all that kind of stuff out there. So again, just thank you, and just letting you know it's a lot more complicated than I thought it was.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Mr. Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take the opportunity to tell both the chiefs thank you. Chief Roski, you used the term taxing on your crew, and I know this is kind of a big push for them, that weekend for both of your crews. And so just wanted to say appreciate the service of all of your teams, and thank you. And hopefully they're all able to get some rest at the end of the day. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Rice.
I just want to take the opportunity to promote our Grand Old Fourth celebration, which will be out at the Gisa Stadium this year, and encourage those that are using fireworks at home to maybe come out and attend our celebration. This year we've partnered up with Gisa Stadium to expand our event, which will include a battle of the bands. 4 local bands will be battling it out. So instead of our normal start time, we'll be starting at 6:30 p.m. Concessions will be open this year at 7, and then the battle of the bands starting at 7:30. Every half an hour until the fireworks start. And then also just want to say a quick thank you to our sponsors, Edison Valario at State Farm and Renewal by Anderson Windows. So please come on out and join us on the 4th for that at Gisa Stadium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Mr. Zabel, do you have anything else?
Just one other thing, of course, this is a double plug, AWC this week, and then part of that is there's a transportation committee, legislative committee tour of some public works projects across the Tri-Cities, including in Pasco. So they're going to take a look at I-182 Broadmoor interchange improvements and the Court Street roundabout, some things like that. And they'll be leaving from Three Rivers Convention Center. So I think that's on Wednesday, is that right? Tomorrow. There we go, tomorrow. And Director Sarah will be representing the city on that, talking about those projects with the legislators. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I did brief the mayor and city manager Zabel that I would be bringing this up tonight. It was a piece of legislation during the this past legislative session in regards to public safety funding and different tools. And so essentially HB 2015 passed, and now it allows cities to adopt a 0.1% sales tax increase, which would be dedicated to police, safety, fire, EMS, and justice services. And so I wanted to gauge the interest of this, of our council here. This is something we can task our staff to look into. It's a two-for type of piece of legislation. We also have to be eligible for the grant funding and what have you, but I think this is a good opportunity. I know we've talked about dedicated traffic units, expanding our fire departments as we grow. I think this is a tool in our tool belt, and I think we should use it respectfully and carefully, but the sales tax is, in my opinion, is more equitable, even though it is regressive to people who don't have a lot of disposable income. However, they all use the same services that we're talking about. So I would just like for us to kind of be proactive and look to perhaps getting staff involved and start kind of workshopping this for us.
So I know you're asking for kind of some head nods. I'm open to looking into this, or having staff look into it. I don't know. I think my comment to you earlier was I don't know what our timing is as far as where it falls in our list of honeydews and hot sheet lists, but I think it is something worth looking into if there's an opportunity for helping our budget out, which is tight, especially in some of these areas. So I support it, Mr. Milne.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, as a business owner, the more you increase taxes, then people go to other cities that are less across the river. So, again, I'm all for fire, all for police department, 100%. Obviously, once it adds to the sales tax, it never goes away. It'll always be there. Again, you can have a look, but again, unless there was something dramatic, I would be a no. Again, it's so difficult when things cost cheaper on the other side of the river than in Pasco, and we already have difficulty of sometimes getting people even into Pasco to buy from our stores. So I don't think we need to have less revenue. I know it's just 0.01%, but again, it all does add up, especially when you're talking a table saw or a drill press, and people go to Amazon and get stuff. And so I'm just saying it's very challenging for a business owner and a councilman to say, hey, let's keep taxing when we are the highest out of the 3 cities. And that's my 2 cents. And you guys can do what you want, but I would probably be voting against a sales tax increase, considering that we've already increased the sales tax for the Aquatic Center. And
and the other issues. So that's my 2 cents on that.
I appreciate that. And again, I think at this point, unless I misunderstood, the goal is to look behind the curtain, get some analysis, and determine whether or not it's even viable or helpful. Let's go to you, Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I would be in favor of Mr. Prowse's request to just get some more information and learn more about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wouldn't be opposed to getting more information, but for the same reasons the Mayor Pro Tem listed, I would likely be a no as far as anything added to the sales tax or the property tax is pretty much with us forever, and I don't think that's the best direction to go, even though I'm very pro-police and pro-fire. Thank you. And also one last comment. We did not vote for the aquatic center. That was by vote of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. So it sounds like you at least have enough interest in engaging that. Maybe just look at the hot sheet, get us a generalized timeline, and then kind of figure out what that analysis looks like, maybe what revenue it could bring in, ensure that we have needs based on what it can benefit, that sort of thing. Mr. Zabel?
We can give you probably a high level at the June 30 budget workshop.
Okay. I wasn't going to commit you to that, but sure, I'll take it.
Okay, and then one more item, and it's in regards to noise ordinance reform. I get a lot of emails from individuals in the community, in my district, outside my district, and according to the MRSC, I kind of did some digging on this. Our code's pretty outdated, and it's really hard to enforce it, even according to them. They gave me kind of insights into like Camden, Bellevue, and they use a public disturbance noise standard, which doesn't involve a decibel meter. I think it's time to look at, I know we've talked about this a lot, looking at our codes and updating them. I think this is something that really needs to be looked at. I had a resident send me a video of someone just nonstop right next to their home in a residential neighborhood. It was a good fight, like a minute video, and it was just bang, 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 like with power tools and stuff, which is great. And there's some other issues with that, but no one should have to live next to noise ordinances or noise issues like this. And I feel like I get a lot of them through my emails, and so I want to do my best to address every issue that comes through my email or through a phone call. And so I'm just requesting hopefully a review of our codes and perhaps draft something more in line that has some teeth, that can give our law enforcement the ability to start citing people for noise complaints and issues. So that was it.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts. As I emailed you earlier, I think that's something that's kind of for me is down the line, especially like weighting some of the issues that we have. I'm open to looking at some of these issues in our code. I have no desire to do so now, given that we'd have to shuffle some. I mean, especially if it was checking into the sales tax increase versus that, my interest would be more leaning towards making sure our budget's as flush as possible. So. From a perspective of asking for assistance or head nod, I'd say sure down the line, but not now. Mr. Harpster.
I was just going to say basically the same thing. Definitely something I'd like to take a look at in the future. But I think we got quite the workload at this time. And I don't remember what the item was, but sometime recent I mentioned that the noise ordinance part of our code mentions jukeboxes and cassette tapes and things like that. So it probably is due for an update. So is much of our code. So something to probably add to the list, but not to try to get done in the next 6 months or so, in my opinion.
Does anyone have a higher priority? Okay. I think just sit and wait and put it in the shuffle and the iPod shuffle, that is, because that's probably in our noise ordinance too, if it was updated in 2006. But just put it in the queue as something down the line, or just where we go. I do have one item. Sadly, I got this information from a friend in Tacoma, not from Washington State Department of Transportation. They're going to be here tomorrow night, in case anyone was wondering. They're going to be talking about the Snake River dams at the Pasco Library, the one on 1320 Hopkins Street, from 5 to 8 p.m. Pretty frankly, I'm disappointed that that's how I learned about it, that they didn't communicate to the city. Apparently they're doing these presentations in Colfax, Pullman, and Clarkston. And tomorrow night, Pasco's open house is at the Mid-Columbia's Libraries branch at 1320 West Hawkins, 5 to 8. I know I've got a jam-packed evening, but I'm going to try and shove a few minutes in there to just say I'm the mayor and I still oppose this. Hopefully council members can slide in for a couple minutes. I don't know how this is going to play out. I don't know what their structure is of the meetings. Apparently there's one that just finished in Colfax. So hopefully we can get some staff there, at least to hear. I mean, I hate to throw more on the plate and not needing to stay for all 3 hours, and hopefully some of us can show up. But yeah, so the WashDOT's talking about the Snake River Dams tomorrow, 1320 West Hopkins Street, 5 to 8 p.m. for anyone interested. Seeing no further lights, that leads us to our favorite part of the evening. It is 8:08 p.m. and we are, oh wait, sorry, just kidding. Executive session, there's none listed. I don't hear a need for a second one. All right. With that, it's still 8:08 and we are now on to item number 8, which is adjournment. We are now adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Pasco City Council. We're good? Okay. Good evening and welcome to the Pasco City Council meeting. The council thanks you for being part of our city government. At meetings, the council takes formal action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meetings video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, if I could get a roll call.
Councilmember Barajas,
Present.
Blaisdell,
Here.
Grimm,
Here.
Perales,
Here.
Milne,
I'm here.
and Harpster and Serrano are excused. 5 council members present, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Much appreciated. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Well, that moves us on to the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by roll call vote as one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So we have A, which is approval of meeting minutes for June 9th, 16th, 23rd, and June 30th. We have bills and communications approving claims in the total amount of $8,419,368.36. Resolution number 4620, acceptance of work of MLB required improvements at Giza Stadium, dugout bench additions, Phase 1B. We got Code Enforcement Board reappointments of Dwayne Spear and Daniel Galetchuk. I got E, which is HAPO Center Advisory Board reappointment of Jennifer Golinsky. We got F, Historic Preservation Commission appointment of Jay Hender and reappointment of Divvy Tate. We got G, Pasco Housing Authority of the City of Pasco and Franklin County Board of Commissioners reappointment of Paul Cook. We got H, which is Park and Recreation Advisory Board reappointments of John Morgan and Mark Middleton. We got I, Pasco Public Facilities District Board reappointment of Spencer Gillette. We got J, Planning Commission appointments of Rob Waits and Austin Crawford, and reappointment of Dana Crutchfield. With that, can I get a motion?
Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
We got a motion by Perales and a second by Blaisdell. If we could get roll call on this.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Yes.
Grimm,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Barajas,
Yes.
and Milne.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you. So move on to number 5, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. I'm not seeing anything. Which leads us to number 6, which is public comments. The public may address council on any items unless it relates to the scheduled public hearing. These items is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the purpose of questions with the expectation of an immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberate process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed at staff members who have access to specific information. Citizens' comments will be normally limited to 3 minutes by the mayor, and there's a clock up there. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county residency into the microphone before providing your comments. So with that, do we want to do the ones online first?
Yes, so Mayor Pro Tem, it looks like Lori Thompson is online, and then we do have a call-in, but it's a phone number, so I don't have their name. But you do have 3 that had signed up for tonight.
Okay, so let's start off with, you said Lori Thompson was the first one, so let's start off with her first.
Lori, it looks like you should be able to unmute yourself on your side. Okay, Lori, how about now? Can you try your unmute button? Mayor Pro Tem, what I can do is take the contact information and try and contact them offline and see what's going on.
Okay. Was there anybody else then that's...
There is a call-in number with a 541 area code as well.
But no name?
No name.
All right. Well, with that, while we're maybe trying to work through this stuff, why don't we have people from the audience? If you'd like to go first. There's a little button there. Yep, now it's on.
Good evening. My name is Amber Wade. In the jungle of Newell, on a warm sunny day, an elephant bathed as he splashed on his way. The water was lovely, the breeze just blew just right, when a small voice called out, soft but full of fright. He paused and he listened. Now what could that be? Then he spotted a speck floating wild and free. He caught it with a care in the curve of his trunk and said, there is life here, as sure as I thunk. A person, he said, on that speck do you live? You're smaller than small, but so sensitive. He placed the speck gently on top of a bloom and promised to guard them through worry and gloom. But the others just scoffed, there's no one in there. That speck is just dust floating through the air. Still, Horton stood firm. There are people, I swear, and someone must speak even when it's not fair. A vulture swooped in and snatched up the flower, then dropped it deep in a field full of clover. But Horton kept looking. He never gave in. He picked every clover again and again. Until, yes, he found it, and loud came the plea, we are here on clover 5003. Still others around him refused to believe. Make noise, Horton cried. Don't give in, don't grieve. The who's banged their kettles, blew trumpets and all. But it wasn't enough. No one heard the call. Then one little who gave a yawp from the back, and that single sound picked up the slack. The jungle fell still, the others leaned in, and last they believed what came from within. They turned to the elephant, noble and tall, who simply said, a person's a person, no matter how small. But Whoville's not fiction. It lives here today in a small park in Pasco, not so far away. For 2 years we've shouted, the pressure is low, but they shrugged it off. They just told us no. They said it's your pipes, it's not on our side. They turned from the problem, they ran, they denied. But still we kept speaking, though tiny and few. And we weren't alone because someone heard too. We needed your help, we needed you all, and you who believed us when no one else would. You lifted our voices, you did what you could because of your listening, because you stood near. The ones who denied us have started to hear. The pressure's not fixed, but the silence is cracked. And we know we were heard because you had our back. So thank you for hearing what others let fall, for proving that voices don't need to be tall. We couldn't be loud without help from you all, because a person's a person, no matter how small.
Thank you. Do we have somebody else from the audience that would like to speak?
Are you doing your phone thing?
I think we're going to come back to that at the end. We'll see if maybe we get that figured out. But so, Mrs. Maloney.
Is this on?
Yeah, it's still on.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. Recently, a longtime Pasco resident stated to Pasco City Council, quote, Pasco is cramming everybody in like sardines in these new subdivisions, and Pasco is building a slum. Council needs to tell its staff on the left what to do instead of the staff telling council what to do. End of the comment. Pasco caters to the developers and to the chosen few and not to the citizens of Pasco. Basically, it's a money grab, a feeding frenzy. With Pasco's CIP budget well over $500 million, how much are we paying the taxpayers? How much are we paying the Kerr Law Group with Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr and his proxies? How much are we paying GMP Consultants with Pasco City Manager Dave Zabel as its senior consultant? Give a total amount paid out to ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins and or Watkins Endeavor LLC at a rate of approximately $11,000 per month, plus his travel expenses. Provide a total cost for the Pasco Aquatic Center's Wow Factor wave machine, costing anywhere from $22 million to $280 million. List the funds scheduled for a low-barrier homeless shelter for people. List funds scheduled for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats. Provide fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. Provide a permit number 404 that allows Pasco to develop and destroy our floodplain. Include all fecal matter testing reports regarding our floodplain water supply. Provide all past and present ULID and LID designs for my Pasco property with start dates and costs. Include all Pasco officials' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. See my comments and requests to Pasco and Council on 6/2/25 and more, regarding animal control and or TCAS, theft, animal cruelty, the WSU research contract, Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr's authorization of no due process, racial discrimination, and more. See my files. Provide all federal and state investigations currently underway for the city of Pasco regarding fraud, corruption, and more. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you for that. Do we have anybody else in the audience that would that's here that would like to tell us what they think? Not seeing any. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Staff, do we know if we were able to get any of the people back online?
I think there was a technical issue and she's outside connecting with them on the phone to see
Okay.
if we can resolve the technical issue.
Okay, so let's start off with Celeste. If you could, you had 3 minutes and tell us what's on your mind.
I don't have anything to say at this moment.
Okay, there's nothing because we can't hear you. So okay,
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can.
yeah, we can hear you.
I have nothing to say right now.
Okay, well,
So Mayor Pro Tem, we are having some technical difficulties. Lori is on my phone, so I was going to try her through speaker. If it doesn't work, we've talked about it, but
Okay.
I'm going to unmute my phone, get her to the mic.
Okay, let's try it.
Okay, Lori, go ahead and let's see if we can make this work.
Thank you. Are you folks able to hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Lori Thompson. I'm a resident of West Pasco, and my attendance tonight is primarily concerning the fireworks situation that we have here in town every 4th of July in particular. There are other dates, but primarily around the 4th of July, and not just the little fireworks that the children play with. I'm talking about the illegal M80 mortars and all the aerials. And I just learned today, apparently people put them in metal cans when they set them off to make them even louder. And this is not something that we can put up with here in town. I understand how the police may be overwhelmed with being able to respond to each and every call. And one of the issues I have with law enforcement and the fireworks is I'm being told that they have to actually see the people fire them off themselves in order to issue a citation. So I'm curious how many citations were issued this year and for what. But this is unlivable, what goes on over here in West Pasco in particular. I know that the entire Tri-Cities has big problems with it, but we need to figure out a solution so that we can all enjoy the 4th instead of being in fear that the house is going to burn down, the window's going to break, someone's going to get injured, they can't go outside. I actually last year had one of those bottle rockets land right on my feet, standing on the sidewalk in front of my house. So that's my quest, is that we need to address the use of the illegal fireworks in Pasco particularly.
All right, well, thank you for
And
that.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you for the call in. I know we've got quite a lot of emails as well as far as council members. And in my verbal report, I will mention what I saw when I was out on a police ride along on 4th of July. But I think that's all we have online, correct? So let's move on. And again, we could hear from everybody what they did. So let's start off with members of the council for the verbal reports. This is 7A. Let's start off with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. I'm going to take it back. Last weekend, I attended the Pasco Police Foundation fundraiser, and it was, I don't know how successful it was, but seemed pretty successful in the silent auction and their live auction. Was very enjoyable. It's probably one of my favorite events to go to that we've had this last year. And then I also did the parade, which it was kind of overcast, but it seemed like the streets were pretty filled from beginning to end. All the kids were enjoying the candy that was being thrown, and then the dancing in the middle of the street before the parade. And then I also did the car show, judging the car show, which I picked a 1965 Impala as mayor choice. And then I finished the night off with, right along with the Pasco Police Department. And I will say that we had a lot of interaction with the fire department, and it was non-stop. I did 4 hours. I started at 8 o'clock and ended at midnight, and it was one thing after the other. And I will say this, they couldn't keep up, police or fire, so they were pretty overwhelmed. But everywhere we went, they were doing the best that they could to get on to the next call and get the solution handled. So I want to say thank you to police and fire for all of your hard work this weekend, probably since before the 4th, and it's probably still continuing. So kudos to our teams for really working hard, and I was gonna say something kind of inappropriate, but they really kicked butt this weekend. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that report. Are you going to chime in as well, or?
Sure, I can. Yeah, I also attended the Grand Old 4th of July parade and some of the festivities. It was my daughter's birthday, so some things are a little bit more important. But the parade, as usual, and the festivities, flawless. Thank you to staff, and your staff is very courteous, professional. It just seems like it gets better every year, and it was enjoyment to myself and my family. So thank you to you and your staff, Mr. Rice. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that report. I'm not seeing any of the lights, so I'll comment on it. Did start off with the 4th of July parade. I do appreciate Perales, Blaisdell, and Barajas, and I know Barajas went with the Mustang Club, so I do appreciate the involvement by council members. I did see Councilman Harpster, so I was glad that he was at least there. And then in the evening, it was a pleasure to give the speech since Mayor Serrano was out of town. And I will want to thank staff. I assume it was Nicole for writing a great speech. I did enjoy it. And I did say on the parade, I do also want to echo Perales's that we are blessed with great weather. I thought a good turnout overall, and I was lucky enough that my wife Nicole and grandchild were in the car with me, and we were able to wave at everybody and have a good time. And then after my speech at Giza Stadium, I did a ride along with John DeLiego, or it was a D'Aquila. Yes, sorry about that. I can't read my own handwriting. And we were out till well after 1:30. And I know for myself, I was hoping we'd give more tickets, but it seemed like we were overwhelmed with intoxication, disturbances where people were drunk. Again, it just seemed like, and I guess Washington state law requires you have so many officers for some of these events. They said, like we pulled over a car that was not run with light, or it had problems with the car, and when there's 5 people in the car, you had to have extra officers. So the problem is we would see these fireworks going off. We're trying to get there, but other things, whether it was a car accidents, public intoxication, people tearing out of parking lots, people running without lights on. It was just one thing after another, and those were priority. But I will say, all the officers we talked to, we did try to keep going back, trying to find people that were shooting off illegal fireworks. A lot of times it was already done, and we did go off and talk to them, and we must have hit 6-7 houses. Definitely wanted to do more, but it was definitely frustrating when you get that many calls. You only have so many officers, and everybody's trying their best. And it did kind of seem like people were in competition with Giza Stadium. I was actually kind of shocked the other fireworks that were going around. As a council, we do talk about these things. I think we're all wanting the best for the city of Pasco. We are wanting police force to clamp down on all this. And maybe that's further discussion on how we get there. But I know with the budget that we have and the police force that we have, we can only do so much. But I did want to give kudos to Pasco Police Department again. We were out till and the fire department. Again, it seemed like everybody was working their hardest to try to do the best 4th of July that we could have. So I give my hats off to you guys and thank you. So with that, I'm not seeing any other lights. We'll jump to 8, which is hearing council action on ordinances and resolutions related to thereto. I'm not seeing any. We go to 9, which is ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. So we have A, which is a quasi-judicial, and I'll read it, and then we'll have our lawyer say his. So we got quasi-judicial ordinance number 4779, Diaz rezone from C1 to MU, and Mr. Ferguson.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Again, this is a quasi-judicial matter. It's a hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on the materials that are presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, or privileges of the specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance and fairness doctrine applies, and the hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows. A demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties. B, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally. C, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts. D, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing. And finally, E, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Hearing none. Are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
Well, thank you. We're going to go with Haley Miller as far as going to give us a presentation on this.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is an ordinance for a rezone of a parcel shown on the screen here that is just south of West Sylvester Street and then west of North 20th Avenue. And this is the northern portion of the parcel shown on the screen that is vacant. And the applicant proposed to rezone this parcel from C1 commercial zoning to mixed use zoning. And this is in compliance with the comprehensive plan designation, which is mixed use commercial. And this project went to a public hearing on May 14th, and the hearing examiner has recommended approval. There were no appeals that were received. And on the next slide, show the land use map here. This is the comprehensive plan zoning. That pink color is the mixed use commercial designation that was enacted in 2023. Then the next slide shows the current zoning of the property, which is C1, and that would be converted to mixed use commercial. And then for all rezone applications in Pasco, there is criteria that is listed on the screen. And when staff receives these applications, we go through and look at the criteria with the applicant, bring it to the public hearing, and then the hearing examiner takes input at the public hearing and verifies these criteria are met. And we have done so in the packet, and the hearing examiner has verified that. And then here is the process where it goes from the hearing examiner recommendation to city council for final approval via quasi-judicial hearing that is scheduled for tonight. So happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Does any of the council have any questions for Director Miller? We got Councilman Barajas.
Thank you. Just a quick question. How many, and I probably read it, and I don't know what page, those 130 pages. How many homes are planned to be built on here?
I'm not actually sure of the project action. This is the rezone, so it didn't detail exactly what they were doing on the site in the packet.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Do we have any other? I'm not seeing any. So with that, can I get a motion?
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 4779, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located near the corner of West Sylvester Street and North 20th Avenue in Pasco, Washington, from C1 retail business to mixed use MU, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
We got a first by Paralis and a second by Blaisdell. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Looks like that one passes unanimously. So let's go on to B, which is resolution number 4621, setting time and date for a public hearing for an easement vacation for Big Sky Developers, LLC. And we also have Director Miller.
Thank you. This is a resolution to set a time to consider the easement vacation proposed by Big Sky Developers. And on the next slide, there's a bit of history here. Don't try and read all of that. I will explain it. But in the early 1900s, there was a petition filed by residents in the area to establish a 60-foot road. And then later on in 1910, the road or the easement was established by the Northern Pacific Railway Company. So there's an easement in that area. And then on the next slide, this is the process that staff goes through to determine if an easement should be vacated. And for those of you that don't know, when you vacate an easement, that just means that it's a public easement, but we, the city, are vacating it. We no longer have a need for it. And then that can be returned back to the applicant. In some cases, we can assess a fee. In other cases, if it's just fixing an existing deficiency, we do not recommend that. So we go through the different approval criteria listed on this screen, and we feel this is eligible for an easement vacation and have scheduled a public hearing for August 18th. And the next slide, I believe, shows a aerial photo of the easement. It's a small 3-foot strip that is located on the east side of Convention Drive. So the right-of-way width there, I believe 80 feet is needed total from the center of the line. And so if you follow Convention Drive up to the north, we do not need that extra 3 feet that is on the applicant's property. So that 3 feet has been determined not to be needed, and staff is recommending this be vacated, and the decision and discussion can happen during the public hearing, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have before setting a hearing date. Thank you.
All right, with that, does any of the council have any questions for Director Miller? I'm not seeing any, so if I could get a motion, Councilman Paralis.
Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 4621, setting a 7:00 p.m. Monday, August 18th, 2025 hearing as the time and date for a public hearing to consider the vacation of the eastern 3 feet of the easement established by auditors file number 487139, originally granted by the Northern Pacific Railway Company in Pasco, Washington, and a waiver of the requirements for a title report, appraisal of value, and compensation.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilman Paralis and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And all opposed say nay. Not hearing any, so it passes unanimously. With that, we are going to roll on to number 10, unfinished business. And looks like we have a city manager finalist interview process. And we got, looks like Human Resource Director Sarah.
Actually,
are you going to do it? Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll take this. And good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So at your last week's special meeting, as you might recall, staff and the GMP consulting team reviewed with Council the candidate interview process. There's basically 5 parts to that process. Just to review, a tour of the city is one of them. Executive session candidate meet and greet with the council, which will take place on Sunday evening. Followed by a public reception meet and greet. Worth noting that the general public, as well as I anticipate many of our stakeholders and other interested parties, will be at that event to meet the candidates. The following day on the 14th, panel interviews along with a council executive session to top the day off to discuss the qualifications of the candidates. So that kind of gives you a sense of the sequencing there. And then council would take subsequent action regarding an appointment at a time of their choosing afterwards. That's certainly not scheduled at this point in time. It could happen very quickly. It could take a while. But with respect to the panels, when we closed out the topic last week, there were some different impressions among staff and council as to whether there would be 3 panels or 2 panels. And we're back for a quick discussion tonight to kind of settle this ambiguity so we can get this schedule finalized. So the 2-panel option is basically city council and senior staff. And I know there were council members that felt that was the way they wanted to go because there was already an opportunity for stakeholders and other public community influencers perhaps to meet the candidates at the previous evening and provide input to council. Then there's a 3-panel option that we talked about that had some support among council, which would be city council as a panel, the directors as a panel, and then a stakeholders group, which would, members of the public. So the company's experience, I'll just share, has been that the inclusion of stakeholders solely for the purpose of identifying candidate strengths and weaknesses, not to rank them or anything else, of the candidates can be helpful to decision makers and results in a degree of buy-in on the council's ultimate decision. So that's one of the advantages of having that panel. Again, you do have the function the night before as well. Regardless of whether you have 2 panels or 1 panel, obviously this is the council's sole decision to make. And staff is asking, you have 2 motions to consider. Option A, that it believes a 2-panel option, and option B, the 3-panel. We're looking for some directions so we can finalize this. Any questions?
All right, well, thank you. We're going to start off with Councilman Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I would be for option A. I was one of the ones last week that talked about the different options and was kind of just at least thinking out loud about it as far as including the stakeholders. And I love the idea of the buy-in and having them as part of the process, but yet it would be really easy for people to feel left out because not everybody's going to be in that group. And so I love the idea of the open house the day before where many of these stakeholders are invited and can interact. But I would be for option A as I think the cleanest and easiest way of putting it of the 2 panels. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Grimm. We got Councilwoman Barajas.
I have a quick question for staff on what we've done in the past. I'm looking at David. Not sure if you recall what the process was when we brought on Adam, but that was a little different. Here we're starting brand new. Can you, Dave, I'm not sure if you were there, but Richa or staff, can someone refresh me on the process we went through when Dave was brought on?
When I was brought on? Yeah, I can.
Well, because Adam's process,
Maria was here.
again, Adam's process was different because Adam was basically already on board. He was the interim.
Yeah.
So he just kind of transitioned in. But the process to bringing in someone new, someone different.
And I can give you my experience with it as a candidate. I can't tell you how well it worked. Well, I think it came out with a good decision, but that aside, I can't tell you how smooth of a process it was because I wasn't involved in the internal piece. But basically, there were 3 panels. There was a council and 2 additional panels. And those 2 panels had a mix of department directors and community members, community influencers. The school superintendent, college president, folks like that, Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. That's the response I was looking forward to. I would opt for option B because, again, I'm going to state this, what I said before. It's a community-wide consensus of who is going to help us as council members to run the city when we're not present. Someone that does the hard work behind closed doors. And so I think it's the community that should be involved. Like Mr. Zabel just mentioned, colleges, your school directors, your possibly your school board president, but someone that has a stake in it and someone that has good input to share on why they're participating. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We're going to move on to Councilman Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll be brief. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Grimm. I thought about it a lot over the weekend because I knew we were going to talk about this tonight. I just don't really see any benefit from it because I did think about, I don't want to leave anyone out. I don't want to get into this whole, I suggest like 4 or 5 people and then half the council doesn't agree and then it just goes back and forth. I think the points that interim city manager Dave Zill made about, maybe having, Superintendent Whitney, CBC, but at the same time, I'll just say it, I don't really feel like we have like the best relationships with any of those entities. We're community partners, but it's not like we talk every week or something. So I'm going to go off of their judgment. I don't know. I don't know what benefit I would get from hearing what they think. I think the community mixer on Sunday is something great. People can come, they can talk to them. I just think at the end of the day, hearing from director heads and talking amongst ourselves, we'll be able to get a good kind of grasp of the 3 candidates and kind of make a decision from there. And so I'm going to be for option A. And again, I'm all for community input. I'm Mr. Community after all, but I just think I'm not really sure what I can glean from having a third panel of community stakeholders and influencers. And plus it's more work on staff because they're going to have to organize it. And, it's not like we have a lot of time here. And I know Dave wants to get back to being retired. So, the faster we can kind of get information and make decisions, I think that bodes well for us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilwoman Blaisdell.
My preference is option B. Reason being is this city manager is representing Pasco as a whole. So I think that that's more reason for this person to build relationships with council, the directors, and the stakeholders. They're going to have the relationship with all of those people. And the stronger the relationship they have with everyone, the better city we will have. I think that our stakeholders are really important to the city, and I think that their opinions matter.
All right, I do appreciate that. I know I'll give it to Mr. Perales in a second to do his motion, which one he decides he wants to push forward first. I will say, whether it's Whitney or some of the other members, we do talk to them. We have the social hour. You are going to talk to people. Hey, what's your, and then again, we're always open to emails or phone calls or whatever. So I'm good with both of them. I guess my big take would be, how can we move forward faster? How can we get this done? A lot of times I go with my gut as a business owner, kind of knowing what I would want. Usually kind of get a sense of the person and their qualifications. I think all of us on the council, on the dais are competent enough to do that. But I mean, again, I'm definitely willing to hear from the community, but I don't think it's a necessity in my book. So with that, and I'm not seeing any other, Mr. Zabel.
Just one comment, just in the sake of time. If council were to approve option B, we would want to follow that vote with a discussion on who we invite. Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that in mind, why don't we have Councilman Perales tell us what he wants to do first.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve option A for the city manager finalist interview process.
Second.
Okay, we got a first by Perales, second by Councilman Grimm. So let's do a roll call on this to make sure we're clear.
Councilmember Barajas?
No.
Oh, wait, for
Option A.
option A. Okay, so no. Okay. Blaisdell?
No.
Grimm?
Yes.
Perales?
Yes.
And Milne?
Yes.
Okay, it's 3-2. Passes.
All right. So with that clarified, let's go on to number 11, which is new business. I'm not seeing anything listed, so let's go on to number 12, miscellaneous discussion. Do we have anything by council, or let's start off with Councilman
Corrales, and then we'll go to interim city manager Dave Zabel.
Perfect. I'll be brief. Just wanted to, I know we talked about it a little bit, and I sent an email last week, a little bit at the budget meeting. We didn't really touch on it, but I sent over that email about the right-of-way vacation policy change. Wanted to see if there's any appetite to maybe have staff work on that policy change based on those merits I presented in the email. You know, it would help out infill. It would increase property tax base. It would increase taxes on the property owner, but it would also provide more property taxes to the city. And, you know, so I wanted to get interest of the council to see if we could move forward with directing staff to kind of look into that, provide the pros and cons at least.
Councilman Grape, do you have a
No, no, it was on something else. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. My 2 cents is that we maybe bring it up when we have the full council. Make sure we have the other two councilmen could chime in and see where we're at with all that. So, was there anything else you'd like to mention?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about fireworks. Like you, I wanted to save it for the end though. I also fielded a lot of phone calls and I met with residents this past weekend. I do think we need to look into the merits of perhaps banning them again. It just seemed a lot of people were very irresponsible. We had a record night, and I will say that, you know, I think we're going to get a presentation probably right now or an update. I would rather kind of get an email before seeing it in the news. You know, when I see record numbers, I'm like, well, I kind of wish we would have known more about this prior to the council meeting. But I look forward to the presentation. You know, we have an issue where we're doing more with less, and that's the reason why I brought forward that perhaps looking into HB 2015 and increasing the sales tax, because we do need more officers, we need more firefighters, we need more resources because we continue to grow. There's way too many incidents this weekend that could be prevented, and I think there's a lot of small proportion of bad actors, but they cause great big problems for our city within a 2 to 3 day span. We don't got to make a decision tonight, obviously that wouldn't be appropriate, but I think we need to at least have the discussion. It looked like we lifted the ban 6 or 7 years ago based on a kind of a simple search. I do think we need to look into it. If I could just bear with me, I know we get excited when we get a chance to get out early, but I got a lot of different emails from people. I have one from Diana Bellafato off Salem Drive. This is what she had to say. I had an absolute mess in my front yard, especially my backyard, until I saw my driveway. This is so frustrating. Little bits of melted plastic and shredded cardboard, not to mention, I actually take care of my yard, and then the 4th of July happens, and now I have to clean it up all by myself. From Jean, over here in the community also, last night sounded like a war zone with explosive sound. It sounded so loud, it sounded like they were right outside my window. I got another individual who said that, her walls were shaking, her dogs were barking, she had to calm them down. I had another person say they had to leave, actually leave, get in their car and leave and drive just out into the country and try not to laugh, but get away from all the noise. So I think it's great that people want to have fun, but they got to be responsible. And you saw across whole Tri-Cities, people are just making really bad decisions. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to do our research, get with our staff and make a decision here going forward. And I'm a person who was selling fireworks, but we were selling the ones we actually are allowed to use here in the city of Pasco. But you have people bringing in stuff from the reservations and outside other areas. So I'll get off my soapbox, but again, thank you to Pasco PD, Pasco Fire Department for doing a good job. Sorry it was such a record-breaking night. We'll try and get you guys some help and get you the resources that you need. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And since I was here at that vote when we lifted the ban on fireworks overall, I will say that when I was on the ride along, we had a gal call up, was very mad that the kids next door were sprinklers. He tried to tell her that, hey, this is legit. She was yelling and screaming, wanted Pasco PD over there because she felt, that kids shouldn't be running around with sparklers. And I know during the discussion years ago, a lot of it came up was that there was regular stuff that really wasn't worth Pasco PD's time. They want to concentrate more on the illegal stuff, and that's why we allowed the regular stuff that's sold in the city of Pasco to be legit. It's the stuff that's going up in the air. I do feel we should have a conversation as far as how to have more police on this particular day and this evening I'm all for that. I'd wait to hear if Ken Roski, within the next couple weeks, he's going to give us a report. But I'm saying that it is difficult. We did go back and forth on whether to lift it. And again, if you put the ban, you're still going to have kids with their little firecrackers, sparklers, and you're going to have Pasco PD. And then again, as I said before, there was a lot of other things when you get drunk and you get people with alcohol, partying. It causes, that's higher up on the chain. Shouldn't be, but I mean, I guess it should be, but it's, when you only have so much police force, it's very difficult to be everywhere at one time. So definitely willing to have a discussion, but right now I still think I'm going to go off with what Ken Roski has said in the past, that they want to concentrate on people that are shooting illegal. And again, with the amount of resources that we have, I would be for that unless we got a different tone came back from Pasco PD. So that's my 2 cents, but I know Councilman Grimm was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Would it be more appropriate to add my comments at the end after were they going to make a presentation or talk about it, or?
Were you planning on this evening? Okay. I wasn't sure if you were. Okay. Well, he is Johnny on the spot on that one then. So,
I just prefer to make them afterwards then,
okay.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
And let's go.
I have a quick request.
Okay.
Now knowing that you have your report ready for today, maybe in an email we can get a comparison of what it was before. So I know the ban was in place for 22 years. 2018 is when we lifted the ban. So I'm curious to see what the numbers were when there was a ban in comparison to now. And just an email is perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Zabel, did you still want to?
I was actually going to invite the chiefs up to give their presentations, and then I do have one other item after that.
Okay. Well, let's see what the chief of police has to say.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Quick update on the July 4th and the weekend. It took us most of the morning into the afternoon to pull the data, get it analyzed, get it into a report for me. So that's why you didn't get it well in advance. I didn't have it well in advance. So we were a little busy last night as well. So we hit the ground running this morning. This was a priority for us, pulling this data, but other events from last night got us a little bit behind the 8 ball. So apologize for not getting it to you in advance. See if the clicker's working. Just some graphs and some data for you. It was a, whoops, am I missing a, sorry, but again, we just put this together. I'm just going to start with the staffing levels. So you can see that we staffed up for the night. July 4th for us is a blackout day, which means we don't give any of our field support officers vacation on that day. They all have to work unless it's their scheduled day off. Then it would have been overtime to bring them in. So you can just see that we were adequately staffed. We have some lean times and some beefed up times, but then you also have to remember, in addition to 250 calls for service in that 24-hour period, a little over 10 calls an hour, we had 3 major missions and events that we also had to monitor: the Grand Ole Fourth, the Giza Stadium, and the riverfront. As far as calls for service, we saw a slight decrease, I think, from last year, this year from last year. And there's a breakdown of the type of calls that we responded to on that day. You can see, as Pro Tem Milne mentioned, domestics, intoxication, all of the other things that come with a celebration. Definitely busy for us, but I felt that as far as calls for service, the events, we were well staffed and did a good job at handling those. Some comparison and some data you can kind of see from how the calls came in. Calls for service peaked up and on the 4th with 252 calls. Number of fireworks complaints across the Tri-Cities is the next box to the right. You'll see that we were lower than Kennewick, about average with Richland, so it's not just Pasco that's dealing with this issue. And then calls for service by hour. I think one of the things that the data shows us is we have to mitigate all of the events that are going on for public safety. Council members that were out witnessed it. It's not as simple as writing a traffic ticket. You do have to seize evidence. So then you have to determine, are you going to take an officer out of service for an hour or so to go process seized fireworks? So it's just a balance. And what we tried to focus on, the message that I gave our folks was we wanted to address anything that was obviously dangerous, things that were potentially going to light brush fires or structures on fire or injure people. Those were kind of our focus. And then the rest of our resources were directed amongst those events that were going on the 4th, the 3 sponsored events with the river, Giza Stadium, and the Grand Old Fourth. I'm sure you have questions for me, so I'm not going to keep going on. I'll field the questions. I think the fire chief is also going to give you an update, so I don't know how you want to, if you want his update now, or if you want to ask questions of me.
Yeah, why don't we get fire chief's report, and then we could have questions by council.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, council. I don't have the clicker. There you go. So over here, we just have a couple, broken down into a couple different groups that we'll talk about. Just our planning process, and so how we prepare for the event, our response and deployment, a summary of the incidents, and then the outcomes that we saw. So kind of a little bit of a background on how we planned for this. We did a regional incident action plan, or an IAP we call it, and that included all the municipal fire departments and district fire departments. So we worked together because we realized with the limited resources, I mean, we have enough to properly staff, but there's a lot going on, and sometimes these incidents take more than 1 or 2 engines. So we had a master plan for the whole region. We worked with our dispatch center, which is CCOM, and what we did is we upstaffed that. So they had 2 dedicated dispatchers. Normally there's 1 for both counties. So we had 2, 1 for Benton and 1 for Franklin County. And with that, we had 2 different frequencies, 1 for Benton and 1 for Franklin County. So that helped split that workload. We staffed up an EROC, which is an expanded resource ordering coordinator, which was myself. So I was over it with CCOM. And that position just helps the dispatchers, if large events happen, to help direct where resources need to go in the most effective spot for them to respond to. And then we implemented what's called a Cat4 dispatching. And what that's used for is events like this, where we know there's going to be a lot of calls coming in. We reduce the amount of resources we send to unconfirmed calls. So if it's a confirmed structure fire or a medical call, we send a full dispatch. But if we have a smoke showing, a possible, we'll send 1 resource to kind of scout it out and then call in for additional resources. So again, we're trying to maximize our response. And then just so you know, Pasco Fire was fully staffed. So we have a staffing of 21 firefighters. That includes all the captains and battalion chief. So we had a full staffing that night as well. So as far as our response and deployment, so to give you a little background, our typical shift, which is a 24-hour shift, starts from 8 in the morning till 8 the next morning. We average about 24 calls for service. That includes all fire and EMS calls. What we saw for the 4th and going into the 5th is we had 86 calls for service. 67 of those calls were in Pasco. We received aid, so that's a mutual aid or automatic aid agreement. So if we have Kennewick or Richland coming to help us, we had 10 of those, and then we gave aid to 19 of those, or 19 calls. So that means we went out of our district. One of the things we gave direction to our battalion chief was to make sure that when we're going out, to make sure Pasco is still fully staffed. So we want to make sure that we maintain a full complement of resources in Pasco, and that's where that EROC comes into play and helps direct. If they're calling too many, we help stabilize where resources are going. One of the big things with that too is we don't want units kind of crossing each other, so we try to keep them in their areas. So, well, in particular, if you can go back one more, please. In particular, what I want to look at is that 4 p.m. to 3 a.m. time frame on the 4th of July. So the whole shift, we had 86 calls. During that one time frame of 4 to 6, we had 69 of those, 69 calls there. 51 calls were in Pasco, received 10 calls, and we gave 18. So that was a very busy time for us. I think that's probably the busiest we've seen in Pasco for the fire department with that. This kind of gives an idea from that those 69 calls that we had, the event types. So we had 35 natural cover fires or wildland fires. We had 6 residential structure fires, 2 commercial structure fires, 3 vehicle fires, 8 trash can fires or dumpster fires. And then of course we had some other like a fire alarm, some accidents, and then several EMS events as well. Next slide. So here's a picture of one of the areas we went to actually several times in the evening. You can kind of see that basketball court right there is littered. There was a lot of activity over there, and so that's just an example of our crews out there working. Again, you just had one resource out there, so though we were able to handle all the calls efficiently, we didn't reduce staff, and so we had a little more stress on our crews out there. So our outcomes. Overall, we had 1 civilian injury. It was a very minor injury that didn't require transport. We had 0 firefighter injuries. Of those calls, the 69 calls, 54 were fire-related calls, and 52 of those were directly related to fireworks. So the 2 that were not were 2 vehicle fires that were on the highway. The good thing is with our dispatching and with proper preparation, we were able to dispatch our incidences very quickly with our dispatch center, and we were able to provide a very quick response. Of those calls, it sounds pretty significant as far as the residential structure fires and commercial fires. When we came out of it, at least for Pasco, we had very limited actual property damage, and that's why I want to put the last thing in here: our huge community support. We actually saw, because there's so many people out there, that they actually reported very quickly, and we actually had a lot of people out there with hoses and helping us, so they were putting out fires pretty fast. And so we saw most of those fires that were out of residence, people were putting water on through a hose, bucket brigade in a way, and so by the time we got there, the fire was pretty much controlled. So I just wanted to point that out, that our community had a huge part in our success. And that's kind of a high-level update on fire. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Do we have any council members that would like to make comments? So start with Councilwoman.
Just a quick question. Can we get this presentation, both presentations, emailed to us? Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Grimm.
No, thank you. I just want to thank Chief Roski and Chief Crowley and your staff just for, just Pasco's finest in the blue and the white out there. And I know it makes for a long day and a long night, and it sounds like a couple, our Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman Blaisdell got to attest to that. So really, no, I just wanted to, I guess say thank you. And where some of this comes from, I mean, there is a lot of rhetoric out there. I mean, I heard some, really strong words, and I want to assure the public that we do care about this. This is important. And when we hear words like, completely out of control, or that we don't even care, no, we do take this really, really seriously, as I know the Chief of Police does. And he's a lawman by, it's got to be deep in that blood at some point in this career. So this stuff's really important. But I think, a lot of this comes down to, pardon the pun, I think it's just a flashpoint of a, larger picture in society of, or the fabric of society continuing to be unwoven by people's, I guess, the entitlement mentality we have. People lack good judgment, respect for authority, even respect for God for that matter. And people just don't fear consequences anymore. I think we see that in the amount of red lights that people run and how late, oftentimes you see somebody going late through a light and you think to yourself, wow, that was pretty late. And then 2+2, somebody else is still going through. And so sadly, I think, the mob mentality sometimes sets in on an event like the 4th of July, and people see other people doing it. And sometimes there's like an energy that flows through the crowd, and everybody just starts behaving very poorly. And it's very frustrating, I guess, to me, and I know to the rest of us and everything. So Chief, I really appreciate your crews out there, just keeping up the good fight and, keeping our city as safe as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Councilman Grimm. We got Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I just have one other comment. I started at 8, ended at midnight. By midnight, my anxiety was high. I was super overwhelmed. And the fact that every single police officer and every single firefighter and EMS was calm. They went on to the next call no matter what call. I mean, we went on a fire call. We went domestic violence. We went overdose. We went to car accident with kids. Like, the list went on in a 4-hour period. And they all stayed calm. And I'm like, how are you not losing it right now? And they were as calm, every single one of them, as calm as the beginning of their shift till the end. So all I have to say is it takes a special kind of person to do what you guys do. And you guys see more stuff than I can even imagine. And I've had my fix of 4-hour police calls for probably a good 6 months. But as much as the fireworks are once a year, you guys do this every day. And you guys see this stuff nonstop. So I just want to say one more time, it is appreciated. And I know every single one of your people, our people, are putting their best foot forward no matter what they see. And one thing I really appreciated with Officer Franz is he was more protected of what I saw. Like, he wanted to make sure that he didn't traumatize me in whatever call we were going to. But they dealt with the situation and went to the next, no matter what was thrown in their way. So I just want to make sure that the citizens know that public safety is first, no matter what. So appreciate it.
Thank you for that. I do want to echo that. I know one of the bigger things I got out of it was the officer that I was with, he had to go up and there was about 15 guys that surrounded him when he went up and they were done with the fireworks, but they had just finished. And again, all this group of guys surrounded him like, oh, that's bad. I'm in the cop car and he's out there by himself. But he handled it really well. And it just kind of hit me that, our decisions, other people are having to go out and answer for that, to explain it. And so it just kind of weird when you vote on something and then you see another guy in the fray, in there, surrounded by people. Again, it all turned out well, but, I was thinking, well, if something does go down, this is really bad because I'm in the car and I'm not going to be able to give him that much assistance, me against 15 guys. But it went well and he handled it expertly. And so just another thing I will say, that it's weird when we make decisions and then other people in the police force have to go out there and answer to those decisions that we've made. So it a little bit of eye-opener. And again, I also want to echo Councilwoman Blaisdell's comments about how professionalism and how everybody was calm, and I do really appreciate the experience and the opportunity to go out there and spend 3 hours with you guys. It was a good experience.
Thank you.
One final comment.
Okay, we have another comment from...
Just a final comment. I am very sorry that I had to miss it this time. I had family that I needed to tend to. But I'm very curious to organize a ride-along in the near future, just to see how things have mellowed down since. I know your officers have always done a great job at making sure when there's a ride-along that we're well taken care of. I've been on one before. And have seen a lot of what they go through. One thing that we as council members need to consider is that our officers, both fire and police, are always out there exposing their lives for what they do. We need to make sure that the services, we need to somehow fix the budget to where they have the services for mental health and to be able to take care of themselves and their families. So I just want to highlight that now that we've all seen what the officers go through. So just keep that in mind in the future. Thank you, Chiefs.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. And yeah, I look forward to getting a written copy of that as well. And so kick it back to.
And just one more comment. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and that is we don't have a report on the July 4th festivities in general just now. We don't have the software and the staff to put that kind of thing together. It's Jesse doing it by himself. And we'll have that for you next week, though, and get into kind of the attendance. It was very well attended, very well, as council noted, very well executed, as well as sponsorships, which were pretty high, and a lot of support out there in the community. So we're anxious to get that to you, but it's kind of one of these years where when you have July 4th on a Friday or Saturday, it's hard to turn it around by Monday night.
Well, I appreciate that. Yes, that would be difficult. So with that, we don't have a need for an exec session. So it's going to roll us into number 14, which is adjournment. And without anything, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council Workshop Meeting this Monday, July 14th, 2025. City thanks you for being a part of your city government. At workshop meetings, the City Council discusses issue but no formal actions taken. Agenda packets for those here present physically are available on the table underneath the fancy sign that says agendas. For those following along and via website or other electronic means, it's www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. Is it just me or does the mic sound off? I mean, it sounds a little, anyway, whatever. We're good. As long as I can be heard, I guess that's all that matters. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV channel 191 in Richland and in Pasco via Spectrum Cable. And is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous City Council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions to the council by contacting the city manager or city clerk or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Here.
Councilmember Grimm.
He is excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Harpster.
Present.
Councilmember Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I'm present.
Thank you.
Thank you with that. If you all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you with that. With that, we'll move on to item number 4, which is our verbal reports from council members. Mr. Harpster is on and off, so you're on again.
Yeah. After our long day today, I attended the Pasco Chamber of Commerce Member Appreciation Barbecue, which luckily was indoors at the Hapo Center. Well attended. Myself, folks from Port Pasco, FPUD, Big Bend, and Coville tribes, and just a lot of great representation, and not a lot of business covered, just a fun event, get together, a good chance to hang out with folks. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. With that, I see no one else. Oh, Ms. Barajas.
I wasn't going to share, but I'll share real quick. On an unofficial capacity, I was asked to be a speaker for the incoming graduation, not even graduating yet, for the incoming class at WSU Pullman for the year, their bilingual class. So, was able to do that. And I will share a bragging mom moment. Again, just non-official. But a bragging mom moment. Over the weekend, I was very proud to have switched the badge on my son, who is in the Army National Guard. So he was promoted to sergeant. If he's watching this, he's going to be upset. But I'm bragging. I'm very proud of my son. Thank you.
Well, you certainly should be proud. You've done a heck of a job with those boys, and thank you for their service, and thank you for your proxy service here. Just other than that, thank you for those who came out last night. We had our 3 finalists for the city council, city manager position. I think this was well attended. I didn't count heads. I'm guessing about 50 people, give or take, maybe even more. For a Sunday night, that's pretty phenomenal. And then we had the opportunity to get to know the three gentlemen, and we're very blessed to have had some solid applicants. So we're looking forward to moving along in that process and then keeping you all informed as we get there. So with that, seeing no further lights, that moves us along to item number 5. These are our items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. If anyone's new to us, in these workshop meetings, we allow the opportunity for up to 8 aggregate minutes of comments, total of 2 comments at 2 minutes each. What's that? Is my speaker off now?
Angela's working.
Okay. We good? Am I still off? Okay. All right. I guess. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, there was an echo. That's why I asked earlier. Okay. So anyway, the rules of engagement here: 8 minutes of total public comment, 2 pros, 2 cons, up to 2 minutes each, and it'll be limited by myself and the clock over there. So the first item, we have just 4 items tonight. Item A is resolution Lonnie and Louis Montes lease agreement, portion of parcel number 112-330-255. That's going to come from us to us from Director Rice.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, this is a lease renewal agreement for a previously leased property that was leased previously in 2015 and had 2 2-year renewal periods, both of which expired, and the current leasee wishes to continue that lease, so we worked on updating the agreement to be a 3+2 agreement. Worked with our real estate representative to do an evaluation of the current market rate and ensure that we're meeting that, and included a 3% annual increase to ensure that we keep up with market rates. We should be right here somewhere. So here's, as pictured, here's the lease portion, which is located directly behind their building and between the animal shelter for reference. Outline of what the payment will be for the first 3 years, and then the extensions, the 4th and 5th years extension, and also all lease rates, or all lease properties have to include Washington State lease excise tax, which is also included as part of the total lease agreement. So just this evening, asking council to approve the resolution to renew the lease agreement and continue as it has been for the previous 9 years. Any questions?
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
All right, thank you.
All right, then I guess we anticipate seeing that in a future meeting. With that, we'll move along to item B, which is a resolution. It's an award bid number 23506 for the 8th Street and 6th Avenue pedestrian crossing improvements project to Ellison Earthworks LLC. This is going to come to us from Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. As you have mentioned, this is a bid award. This project is a highway safety improvement project, so it's funded federally. We received funds for the project. Design was completed for the improvement of the crossing at 8th Street and 6th Avenue. There will be bulb outs built to shorten the distance for pedestrians crossing, as well as installation of lighting and rapid flashing beacons that will be activated by pedestrians when they want to cross. This intersection had a history of crashes, including a fatality, which is why funding was awarded for this project. The project was advertised for bids, and the lowest responsible bidder was Edison Earthworks with a bid of $351,270.09. Our engineer's estimate was $380,000 and is listed with the accurate dollar amount in the screen. There were no irregularities found in the lowest bidder. We received 2 bids in total, but the lowest bidder had no irregularities, so we're recommending award. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this.
Do you have any questions or comments? Seeing none, it's always appreciated when A, we have a grant funded project, and B, it comes in right, under the dollar threshold. So thank you for keeping up your work there, and we look forward to seeing this. I do need to circle back. Do we have any public comments on item A? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay. Now I'll circle back to item B. Do we have any public comments on item B? Going once, going twice, 3 times. All right, with that, then I can move properly on to item C, which is our countywide planning policies. It looks like Director Miller, and I believe you're going to be joined here from the county, or maybe you're going to roll solo. We'll see. Haley, you're not on. There you go.
There we go. I turned the microphone on. Thank you for that. My name is Haley Miller, the Community and Economic Development Director here, and I'm joined by Wes McCart. He is the Planning and Building Director over at Franklin County. And tonight we're bringing forward to you the countywide planning policies that are developed by Franklin County in collaboration with the other cities within Franklin County. And this is one of the initial steps that we go through each time before the comprehensive plan process. And these policies have not been updated, I believe, since the last periodic cycle, which was in 2019. And then these were originally adopted in 1993. So they've been looked at. This is the second time now since the adoption. And the city council is not required to formally adopt these by resolution or ordinance. However, we do like to bring these forward to the council for review. Each city in Franklin County is bringing these forward to their decision bodies to summarize the planning policies to make sure that you are aware of the policies. And if you have any written comments or feedback, if you have feedback, I'm happy to provide something in writing to our neighbors over at Franklin County to consider this prior to adoption. The countywide planning policies sets the stage for the comprehensive plan update, as I've mentioned, and here are some regulations related to the countywide policies, and these are intended to guide growth in different policies. So most of these are fairly straightforward. We did include the clean version in the attachment, and then the marked up version with comments, and then the draft resolution that the county will be looking at. And in here we have general themes related to our urban growth areas, reducing sprawl, transportation, housing, economic development, property rights, permits, natural resources, open space, the environment, citizen participation, public facilities, historic preservation, and climate change. And so these are listed in different sections here, and the new state guidelines related to the comprehensive plan have also been built in. So there's additional stipulations at the state level, as I mentioned in our comp plan kickoff presentation, that there is more emphasis on housing with this update and different income levels and bands of housing. There's also climate change initiatives at the state level that counties and cities are required to update. We will be touching on that in more detail as we go through the comprehensive plan process. And the county and its consultant did provide a draft to all the staff at different cities to look at that, and there was quite a bit of edits that Craig, Raymond, and myself had to this, and we were able to sit down and work out most of the issues that the planning directors identified here in Pasco. So I am supportive of these changes, and I have Wes here in case you have any questions on any specific items, and I'm available too to answer questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for either our staff or Mr. Harpster?
No questions. I have reviewed most of the changes, and it just looks like a lot of catching up with recent or not so recent changes from the legislature. The only comment I have is I appreciate the coordination between the city and the county, and that's something that I've not seen for years. And so I just really appreciate that both of you, somewhat new to your positions here locally, are taking advantage of that and working together, across the street here. So thanks for that.
Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. When is the projected adoption date for the county?
So I wanted to give time for all the cities to bring it to their council. You're the last one. As soon as I get a kind of a thumbs up that you guys are good to go with it, hopefully tonight, then I plan on publishing. 2 weeks later, we'll have the hearing. So approximately
thank you.
2.5, 3 weeks.
I'll take a crack at a couple questions. Just one, like looking at number 42, talking about jointly developing and implementing land division building standards, coordinating permit procedures for review and permitting. I know obviously each jurisdiction has its own authority and its own processes. What do we see then maybe more of a shared vision or shared activity through the adoption of this as we see some of these? And maybe I'm speaking out of turn as someone who doesn't develop land for a living, but it just seems that, kind of the county does its thing and the city does its thing. How do we see this maybe causing a future marriage or whatever it may be?
So I think the idea is that, and Haley, you can back me up, when we got here, because I'm fairly new, I came in February also, we heard a lot of angst over, the city's doing their thing, the county's doing their thing. You spoke to that, Mr. Harpster. The idea here is, can we come up with a better way of working together? Sometimes you guys annex property in, you're looking at, well, I don't really want this because it doesn't have sidewalks, it doesn't have this, it doesn't have that amenity. If it's in the growth management, or in the UGA, we want to make sure that we try and align what our development codes are as they're going forward. So, Mayor, that's the impetus of this particular one, is to make it so we can work together to come up with regulations that, we're not dumping everything in the county, or we're not dumping everything into the city. The other thing I'll add is as a former county commissioner, I've seen cities and counties that adopt these plans and just kind of put them on a shelf and let them not really work. So part of the hope here is, after these are adopted, that we can work together on issues that we have mutual interest in and come up with ILAs to actually adopt things that work for both of us, so we can move our entire community forward.
Well, I think and I know you have some comments. I appreciate you kind of preempting my thought process there and my next question, which is, my hope is that this isn't just a dust gatherer. This is something hopefully that is the impetus for joint and shared responsibility where it's appropriate. But go ahead, Director Miller.
Thank you. And I'll echo what was stated. We're both new to our positions, and I think we, definitely have different marching orders at times and different goals. Being county and city, it's just the city's developing in an urban setting, the county is not, and looking to preserve certain types of land. So there's naturally going to be a lot of coordination needed. So we have initiated bi-monthly meetings, and we might do more frequency. We're not sure, but we would like to collaborate at the planning director level and just open up communication so that we're not surprising the county with some things in annexation applications that maybe they weren't aware of, and just try at least to provide better communication. If we do end up disagreeing or directed to disagree on things, then so be it. But I think just more routine meetings between the two of us and then implementing these policies will be extremely helpful, at least on the planning side of things, and then we can keep each other apprised. So that is definitely our goal. We both noted that is maybe a need that could be improved, and we'll see where it goes.
Excellent.
Yep.
And then I'll just point to a couple of things that I think are phenomenal highlights. The countywide economic strategy in paragraph 40 or bullet number 45. I hope that we can work with the county and develop something that has some goals and some sort of, end zones to chase. I do kind of want to raise the note on 49, talking about impact fees, where of course presently we have school impact fees and we're discussing those and what to do with those in the future, whereas the county doesn't. So I do think, again, I realize this is like a policy document and something that we want to work towards co-implementing. Are there any other cost factors that we should be aware of that somehow I did not catch in my reading?
I'll just add that there's some logistical concerns that I think we've kind of hammered out in these. Some has to do with housing, some has to do with essential public facilities. A lot of those, you get into apartment buildings outside of an urban growth area or landward. I can't put in apartments in the county. Right. Essential public facilities, some of the facilities, and we do really want to coordinate on some of that information as we move forward. We've had some communications up north where I'm from, dealing with intensive behavioral health units. You really want to figure that out before you get that proposal in front of you. And those are conversations, once we just adopt it and start moving forward, we need to we need to actually fine tune and go there because it talk about costly. It can cost your police force, your fire response, your community. It can be very bad if we don't do it appropriately. So we put a lot of emphasis in that to try and make sure we're coordinating and putting those in the appropriate places, or designating for appropriate places.
I appreciate that.
And as far as cost, I think some of the state regulations related to climate change or housing could cost us some money in planning. We do have grants that cover this. I didn't see anything in here that would result in like a direct cost today. These are policies. If there was some language in the essential public facilities that we work through to make it more like not as specific, to leave it open. So when we do have those discussions, then we can kind of start from scratch between both entities instead of alluding to maybe a potential solution in here. So we looked through this very closely and collaborated pretty well. And I think that I'm supportive of these as written. And if we do need to get into talks about money or financing, we can do that outside of these. And it just sort of hints at it in the policies.
Excellent. Thank you. Looks like we have no further comment from council. So with that, appreciate your time. Do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. Right on. Thank you for that time. Ms. Miller, give you some time to get to your seat because I know you're up next. So that moves us along to item D, which is our federal FY26 federal funding for community development block grant and home HOME programs. We got a discussion on this. Again, it's directed by Ms. Miller.
Good evening, council. This is meant to be a discussion, and then there's a question here at the end related to the city's community development block grant program and the home fund program. And the city last week was notified by a group at the federal level that the CDBG funding and home funding may not make it into the appropriations for 2026. And as of today, I heard CDBG was back in the funding. So I think the message we're trying to give to you tonight is that it is up in the air. It's not a guarantee. So there is a chance that the new administration would eliminate funding for this program, and we just won't know for sure until later on. If the funding is eliminated, that would impact Pasco, possibly related to the Section 108 loan that was secured in 2020. And this is a loan that you're allowed to take out if you're a CDBG program participant. And I believe the city secured this for a project at Peanuts Park Mercantile. And the loan was originally taken out for $3.7 million. And we have paid since then each year out of the CDBG funds $245,000 a year. So the loan is down to $2.8 million. And we're not sure if the loan would be forgiven if the funds disappear or what all the details entail at this point. But it was meant to just give you a heads up that this could be coming. And our main question tonight for the group is, would the city council be supportive of the city providing a letter of support to keep these programs in place to be sent to, I believe, Congress to consider while working on their budget? Happy to answer any questions or take in your feedback if you have any.
Thank you. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would be in support of this letter. Just a few questions. Would this, the project, this was for the Peanuts Park itself, right? Okay. Would this be, would we be able to get perhaps some state money to pay for this if this money were to go away? Like a one-time money like we do for the MLK Center and all that stuff?
You look like you're reaching for your microphone, so I'll let
Yeah, I will, I guess, take that answer. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Yeah, unlikely. State's got their own budget issues, as Council's aware. They have a multi-billion-dollar deficit they're trying to plug right now. Might require a special session, so I don't. Plus, they're looking at having to backfill some other essential services that could be impacted by reforms in Medicare and Medicaid.
Okay. I guess my follow-up question would be, then if, hopefully it is forgiven, but if it's not, then we're pulling this from the general fund?
Yeah, that would probably be an option, although I don't know that that's the only option. There might be some other things we could look at. You have your 194 fund, economic development potential to be able to tap into.
So
It definitely would impact the city, though, in other plans.
yeah, I want to get into minutia, but so do we make monthly payments on this loan, or just once a year?
I think they're once a year, and they're out of our the CBDG allocation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I would certainly be in favor of submitting this letter on behalf of the city. I think it's unlikely to do anything, but I think it's important for us to do what we can. And the CDBG program is a program that I definitely support. I mean, just looking at what we funded last year, a few things. We got chip miner rehab program, Peanuts Park North, facade improvement program, City of Pasco playground equipment, ADA improvements. These, to me, are all worthwhile projects. And so if there's anything that we can do to petition the federal government or our legislators in any way, I think we should.
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions. Can you clarify whether this is the president's budget or the actual congressional appropriations bill that we're seeing this stricken from?
Yeah, this is the administration's budget. Just to comment on that. So first Monday of February is when the administration's budget is due, the president's budget. That rarely, if ever, happens by that date in February. So that just came out, and the administration's proposal was to eliminate funding for CBDG in the home program. It's due to be completed October 1st, the budget approved and adopted. Again, rarely ever happens, as council is well aware. We've been kind of living on continuing resolutions for many years, different administrations. You know, it's not a Republican or Democrat thing, it just happens. Republicans and Democrats are behind it, though, I'll say, because they're the legislators. But I think a lot of negotiations happen between the time it's submitted and the time it's finally adopted, including what may or may not be in continuing resolutions. So, while the president may have this, they're taking this position, his administration may have taken this position, don't know that Congress is there. And, you know, probably pretty doubtful that they're there given the benefit of these programs. But it's, you know, it's a nuanced dance, the whole budget process. And I think we've all kind of seen, and this is no criticism of the administration at all, we've all kind of seen that, you know, this is a negotiation. You know, we're negotiating probably a lot more than taking things at status quo and taking them for granted than what we've seen from other administrations. And this is probably somewhat of a symptom of that. You know, is this the bottom line of the president? To be determined.
I appreciate that, Dave, and that's why I asked the question. Knowing that it's in the presidential budget, there's a whole process that's going to happen over the next 4 to 24 months, depending on how many CRs we see. And, you know, obviously that there are some big dollars that come into this community or adjacent communities through the Hanford site, and continuing resolutions have some pretty disruptive issues community-wide. So point there is, I do think that Congressman Newhouse's office would be receptive to a letter like this, presumably Congressman Baumgartner as well. And I think we could also, you know, petition our 2 senators. I know that certainly Cantwell staff is very present. Rich, you know, I get frequent pings from him, and Senator Murray's staff is also present as well. But I do think there's an opportunity for us to request that these funds remain in the budget, and I think this letter would be appropriate. Anything else from anyone else? Okay. Look forward to seeing that letter soon. Any public comment on this issue? Going once, twice, third time? All right. With that, we're going to move along on to item number 6, which are miscellaneous council discussion. Mr. Interim City Manager.
I wouldn't dare tonight, given the day you all had.
Thank you. And I see no lights from here. So that moves us along to item number 7, executive session, none listed. Presumably that's true?
No need.
Excellent. That moves us along to a 7:28 p.m. adjournment. Thank you for all for being with us. Oops, let me get the mic on. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, July 21st, 2025. The city thanks you for being a part of your government. At regular meetings, the city takes formal action on items. We hold public hearings and we conduct other business of the city as required. Agenda packets are available for those here on that small table under the blue arrow that notably says agendas. For those following along, it's online at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland. It's also streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and previous council meetings are available on the city's website. And the public may submit comments outside of the public comment period through the Ask Pasco app or by contacting the city manager or city clerk. So with that, Ms. Clerk, you can read us the roll.
Yes. Council members: Blaisdell.
Present.
Barajas.
Present.
Grimm.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
So with that, if you'll all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, that moves us along to item number 4, which is our executive session. It's a single item. It's to evaluate qualifications of an applicant for public employment under Revised Code of Washington 42.30.110. Subsection 1, subsection G. It's listed for 10 minutes. It is, just call it 10:03. Or 7:03. We'll be back at 7:13. We're going to have the city manager, city attorney. Anyone else, Dave? I think that's it. That's it. So with that, we're going to go back for exec session and behind us here. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
We're all waiting on the prom king.
Oh, sorry. It's 7:35. We've returned from executive session. That moves us along to item number 5, which is our consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council. They'll be enacted by a roll call as one motion in the form listed in the packet. There will be no separate discussion of any of these items. If further discussion is requested by any council member, that item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So before we go to this, do we have any requests to remove any items? Seeing none, Mr. Mulney. I should probably read them. So item A is approval of the meeting minutes for July 7th, July 13th, and July 14th. Item B is bills and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $5,573,220.55 and a write-off totaling $754,338.31 as delinquent or bad debt. Item C is resolution number 4622, Lonnie and Louis Montez lease agreement, portion of parcel number 112330255. Item D is resolution number 4623, awarding bid number 23506 for the 8th Street and 6th Avenue pedestrian crossing improvements project to Ellison Earthworks LLC. And finally, item E is the Tri-City Regional Hotel Motel Commission reappointment of Monica Hammerberg. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. Ms. Clerk.
Great. Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. With that, that moves us on to item 6, which is proclamations and acknowledgments. We do have one recognition of a phenomenal youth in our community, Miss Hadley Lazard. Now, she's given some devoted community service. I'll read some things, and then maybe, Miss Lazard, you and I will take a picture up here in front of the podium. Council can be with us, and then we'll take let's call it a 5-minute recess. I see a lot of family members that probably want pictures and that sort of thing. So the reason we're recognizing Miss Blazard here tonight is her devoted leadership as Tri-City's as the Miss Tri-City teen. She's a junior at Chiawana High School. She's got a phenomenal and powerful voice for literacy and dyslexia. Her fundraising efforts and donations brought in over 1,000 dyslexia kits, reading kits, placed them in classrooms, public libraries, and organizations across Washington State. So your determination here is a testament to your commitment to helping your community and to helping those who are underserved. Washington State is a better place for your commitment to your community, and so is Pasco. We greatly appreciate everything that you've done, and every public library in the Tri-Cities and every library in the Pasco School District now carries your kits. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your heartfelt commitment. Thank you for raising awareness to this issue that plagues a lot of our kids. Now, a couple other things. Ms. Blazard has maintained a 4.0 GPA while she's been duly enrolled at CBC. She's led her team's cheer team to state championship. And she's also found the Just Serve Club at Chiawana High School. These acts of community service are no small feat, and again, also reflect your community commitment. So Hadley, with your commitment to literacy, education, and community service that exemplifies the values that we hold dearly in Pasco, your humility, your heart for service, they're truly inspiring, and we appreciate you, and we're grateful to recognize you as a member of our community. So Hadley, if you'll come up here, I'll hand this off to you, and we'll take pictures and do all the fun stuff. All right. It's always great that we get to recognize folks that are serving in our community. I've always suggested there's an open invite. If folks need to be recognized, please, submit names to the city manager's office, and they can clear it through us and through me. So it's great to see our youth giving back to folks that need it. That moves us along to item 7, which is our public comment period. Public may address council on items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of City Council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate. Or for posing of questions with the expectation of an answer that's immediate. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from various folks who may be specialized in a particular area. Citizen comments will be limited to 3 minutes as by myself, and it'll be shown by that clock there to my right. I don't see our clerk, who usually is our clock shot keeper. Oh, she's in the back. Okay. We'll figure it out. With that, anyone with the lengthy message, we ask that you may summarize, and you can submit those comments outside of this if you necessarily need to the city manager's office or via the Ask Pasco app. So as you address us, please come to the microphone, make sure it's on. You'll see the red light at the base, and provide your name and county of residence. I'm going to kick us off with, it looks like Mr. Michael Duncan is signed up for remote public comment. Is Mr. Duncan on and available? We got some quarterbacking that part of the meeting. Staff? For remote public comment? Oh, sorry.
We do not have anyone, Mayor.
No? Okay. So, Mr. Duncan, are you here present? Okay. I guess we'll circle back if we see him on here in the next few minutes. I did see that Miss Lori Thompson had initially signed up for remote, but is listed as in person. Lori, if you're here, why don't you go ahead and take the first crack at the mic?
Well, I've not been here done this before, and I'm afraid I'm going to seem grouchy.
It's all right. There's a little speaker. Looks like I'm out. There you go. You're on.
Okay, my name's Lori Thompson. I live in the West Pasco neighborhood between 68 Burden, Sandifer area. And I've been in that house for about 9 years now. And I live in the county of Franklin. I was in attendance remotely at the last regular council meeting on July 7th and commented regarding what I see as a dangerous, uncivil, unhealthy, and illegal free-for-all that happens within the city of Pasco every summer, starting in late June and into mid-July, with fireworks being allowed on our city streets and backyards all across town. While there wasn't really much of a discussion in response, there was a couple of troubling remarks made, one by a Pasco Police Department representative, I believe, explained that citing and confiscating the illegal fireworks takes too much paperwork and time. The other troubling comment was made by a council member, I believe, was that there are a few bad players out there. And it is no secret to the community and this council that this fireworks situation we are now dealing with is out of control. And there are many more than just a few bad players out there. It affects our quality of life in our own homes, rattling the windows and doors where we are doping our pets, fearing our house or roof catches on fire, where the fire department and law enforcement is overwhelmed by the fireworks and other uncivil activities, and many veterans of war suffering post-traumatic stress, anxiety, in listening to what sounds like a war of bombs and missiles next to the house for hours and days and weeks. When is the paperwork not too time-consuming? When the self-styled pyrotechnician blows his head off in the street in front of the neighborhood kids? I don't know. To reiterate the obvious, what goes on with the fireworks here is dangerous, an unnecessary fire risk in the heat of our dry climate. It's unhealthy to breathe, made from many elements known as toxic to the environment and all living things, tossed to the street where the refuse and residue washes into our sewer treatment systems, and the discomfort of the noise many of us recoil from. I'm here tonight for myself and many other good neighbors asking for your help in protecting our freedoms to enjoy our property and celebrate in a more peaceful and safe manner. I reviewed the ordinances today regarding fireworks for the city of Pasco, and it seems that there are plenty to back up law enforcement citing and seizing the illegal items. I did not see the part about how they have to actually see the offenses with their own eyes. So I'm hoping that later someone could lead me to that part of the ordinances to where it says.
I'm going to go ahead and ask you to wrap it up.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately our clock's not on, but we have been keeping time.
Oh, either way, it sounds like there needs to be some changes made and maybe rearranging for more law enforcement. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Christopher Dare. I'm the new Executive Director for Columbia Basin Veterans Center. And I'm just coming on to say hello. And we actually serve the whole region, but our office is right here in Pasco. And so I was excited to come and meet you. I did leave my card with you. You have it. One of my goals is to meet with each of you guys if possible, just kind of hear your heart for veterans. I'm doing that to all elected officials in the region, just kind of seeing how we can help. One of the things that maybe you know who we are in Pasco, but sometimes I keep hearing that people do not know that what our Veterans Center totally does. And so my goal is to get out there and make sure that we know that. I am a transplant from Nevada, so I just got here about 3 weeks ago. So I'm learning where everything's at, where the cities are, and how to work the bridges, and all the kind of fun things. So it's an honor to be here with you. I do want to invite you September 18th on Thursday from 4 to 6. We're going to have an open house, and we're inviting everybody. We're also going to be putting up a Purple Heart parking spot at that time. We'll have news and everybody there. We'd love to see you guys in attendance. You'll get more information from us out there. Like I said, you do have my card. I do want to thank Jesse Rice and his team. We've been working with him for the Veterans Day celebration coming together, and I just appreciate your guys' work. So your team's doing good stuff. Christopher Dare, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Chris. And to confirm, that was September 18th, 4 to 6 p.m.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your commitment to our community and our veterans. Mr. Ace.
Hello, everybody. Brian Ace. I'm actually a Benton County resident, but here representing Boys and Girls Club. We have an agenda item later tonight, and I'm glad to answer questions on that when it gets to that. But as long as I was here, I just wanted to announce something and thank you all for your support of youth in our community. We did just get notice on Saturday evening. Our Keystone Club, which is our leadership club for the Pasco Clubhouse, was attending the Keystone Conference in Chicago, and it was announced on Saturday evening that they were recognized as the Keystone Club of the Year for Boys and Girls Clubs of America. So the programming taking place at your clubhouse on 18th Avenue is not only being seen locally, but recognized regionally and nationally as well. And we're proud of the work that's taking place there, and thank you for being a part of it. Appreciate it.
Brian, do you have any open house to recognize that or any event?
We will be talking about that tomorrow morning when staff get back in town, and we will absolutely be doing something, and it would be great to have many of you present. In fact, as part of that, we will be launching the National Keystone Year through a live feed. They're going to fly in a team to do that with us on September 5th. Unfortunately, because of construction, we'll have to do that at a different facility, but it will still be a Pasco-hosted event from that Keystone Club. So we'll definitely have invites out for that.
Okay, thank you. Please do.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? Go ahead, sir. hold on, you just turned off the mic. Yeah,
No.
there you go, it's on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Kirby Turley. I'm a lifelong Pasco resident. I spent 3 long years in this building right here, through junior high, actually. We got a sometimes permitted, oftentimes not permitted remodeling fiasco happening behind our house for many years, typically using non-licensed individuals that come and go. And according to our neighbor, his current employee came from a work release program and doesn't appear to have journeyman carpenter skills. He can't pass any permit inspections, so the work continues on and on with no work in sight. Since last fall, the noise has been constant. It's pounding, drilling, cutting, reciprocal saws, using air-actuated nail guns, utility tools. The air compressor runs intermittently all hours, including this weekend. It was still cycling on and off at 3 a.m. this morning. In fact, it was still running when I left for this meeting today. Our noise ordinances are ineffective. They're written to make enforcement easy because there's no noise violations between 7 and 10, 7 days a week. That's because you can make as much noise as you want with no regard towards neighbors, 15 hours a day, as I said, 7 days a week. We can't sit on our patio and enjoy our backyard for most afternoons or evenings. We can't even sit in our house because the noise is so loud. It interrupts our daily routine. Yesterday, for the 20th, as an example, at 4 o'clock the noise started and lasted until 7:30 on a Sunday afternoon. And by the reactions I'm getting from conversations with Pasco residents and through social media, we aren't the only family going through this. I believe that my family's situation reflects what many other Pasco citizens are going through, but because it's so hard to get any help, people give up. Whether the noise is from a structure remodel, fireworks, music, or a barking dog, there needs to be a way to protect the considerate neighbor from those who could care less about disturbing others. It's my understanding other communities have figured out ways to solve this problem, excuse me, and I know through conversations with Mr. Perales that he has gathered some information from some other city governments on how they've implemented the ordinance changes for the same reasons. I've used the Ask Pasco app several times, and the response for everything, excluding noise, has been great. For noise, not so much. The response was the nature of this complaint is noise, and these complaints are to be reported to the Pasco Police Department as they are happening. I would encourage you to try talking to the neighbor before calling the police. Case closed. Can the city consider having our code enforcement department work with the police using interdepartmental cooperation with ongoing nuisance noise enforcement upon updating our noise ordinances? 7 to 10, 7 days a week is not sufficient to allow Pasco citizens to enjoy outdoor spaces with family and friends. In our case, the noise, as I said, the noise permeates inside our house, even with all the windows closed. So I'm asking the council to please address our noise issues and noise ordinances and make changes so that Pasco will be a model citizen throughout our continued growth. Thanks to all of you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Do we have any additional public comments? Swade.